The rhythm of panic beats against the floor. Park Jong-woo races down the corridor, desperate. He reaches for the crowded elevator, pleading for a second of kindness. But mercy is a foreign concept here. The cold steel doors shut tight, brushing against his palm as the world turns its back on him. His lungs burn. Heavy breaths tear through the silence of the hallway. Frustration bubbles up. He mutters bitterly. There was plenty of room. A quick glance at his phone reveals the cruel truth. It is almost 8 o'clock sharp. To avoid the wrath of director Choi, Jong Wu takes the stairs, but fate has a twisted sense of humor. Right outside the demon's lair, Jae-hyun stands frozen. The poor guy's paralyzed. The director's manic screaming at Boss Joe leaks through the door, pinning Jae-hyun in place like a statue. Jong Woo's voice cuts through the tension. He lands awkwardly beside his colleague, sending a jolt of shock through Jae-hyun's terrified frame. Flustered and out of breath, Jong Wu whispers the obvious question. Why is he loitering right in the line of fire? Jae-hyun explains the situation. Director Choi is currently busy destroying Boss Joe. Jong Wu smirks, assuring him to have faith. He always has a survival strategy. Inside, the violence escalates. Director Choi weaponizes a stack of papers, smashing them over Boss Joe's head. He spares no energy in crushing the man's dignity. Boss Joe takes the abuse in silence. Meanwhile, the duo outside crouches behind a partition, praying to remain invisible to the tyrant. The verdict is delivered. Choi hurls the work back into Joe's face, calling it absolute trash. The deadline: rewrite everything before lunch, or else. Safely back at his desk, Jong Wu asks Hanho about the suffocating atmosphere. The answer is grim. The investors hate the new project. But suddenly the nightmare manifests. Director Choi's voice slices through the air. He calls out Jong Woo's name with venomous intent. Jong Wu answers, fighting to keep the tremor out of his voice. The director's finger stabs the air. He roars at Jong Wu, accusing him of tardiness and poisoning the work ethic of the entire team. Park Jong Wu glances at his monitor. The digital clock mocks him. It is exactly 1 minute before 8. A sinking realization hits him. His desperate climb up the stairs was for nothing. The confrontation was inevitable. As Choi launches into his back in my day speech, reality glitches. A pixelated projection of planet Earth suddenly materializes in thin air. The office freezes. Whispers erupt among the staff. Is this a prank, a holograph, or just a massive system bug? A blue system window floats before them. Text scrolls across the screen, speaking with the voice of the planet itself. Earth offers a grim greeting. It announces itself as the bearer of catastrophic news. The employees stare, trying to comprehend this new program. Most dismiss it as a tech test, but Jong Wu reaches out. His finger brushes the notification window. A chill runs down his spine. Unlike the others, he knows the truth. This isn't a glitch. The screen is solid to the touch. The Earth drops the bombshell. The universe is reaching its finale. The planet shutdown procedure is initiating now. A command follows. Obey the instructions. Instantly, the building groans. The very foundation of the office begins to quake. Ceiling lights strobe violently. Panic sweeps through the room like a tidal wave. While others crumble, Park Jong Wu takes charge. He shouts for order, urging everyone to safety. Strangely, fear is absent from his heart. Perhaps it's his job developing apocalypse games that prepared him for this. He looks outside, and his blood runs cold. Total chaos reigns. Vehicles collide in tangled heaps of metal. Smoke and fire consume the city. Jong Wu pinches his mind. Is this a nightmare? Or hell on earth? A piercing screech assaults them. Hands fly to ears as the sound pressure becomes unbearable. The source is a mystery. Director Choi screams the loudest. Even in the apocalypse, he is a petty tyrant, clutching his head and blaming Boss Joe for the end of the world. Then, absolute silence. Choi's mouth moves, but no sound comes out. Terror dawns in their eyes as the world goes mute. Park Jong Wu grips his throat. He tries to speak, but his voice has been stolen. He realizes the chilling truth: only human voices have been extinguished. Suddenly, a new system window pops up with a deadly ultimatum. A deathmatch scenario. Would he fight 2 medium-sized dogs, or one human? Jong Wu frantically tries to visualize the beasts. The system reads his thoughts instantly. The image of a snarling Doberman flashes on the screen. His imagination runs wild. He sees himself torn apart by the hounds. Escape impossible. These beasts know no mercy. They would rip him to shreds without hesitation. What about the human? The screen offers no details, only a terrifying countdown. 20 seconds remain. The human variable is unknown. Uncertainty paralyzes him. He remembers schoolyard scuffles. But what if his opponent is a pro fighter? It's a gamble with his life. Time is running out, nerves frayed. Jong Wu screams his choice silently in his mind. He chooses the dogs. No time to breathe. The system assaults him with the next inquiry before he can recover. The question is grotesque. If you had to lose 1 kilogram of body weight, what body part would you sacrifice? Jong Wu stares in horror at the depravity. But the system is relentless. Windows multiply. Questions flashing by faster than he can blink. The endless list of questions finally ceased. But the program had one last, twisted surprise. A warning flashed across the screen. Reaction test initiated. Maintain full sensory awareness at all costs. The moment Jong Wu lowered himself into the chair, a supernatural chill seized him. Frost instantly crawled up his shoes, locking his feet in blocks of ice. The freezing paralysis surged upward, consuming his legs in a heartbeat. Jong Wu lost all sensation. His body was no longer his own, trapped in a frigid prison. The ice didn't stop. It claimed his numb hands and crept up his spine, its cold breath choking the life out of his neck. His face twisted in silent agony as he fought to regain control. Panic flooded his mind, but his limbs refused to obey. He screamed into the void for help, but silence was his only answer. He was a prisoner to an unknown force. Suddenly, his physical form vanished, leaving only a glowing glass orb resting on the chair. Slowly, gravity took hold. The orb rolled off the edge and shattered against the floor, exploding into 1,000 azure fragments. A gasp tore through his throat. Jong Wu jolted awake, feeling as if he had just been resurrected. A heavy sigh escaped him as his soul slammed back into his body. His chest heaved with ragged breaths as he tried to piece his mind together. Park Jong Wu sat trembling, unable to grasp if the nightmare was real or if it was finally over. Desperate for answers, he scanned the room, but hell had broken loose. His colleagues weren't moving. They were gasping like fish out of water, fighting for a single sip of oxygen. Some lay in deathly silence, while others writhed on the floor, tormented by an invisible, alien energy. The chaotic scene hit Park Jong Wu like a physical blow. His thoughts spiraled into a whirlwind of confusion and fear. Almost everyone was staring at the ceiling, choking on thin air. Park Jong Wu watched in horror, unable to comprehend the mass suffering unfolding before him. But survival instinct kicked in. His hand shot out and grabbed a sharp pen. In this unpredictable madness, a simple weapon was better than nothing. A guttural scream cut through the noise. It was Jae-hun. He was arching his back, flailing his arms wildly as if fighting off invisible demons. Jong Wu rushed over and grabbed him. The moment they made contact, reality snapped back for Jae-hun. Tears and shock washed over his face. Did you see that spectacle? He stammered. Jong Wu nodded grimly. It's likely over for now, he replied, his voice tense. Catch your breath while you still can. Jae-hun collapsed, resting his forehead in his palms, defeated. But there was no time to rest. The system's voice boomed through the room again. Based on your responses, it announced, essences have been granted. These are your ultimate weapons and your strongest shields. The rules were ruthless. Upon destruction, these essences will drop from your body. They can be claimed by others. Remain vigilant. Your death will be remembered, and your power will be used against you. The warning system turned ominous. It emphasized a critical rule for survival. Do not surrender your essence to the off-world entities. If victory is uncertain, it is better to perish alongside your allies than to feed the enemy. Furthermore, the voice added, essences increase in power depending on the quantity collected. The program concluded its tutorial with a final, cryptic command, find the savior, protect and assist them at all costs. Cold sweat drenched Jong Wu's back. Creatures from another planet. The memory of the test clung to him. But who was the savior? Suddenly, a roar shattered his concentration. Director Choi was on a rampage, sweeping everything off his desk in a fit of hysteria. Who was behind this devilish prank? He shrieked. Director Choi pointed a trembling finger at his subordinate, screaming the name Jo Seon-woon. Yelling like a madman, he ordered Jo to find the culprit. But Jo Seon-woon didn't flinch. He stepped forward, his massive frame towering over the director, blocking his path. Boss Jo's gaze was murderous. and floating ominously above his head was a terrifying title Predator. Director Choi froze, his eyes locked on the glowing text. The fear was palpable. What? What are you doing? What is that thing above your head? The word Predator struck terror into the director's heart. He tried to speak, but when Joe moved, Choi flinched, convinced the giant was about to tear him apart. But violence didn't come. Instead, Jo Seon-woon bowed deeply, a mask of polite menace on his face. Thank you for the valuable lessons, Director. With that chilling farewell, he wished him the best and turned to leave, his body dripping with cold sweat. Director Choi stood paralyzed, watching Boss Joe walk away. He wanted to demand answers, but the words died in his throat. Jo Seon-woon marched through the confused crowd of colleagues, who were all buzzing with questions about the strange events. Park Jong-woo watched him like a hawk. A dark suspicion formed in his mind. The Predator wasn't just leaving, he was hunting for someone in this very room. Then, the system whispered directly into Jong-woo's mind. Role assigned savior. It offered a choice if he doubted his strength. He could change his role or abandon it. Jong-woo stared in disbelief, but a realization hit him: if roles could be swapped, then this game favored the adaptable. Only the fittest would survive. Suddenly, the crowd seemed to part. The intense eyes of Chief Joe locked onto him. He was looking directly at Jong-woo. Time seemed to stop. That brief exchange of glances brought a terrifying clarity to Park Jong-woo. The Predator knew. Jo Seon-woon realized he was standing right in front of the savior. Panic rose in Jong-woo's chest. He frantically looked around, hoping to see titles above others. Was he the only one who received the message? Was he the only target? The thought that Chief Joe was on a hunt refused to leave Jong-woo's mind. The Predator had found his prey. Whispers filled the room as employees discussed Chief Joe's strange behavior, noting he looked more frightened than usual. But the mission was clear: find the savior. As Park Jong-woo analyzed the room, the chilling truth settled in. No one else knew about the title. In this game of survival, being the savior might just be a death sentence. One of the employees whispered that a savior existed to protect the weak. But then, what was the hidden meaning behind the chilling title of Predator, and how exactly was Chief Joe connected to this twisted game? His confident stride and intense expression sent a shiver down everyone's spine, an uncontrollable tingling sensation that screamed of danger. Park Jong-woo frantically checked his reflection, desperate to find the title above his head. Was it a system glitch, or was the text simply invisible in the mirror? Suddenly, the looming presence of Chief Joe appeared, shattering his obsessive train of thought. The chief's eyes locked onto Jong-woo like a hawk. Turning slowly, Park Jong-woo stammered, asking if the boss needed assistance. Chief Joe's stare was piercing, completely unlike his usual self. With cold suspicion, he noted that Jong-woo looked stiff, perhaps due to something he saw in the mirror. Jong-woo felt a chill run through him. Something fundamental had shifted within Jo Seon-woon. There was a hidden purpose behind that gaze, a predator assessing its prey. Park Jong-woo quickly masked his panic. Dismissing the speculation, he feigned ignorance, denying he saw anything strange in the mirror at all. But internally, the truth was confirmed: the savior title was invisible to others. Park Jong-woo resolved to guard this secret with his life. Chief Joe wasn't fully convinced. His own system window offered a brutal choice: assist the savior, or steal the title to become one himself. The mandate echoed in his mind as he stared down his subordinate. "If you don't understand," he said coldly, "then everything is fine." He turned and walked away, leaving Jong-woo stunned in the heavy silence. Yet, the suspicion didn't fade. Jo Seon-woon was almost certain that Park Jong-woo was the target he was looking for. Chaos erupted in the office as the spell broke. Terrified employees frantically called their families, begging them to hide in safety. As the panic spread, Jong-woo grabbed his bag. He needed to escape before the mob blocked the exits. But he froze in his tracks. A glowing red number 5 had materialized right above his head. He whipped around in shock. Similar numbers were hovering over the heads of everyone else in the room. Recalling the system's alert about essences, the truth clicked. These numbers weren't levels, they were the amount of essence each person possessed. Park Jong-woo's mind raced. Did the 5 represent his own life force? And could only he, the savior, see this hidden interface? Frustratingly, the system remained silent on the most critical detail. It never explained how to use these essences. The numbers just floated there, a grim counter without an instruction manual. Just as Jong Wu packed his gear and headed for the door, Chief Joe blocked his path once more. "Going home like the others?" the chief asked. But before Jong Wu could reply, his eyes widened. A crimson number 10 flashed ominously above Chief Joe's head. 10 essences. The boss was twice as strong. Jong Wu stammered that his father was waiting, but the chief's next words stopped him cold. "The roads are chaos," Joe said smoothly. "I'll give you a ride." Despite the alarm bells ringing in his head, Park Jong-woo accepted the offer. He couldn't afford to refuse. But why was this distant boss suddenly so interested in him? Suddenly, a high-pitched frequency pierced the air, agonizing and sharp. People collapsed instantly, clutching their heads as screams filled the room. "To the garage now," Joe roared, warning that the car might be crushed. As they ran, Jong-woo realized his boss definitely knew more than he let on. With 10 essences, Jo Sun-woon was a valuable ally. The chief slammed his hand on the elevator button, but the light stayed dark. "It's useless," Jong-woo shouted over the noise. "The power's out." The crushing atmosphere made Sun-woon visibly tense. Jong-woo wondered if the boss was truly safe. Did he know the horror behind the Predator title? Suddenly, Jae-hyun stumbled into view, drawing their attention. He looked petrified. "Why are you still here?" Jong-woo asked. "Take me with you," Jae-hyun begged, trembling. "I have nowhere else to go." Jong-woo glanced at the chief. Joe nodded grimly. "We take the fire escape. Move." As they sprinted down the stairs, Jong-woo's mind raced with theories. The Earth system was selecting those who could adapt to this hellscape instantly. It was looking for a protagonist, someone willing to do anything to survive. Park Jong-woo understood the dark reality. In this brutal screenplay, massive casualties were inevitable. And surely, the script included roles beyond just savior and predator. He summarized the system's terrifying ultimatum. Humanity had 42 days before total extinction. Alien invaders were hunting for human essences. Third, these essences were both a shield and a weapon. If you died, your essence dropped for others to steal. To stop the apocalypse, one had to find and protect the saviors. And finally, the truth struck Park Jong-woo like lightning. All signs pointed to one destiny. He was the savior the world needed. A few floors up, Chief Joe signals a sudden halt. The silence is deafening and suspicious. In the midst of such chaos, the corridors shouldn't be empty, nor should they be this quiet. Park Jong-woo nods grimly. He knows that during lunch hour, this place is usually a sea of people. It is impossible to just walk through. Yet here they are. It was as if humanity itself had vanished into thin air. Sun-woon presses his ear against the cold metal door, desperate for a sound. Nothing. Just an abyss of silence on the other side. He has no choice but to investigate. Could everyone have evacuated an organized retreat? Sun-woon shakes his head. His gut tells him a darker story. That is not what happened here. His hand tightens around the doorknob. Chief Joe steels his nerves for the nightmare scenario. Just one step away lies the truth, no matter how horrific. The door creaks open. The trio peers into the gloom, their eyes straining against the shadows. Suddenly, Jo Sun-woon's pupils constrict to pinpoints. Shock paralyzes his tongue. He stands frozen, his mind unable to process the scene before him. The entire parking lot floor isn't empty. It is carpeted in a sea of glowing essences, shimmering like scattered pearls in the dark. Jae-hyun stares, bewildered. He has no clue what these egg-shaped lights are. Overwhelmed, the three men collapse at the entrance, their legs giving way. Chief Joe breaks the silence. According to the reports, these essences only drop when a life is extinguished. In a twisted sense, they might have just hit the jackpot. Terror grips Jae-hyun. Where are the bodies? How is there no blood, no flesh? Only these incomprehensible glowing spheres left behind. However, Jo Sun-woon stays cautious. He doesn't confirm they are human remains, even though every instinct screams that they look exactly the same. But Chief Joe's logic leads to a chilling conclusion. If this is a massacre, the predator who slaughtered all these people might still be lurking in the shadows. The mere suggestion hits Jae-hyun like a physical blow. Panic begins to claw at his sanity. Park Jong-woo sees the breakdown coming. He knows he cannot leave Jae-hyun in this state. But Chief Joe, he stands up abruptly, coldly adjusting his tie. His eyes burn with resolve. His next move is unpredictable. Park Jong-woo falls in step behind him, trying to read his leader's intent. Jae-hyun begs them not to enter, screaming that it is suicide, but Chief Joe refuses to retreat. Resources are scarce. and time is running out. They are pushed to the brink. Neither their minds nor their bodies can endure this hell for much longer. Jong Wu points to the vehicles. They need to secure a car before the building collapses and buries everything under rubble. It is their only ticket out of here. The plan is desperate. It does not exactly inspire confidence in Jong Wu, but then, the memory of the building shaking violently spurs them on. Sun Woon barks an order at Jae Hyun. Get up, now! At the signal, they move. Jae Hyun freezes. He didn't think he would have to go into the danger zone. Terror completely overwhelms him. Ignoring his boss's command, he cowers. He has the audacity to suggest they bring the car to him, refusing to take a single step inside. That trembling voice, that insolent demand, rage flares behind Jo Sun-woon's eyes. The arrogance, the ingratitude. Jae Hyun is falling apart, but Chief Jo has zero patience for weakness right now. Fine. Stay here and rot. He spits the words out, signaling Park Jong-woo to follow. Jong-woo glances back at Jae Hyun, who is clutching his head, lost in a spiral of madness. But survival comes first. He turns his back on the coward. Boss Joe and Jong-woo step cautiously into the silent parking lot. It is a graveyard of light. Countless essences litter the concrete floor. Jo Sun-woon focuses on navigating the sea of lights. Park Jong-woo watches their six, muscles tense, ready for an ambush from the darkness. Is anyone even here? Jong-woo whispers. Doubting a killer remains, but then a putrid stench hits him. The path ahead is completely blocked by the glowing orbs. Park Jong-woo hesitates. Chief, the floor is covered. We can't move forward. There is no room to step without making contact. Jo Seong-woo turns to him. Do you remember the tutorial? The explanation about these essences? The memory surfaces. The system's voice echoes in Jong-woo's mind. Essences can be harvested. Power can be taken. Chief Jo crouches over the glowing remains. It's a tragedy, truly, he says, his voice devoid of real warmth. But their death will ensure our survival. Park Jong-woo shudders. Is this normal? Is this human? Seong simply hopes the theory holds true. Slowly, hesitantly, Chief Jo reaches out. Contact, instantly. The object dissolves into brilliant blue energy, swirling up and enveloping his hand in a mystical glow. He clenches his fist. The light shatters and absorbs into his skin, leaving no trace behind. Chief, Park Jong-woo cries out, fearing a trap, but Chief Jo stands tall. I am fine, better than fine. It is that same rush of power he felt during the trials above his head. The floating numbers tick upward. He has reached level 11. The realization hits Jong-woo hard. He absorbed it. He took their power. Chief Jo's eyes gleam with greed and ambition. We collect them all, he commands. Every single one. This is our chance to become gods among men. Park Jong-woo obeys, but a knot of dread tightens in his stomach. Is this safe? And just how many lives are scattered across this cold floor? One by one, the lights vanish. One by one, the numbers climb higher. Jong-woo fixated on the massive count of essences, telling himself the numbers wouldn't hurt, even if he had no clue how to wield them. But the moment the thrill of the loot settled, his eyes locked onto a chilling sight, cars stacked like toys, crushed flat by an impossible weight. The gears in Jong-woo's mind began to grind. An earthquake impossible. The destruction was too localized. The surrounding area stood untouched. He pieced the clues together, the concentrated violence, the scattered essences. This wasn't a natural disaster. It was a slaughter by something supernatural. A cold shiver ran down Jong-woo's spine as the conclusion struck him. The calamity in this parking lot was recent, and worse. The architect of this destruction was likely still here. A vile stench cut through the air, not just burnt rubber, but something primal and wrong. Instinct screamed at him to run. He scrambled to Chief Jo, begging him to evacuate, but the older man was blinded by the glowing loot. Jong-woo stammered frantically about the blind spot, the devastation, the alien smell, and the invisible presence watching them. Chief Jo snapped, telling him to get a grip, but then a familiar, overly excited voice echoed from the exit. Jong-woo and Seong-woo spun around. It was Jae Hyun, casually absorbing essences as if he were picking flowers. Chief Jo stared in disbelief. Just minutes ago, that kid was shaking like a leaf. Now he was practically glowing with arrogance. Seong-woo grinned, assuming Jae Hyun had simply followed their lead. Jong-woo waved him over, desperate to regroup, but Jae Hyun beckoned them deeper. shouting that he'd found a gold mine of essence just ahead. Park Jong-woo's stomach churned. The value of these orbs was unproven, and he snapped at Jae-hyun that this was no time for greed. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the ceiling, a dark blur descending with instantaneous, godlike speed. Jae-hyun barely had time to look up. Terror froze his face. In a heartbeat, he was gone, reduced to nothing but a crimson puddle on the concrete. A scream ripped from Park Jong-woo's throat. Before his very eyes, a human being had been erased by an unseen force. The faces of Jong Wu and Song Woo twisted into masks of pure horror. Their jaws hung slack. Jong Wu choked out the words to Chief Joe something had just swallowed Jae-hyun whole. His nightmare was real. There was a hunter in the parking lot. Something colossal. Park Jong-woo felt his grip on reality beginning to slip away. Jo Seong-woo shook him, trying to snap him back to the present. Suddenly, bright lights began to rain from the ceiling. It was the essence, a fresh batch, dropping from where Jae-hyun used to stand. Rage mixed with fear as Chief Joe realized the truth. The loot wasn't a gift, it was bait to lure them into the kill zone. They were being hunted. Song-woo came to the only logical conclusion: flee or die. Jo Seong-woo and Park Jong-woo bolted for the exit, but above them, a red presence moved, matching their pace with terrifying ease. After witnessing Jae-hyun's instant demise, Jong-woo knew the monster was done hiding. It was time for the reveal. The entity moved with blinding speed, effortlessly overtaking Chief Joe and Jong-woo. They skid to a halt, barely avoiding a collision with the unknown, but it was too late. The path was blocked. A crimson nightmare clung to the ceiling, a star-shaped abomination with rows of serrated teeth, spanning the entire corridor. A deafening screech shattered the air, forcing Seong-woo and Jong-woo to cover their bleeding ears as the world shook around them. Jong-woo stared up at the beast, a grotesque humanoid hanging upside down, its limbs twisted in unnatural angles. Its face was a funnel of razor-sharp death. Chief Joe and Park Jong-woo stood paralyzed, their blood running cold. The creature loomed directly above, its presence suffocating, trembling. Jong-woo whispered to Seong-woo, asking for a plan. The chief hissed to stay perfectly still. Movement meant death. But the advice felt hollow with the monster dangling inches above their skulls. Chief Joe's mind raced back to the tutorial, the warnings about entities from another dimension. This was clearly one of them. Jong-woo wondered why it hesitated. Seong-woo guessed, without confidence, that perhaps it was wary of them. Suddenly, the creature's grip on the ceiling shifted. Muscles coiled. It was preparing to drop. Reaction kicked in. Chief Joe slammed his shoulder into Jong-woo, shoving him out of the impact zone. The beast crashed down like a meteor, the shockwave sending Park Jong-woo and Sung-woo flying in opposite directions. Jong-woo hit the ground hard, rolling to a stop. He had survived the first strike, but the situation was critical. Desperation clawed at him. He shouted to Chief Joe, asking if his hunter training gave him any secret weapon against monsters. Gasping for air, Seong-woo delivered the crushing truth: there were no instructions for this nightmare. Hope evaporated. Park Jong-woo stared into the abyss, unable to accept that they were just waiting to be slaughtered. Suddenly, the abomination snaps its bizarre, twisted neck, locking its gaze directly onto Jong-woo. A chill runs down his spine. He knows instantly he is the true prey. The ominous entity towers over Park Jong-woo, bathed in a crimson haze of chaotic particles and bloodlust. Sensing the shift in aggression, Chief Joe barks a desperate command. Stall him. Buy me time while I get the car. But the beast wastes no time on the chief. It ignores him completely, swinging a bizarre, massive paw straight for Jong-woo's head. Instinct kicks in. Park Jong-woo barely dodges the lethal strike at the very last second. Panic sets in. He has absolutely no idea how to buy time against an alien nightmare like this. Boom! A massive shockwave slams into him, knocking him off balance. He is sent flying like a rag doll between the cars, which are tossed aside like toys by the sheer force. His chest heaves, and terror flickers in his eyes. The only mercy is that he didn't land directly inside the creature's gaping maw. But there is no time to recover. The massive carcass leaps into the air, extending a razor-sharp claw with one singular, unspeakable desire: total destruction. Elsewhere, Chief Joe sprints through the chaos, frantically hunting for his vehicle. Behind him, the sickening screech of tearing metal echoes in every direction, sending a rush of adrenaline straight to his brain. Sun-woon is just steps away from salvation, but his mind is back with his partner. Hold on, Jong-woo, he begs mentally. Just a little longer. Smash! The monster's long, bony arm pierces the concrete, blasting out a crater where Jong-woo stood seconds ago. Confusion ripples through the beast. It cannot track where its prey has vanished. It was certain that strike had landed. While the predator's eyes scan the parking lot for movement, Park Jong Wu lies frozen beneath a crushed car, stifling even the sound of his own breath. So far, he is alive. Even in the jaws of death, Jong Woo's concentration remains razor sharp. Thoughts race through his mind about the meaning of essences. What good is power if he doesn't know how to wield it? He couldn't care less about the title of savior. If it doesn't bring a change to this hopeless situation, it is worthless. Jong Wu inches out from his hiding spot, praying the coast is clear. But above him, the monster skitters across the rooftops of the cars with lightning speed. Park Jong Woo's lungs are on the verge of collapse. He mentally screams at the earth, begging for a hint since it already burdened him with this title. As if answering his call, a weightless blue glow materializes before his face, identical to the moment the system first awakened. The notification system chimes, informing Jong Wu that his rescuer ability has activated. His rating has shattered the average. The system congratulates him on the achievement, 21 points awarded for the survival process. The rewards keep stacking, an additional 7 points for rationality, 4 for perseverance, 20 for absorbing essences, and a massive 150 points for the previous battle. In total, the evaluation administrator has awarded Park Jong Wu 78 points, a generous payout indeed. But the screens do not vanish. Instead, new windows cascade into view, overlaying his vision. For the first time, Jong Wu sees the name Evaluation Administrator. A purple window manifests with a direct message. The administrator declares that he is now officially assigned to Park Jong Wu exclusively. The voice resonates directly inside Jong Wu's skull. I am speaking only to you now. The presence hints. Meanwhile, Chief Joe continues his desperate run. Guilt eats him alive. He blames himself for leaving Park Jong Wu alone as bait. The title of predator doesn't suit me at all. He thinks bitterly. Finally, the search is over. Sun Woon finds his car, miraculously completely intact. He dives behind the wheel and unlocks the door with only one objective: to escape this hellscape as fast as possible. The parking lot still thunders with the sounds of destruction. Sun Woon turns his head, overwhelmed with worry for his partner. But he refuses to withdraw. He will not give in to the fear. He clings to the hope that Park Jong Wu is still breathing. With a trembling hand, Sun Woo twists the key, igniting the engine. But suddenly, a searing pain spikes in his mind. The image of Jae-hyun flashes before him, a friend now reduced to a mere essence. Back in the danger zone, Park Jong Wu frantically interrogates the administrator in his head. How do I kill this thing? But the conversation is cut short. The monster has found him. The beast smashes the car right behind Jong Wu. The windows explode in a shower of glass and steel. Adrenaline forces his legs to move. He screams internally. This is no time for introductions. Tell me how to fight and use these essences. With the monster breathing down his neck, the administrator replies calmly. You already possess the necessary skills and essences to defeat the servant. The truth clicks. The monster is called a servant, and essences. They aren't spells, they are applied at the subconscious level. But this cryptic advice doesn't enlighten Park Jong Wu at all. The servant is still hunting him, and he has no clue how to trigger his power. He fails to see how this knowledge helps him survive the next 5 seconds. Jong Wu begs the administrator to explain clearly, but time runs out. Bam! An unexpected blow slams into his body. He hangs suspended in the air for a terrifying second above the wreckage before gravity takes over. Helpless, Jong Wu crashes onto the cold concrete. Dazed and unable to process the situation, he trembles on the ground. He is battered, broken, and the clawed paw has already crept into his vision. The shadow falls over him. The servant's grotesque head looms menacingly above, promising a gruesome end. Park Jong Wu looks up, completely drained of strength. This is the end. Total destruction is inevitable. His body locks up in terror as the threat looms over him. His mind screams at the administrator, show me how to kill this nightmare. That star-shaped maw reveals rows of razor teeth. The beast raises a massive paw to deliver the finishing blow. Jong Wu pleads for a miracle. He refuses to cross into the afterlife, and the system answers. The essence enchants him once more, unleashing a boundless torrent of blue energy. Park Jong Woo's hands snap into a defensive guard. The essence swirls violently around him, darting in every direction like a living spirit. The energy feels like a warm breeze against his skin. This sensation is worlds apart from the reaction test or the moment of absorption. It is something new. A thick, ghostly mist wraps around Jong Woo's fist. It burns with intense heat. The servant's claw is milliseconds from tearing him apart. But Park Jong-woo's instincts have already taken over. Wielding the essence subconsciously is the purest form of survival instinct in the face of annihilation. He finally grasps the administrator's words. The true method of controlling the essence is finally unlocked. His stance draws in internal power. The essence completely encases his hand, condensing into a devastating thrust. Surrendering to the flow, he prepares to launch his counterattack. The monster's limb strikes. Park Jong-woo raises his arms, determined to weather the storm. Essence fire blazes in his palm. In an instant, the monster's jaw shrieks in agony. The essence refuses to let the beast attack. It forces the creature back. The servant stumbles, retreating before Park Jong-woo's newfound might. Its petal-like mouth gapes open, howling from the sheer force. For the first time, the invincible beast has taken real physical damage. Park Jong-woo stands in shock. The essence works, but the servant recovers instantly, launching another vicious blow. Jong-woo leaps. He crosses his arms, manifesting a solid barrier of energy right in front of him. He realizes the truth. The blue energy doesn't just strengthen his body, it acts as an impenetrable shield. By flooding his body with essence, he can nullify the alien servant's attacks. He gathers his resolve. With a wave of his hand, he repels the monster. Understanding the mechanics now, confidence surges through his veins. However, the aggressive abomination has no intention of surrendering. Enraged, it trashes the surroundings and sends Park Jong-woo flying. He finds his footing, but the size difference makes blocking nearly impossible. Desperate, Jong-woo screams at the evaluator for tactical advice. Silence. The monster's maw gapes open again. Park Jong-woo refuses to believe the system has abandoned him now. Dodging another strike, the reality sinks in. There is no escape. He must kill this thing to survive. If the essence is a shield, it can be a hammer too. But how can he land a hit on a creature with such godlike speed? Physical and mental exhaustion weighs on him. The situation feels hopeless. He silently prays to the heavens, just give me 1 second, just stop him for one heartbeat. Suddenly, an engine roars. Chief Joe's car is hurtling toward them. Jong-woo grips the wheel, slamming the gas pedal to the floor. Crash. The steel hood slams into the beast, pinning the monster's body against the concrete wall. It's pinned. The creature struggles to even open its mouth. Despite his trembling limbs and exhaustion, Jong-woo doesn't hesitate. He scrambles onto the roof of the battered car. Inside, the airbag saves Jong-woo from the impact. He screams at Park Jong-woo to run for his life immediately, but the monster is already recovering, claws digging into the wall. How can Jong-woo escape an entity that refuses to die? The car shudders under a new attack. Chief Joe kicks the door open, shouting for Jong-woo to move. Rising to his feet, Park Jong-woo realizes a critical fact. Jong-woo doesn't know how to wield the essence yet. But for Jong-woo, the impossible is now within reach. He draws a simple pen from his backpack. He will end this nightmare with his own hands. Chief Joe watches, bewildered. Joe shouts a warning, but Park Jong-woo is calculating. The administrator said his stats were sufficient to kill the enemy. He grips the pen until his knuckles turn white. He must focus every ounce of power into a single point. Azure energy swirls, enveloping his hand and infusing the pen with devastating power. Focusing the essence into the object, Jong-woo leaps from the car. Doubts linger, but he stakes everything on this one strike. A small, improvised weapon, carrying the weight of a nuclear strike, pierces through. A blinding blue light erupts from the creature's gaping maw, accompanied by a soul-piercing scream. Its petal-like jaws stretch wide, preparing for a final, desperate attack. But the strike is decisive. The attack drains every ounce of life from the beast. In the blink of an eye, the monster begins to dissolve into nothingness. The massive, menacing predator vanishes completely. Not a single trace of flesh remains, leaving only a brilliant blue radiance that threatens to blind them both. Chief Joe squints in pain, unable to withstand the overwhelming luminosity. He throws his hands up, shielding his face from the searing, holy glow. Park Jong-woo shows no mercy. The pen in his hand strikes with the force of a legendary weapon, stealing the servant's final seconds of existence. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoes through the air. It sounds like thunder tearing the night sky apart. Reality warps as the massive energy collapses into a singular point. The room floods with white light, shining as intensely as the brightest star in the cosmos. Pure essence explodes from the epicenter. Glowing particles spill out from where the monster once stood. Park Jong Wu and Chief Joe watch in awe as the loot drops from the void. Sun Woon can barely comprehend how such a titan evaporated in a heartbeat. One strike, that was all it took to erase the giant, bizarre monstrosity from existence. A glowing orb of essence drifts down and gently touches Chief Joe. Meanwhile, Park Jong Wu watches, spellbound, as a cascade of blue spheres rains from the heavens, seeking a host. Overcome by the sheer magnitude of the moment, he falls to his knees. He can barely believe the power witnessing this miracle. Jong Wu realizes the truth. He didn't just fight, he prevented their annihilation. Clutching the pen, he stares at the raw power of the essence in his hands. The potential is limitless. He cannot even begin to fathom the depths of what this power is capable of. Suddenly, a system window pops up. Without warning, the holographic text announces the beginning of the Savior of Earth selection process. Park Jong Wu is still reeling from the battle, but the system shows no mercy. A new notification flashes. What in the world does Earth Savior actually mean? One window opens a global chat for saviors. Another reveals a shocking stat: Park Jong Wu possesses a sealing ability and is currently ranked second in his region. Information overloads his senses. Windows pop up everywhere, flying in different directions, making it impossible for Jong Wu to focus on just one thing. The system administrator speaks up. These screens are a support interface created by the planet itself, and Park Jong Wu has earned the right to wield them. Chief Joe's voice cuts through the chaos. He calls out to Jong Wu, desperate to know if the young man is injured or safe. Park Jong Wu shakes his head, replying that he only has a few minor scratches. He quickly turns the concern back to Jo Seong-woo. Thanks to Jong Woo's heroics, Chief Joe is unharmed. Jo Seong-woo urges Jong Wu to catch his breath while he rushes to check on their vehicle. The number 26 hovers above the chief's head, indicating he has absorbed multiple essences, but Park Jong Wu is fixated on the news of his second place ranking. Needing answers, he asks the administrator to clarify exactly which region he is being ranked in. A heavy pause hangs in the air. Then, the administrator drops the bombshell Park Jong Wu is not second in the city. He is ranked second in the entire country of South Korea. The system clarifies further. Among all the rescuers in Korea, Jong Wu stands at the very pinnacle, second only to one other. Park Jong Wu is thunderstruck. He assumed he was a local hero, not a national powerhouse. A button at the bottom of the screen offers a link to contact other saviors. The ranking is calculated in real time. This means his status is fluid and could change at any second depending on his performance. The administrator continues with a grim warning: only the top 5 possess a unique ability. If Jong Wu drops below 5th place, he will lose his sealing power instantly. Jong Wu barely has time to process the threat. When he asks about the sealing ability, the system explains his divine duty to close the gates against the invasion. The pieces finally click into place. This sounds exactly like the web novels he used to read about dungeon breaks and hunters. It is the classic apocalypse scenario, gates opening to a dimension of evil, vomiting monsters into the human world. This confirms his destiny. The savior is essentially a hunter, and his unique S-class skill is the power to seal the gates shut. His mind races with logic. If there are gates, then that servant monster must have crawled out of one, and that implies an open gate is nearby, needing to be closed immediately. But suddenly, the administrator issues a new directive. For the first 24 hours after awakening, a savior's primary mission is simply to survive. A red alert flashes violently before his eyes. The system screams a warning, ordering him to flee the Kazan area this instant. Confusion washes over him. Why leave now if there is an open gate releasing monsters nearby? Shouldn't he be closing it? But Chief Joe gives him no time for debate. The situation has turned critical. The engine roars to life. Chief Joe yells for Jong Wu to get in. Obeying his instincts, Jong Wu leaps off the roof and dashes for the vehicle. He is torn between fighting and fleeing. However, the system's warning is absolute. Park Jong Wu decides to trust the alert. There must be a catastrophic reason to run. Slamming the car door shut, both Chief Joe and Jong Wu let out a heavy sigh of relief. They are moving. The priority shifts to escape. As they speed out of the parking lot, the interface identifies Park Jong Wu as a user, emphasizing his humanity. He questions the terminology. The administrator replies coldly, "Humans are not the only saviors." The ranks now include various races from across the universe. The dropping of essences is not random loot. It is a brutal selection process to find the strongest warriors. increasing Earth's slim chance of survival. The rules of this new world are simple and cruel. Only the most worthy will receive the power of the essences. The brutal truth behind the strange test questions finally clicks. It isn't just an exam, it is a mechanism to feed the essence of the weak to the apex predators. Driving past the city limits, Park Jong Wu gazes out at a ghost town. The streets are barren of cars and people, and even the zoo lies silent, devoid of all life. Jong Wu recalls the system chat interface in his mind, but doubt lingers. Is the connection even live? Desperate for intel from other survivors, he checks the screen. Suddenly, a notification pings a new user has entered the lobby. He realizes the harsh rule: you can only join the global chat after being assigned a location. A welcome message flashes across his vision. Jong Wu stares in disbelief, debating whether to engage. A prompt appears, demanding he choose a unique nickname to access the network. He attempts to claim grandiose titles like Earth or Universe, but the system rejects them instantly. Those names are strictly forbidden. Resigned, Park Jong Wu settles on the simplest option, Human. The program accepts the ID but issues a chilling warning: this choice is permanent. Chief Joe senses the intense focus radiating from his passenger. Jong Wu quickly masks his anxiety, lying that he was merely worrying about the monsters. The destination is set. Sun Woon confirms that Park Jong Woo's home base is in the Pongchon district, right near Noksong Station. They strategize quickly and choose the main road. The navigation system flickers to life, signaling that the network is back online. But the highway is a parking lot of abandoned steel. Chief Joe suggests cutting through the city center. Jong Woo's thoughts drift anxiously to his father. He doesn't have his father's number, but he clings to a desperate hope. He prays the old man is still breathing. Surrounded by gridlock, the cacophony of horns is deafening. Drivers honk in futile panic, hoping to move the immovable. Jong Woo's patience snaps. He steps out of the vehicle, eyes cold. He intends to have a word with the driver behind them, who is leaning on the horn like a maniac. Approaching the car, he taps on the glass. He politely asks the driver to lower the volume, citing the danger lurking in the silence. The door swings open, and a giant steps out, a burly man twice Jong Woo's size, fueled by fear and rage. The stranger decides to pick a fight. The man looms over him, shouting abuse and jabbing a thick finger in Jong Woo's face, trying to intimidate him with sheer mass. Jong Wu calculates the odds. The weight difference is massive, and this guy's ego is too inflated for a diplomatic solution. Yet, Park Jong Wu stands his ground. He insists that the noise is a death sentence, that sound attracts the monsters. The giant scoffs, taking his warning as a joke. He doesn't care about the beasts. He only sees a small man telling him what to do. The man's fists clench, turning white at the knuckles. He expects Jong Wu to cower, but the smaller man keeps arguing. Enraged, the giant swings a massive haymaker, aiming to crush him. Jong Wu reacts on instinct. He raises his hand to block, clutching a simple pen like a weapon. The essence awakens. It erupts like a shockwave, acting as an impenetrable shield. A blast of pure energy launches the aggressor backward, shattering his balance. The shockwave doesn't stop there. It slams into the car behind them, crushing the entire roof with the force of an invisible hammer. The giant stands frozen, jaw dropped in absolute terror. The weak man in front of him has just revealed the power of a monster. When Jong Wu asks him once more to stop honking, the man nods rapidly, his voice trembling in total submission. Despite the victory, Park Jong Wu is confused. Why did the essence activate? His life wasn't in immediate danger. As he slides back into the car, the system appraiser clarifies after the first awakening, the essence can now be wielded at the owner's will. Chief Joe stares, asking if that wasn't overkill. He falls silent, and Sun Woon realizes the question needs no answer. Suddenly, Sun Woon slams on the brakes. The street ahead is a ruin, overturned cars and shattered concrete scream of a recent monster rampage. The stench of beasts is close. Jo Sun Woon commands Park Jong Wu to grab a weapon, anything will do, and prepare to move. Park Jong Wu turns to his superior, thanking Chief Joe for risking his life to bring him home, but Joe cuts him off. In this new world, titles like boss are meaningless dust. He gives permission to drop the honorifics. Just call me Jo Sun Woon, he says, asking for mutual support in this hellscape. Park Jong Wu nods, accepting the brotherhood. He asks for the same informal treatment and pledges to watch his partner's back. Jong Wu suggests a tactical loadout, one weapon each. Speed is life. Heavy luggage is a death sentence. Sun Woon hesitates, worried about the unpredictable future, but Park Jong Wu smirks, claiming he has an even legendary arsenal waiting at home. Armed with a humble hammer and a rusted wrench, they creep down the alley. Suddenly, stray cats dart past them, fleeing in terror. Sun Wu notes the strange behavior. Jong Wu whispers that the area has always had strays, but something is wrong. The number of fleeing animals is unnatural. They are running from something. As Jong Wu turns to flank Jo Sun Woon, a sphere of blue death whizzes past his skull. A blast of essence energy slams into Sun Woon, knocking the hammer from his grip. Before he can recover, he crashes into a pole, hitting the ground hard. It looks like the end. But wait, the essence light absorbs into Sun Woon's hands. He blocked the fatal bullet attack at the last second. Jong Wu confirms the report with a grim expression. Fortunately, Sun Woon managed to awaken his essence just in time. He explains the harsh reality this power only responds when the user faces the immediate threat of death. That meant only one thing: a predator was nearby. Suddenly, shadows shifted, armed figures emerged from the darkness, surrounding them from every angle. A thug cursed his luck, blaming a teammate for a missed shot. He lunged forward, his back crackling with raw, blue essence. In a split second, Sun Woon and Jong Wu scattered. The weapon smashed into the ground between them, the impact forcing the duo apart by several meters. The attacker froze. He hadn't expected them to dodge. Now standing between the two partners, he looked bewildered by his own failure to land a hit. The partners didn't panic. Instead, a laugh escaped them. They openly mocked his clumsy attempt and his hollow accusations. Fury twisted the thug's face. He barked at them to shut up while demanding backup. That's when Sun Woon and Jong Wu realized the truth. These weren't just thugs, they were armed teenagers. Sun Woon gripped his heavy wrench, his knuckles turning white. He stared them down, demanding to know the reason for this senseless violence. A kid raised a metal pipe, a cruel sneer on his face. He preached their twisted logic: essence is absolute power, and how you get it doesn't matter. Sun Woon tried to reason with them. He pleaded, insisting that destroying other human beings wasn't the only way to survive. They were just children, yet their eyes were cold. The boy smirked, shattering Sun Woon's hope. He declared that the civilized world Sun Woon remembered had vanished hours ago. Another enemy launched a surprise attack, his bat glowing with lethal energy, but Sun Woon and Jong Wu were already moving. Sun Woon struck first. He knocked the bat away with a precision blow, sending the attacker stumbling onto one of his own allies. A teenager in an orange hoodie rushed Jong Wu. He swung hard, but his eyes went wide. Jong Wu had blocked the strike effortlessly. The kid sensed it immediately. The density of power coming from Jong Wu proved he had already harvested a massive amount of essence. A twisted grin formed on the boy's face. He assumed Jong Wu was just like him, a monster who enjoyed the thrill of the hunt. That accusation snapped something inside Park Jong Wu. Rage boiled over, transforming into a shockwave of essence that blasted from his hand, knocking everyone off their feet. Jong Wu struggled to suppress the killing intent rising within him. He refused to become a murderer instead. He unleashed a devastating beam of energy straight down the alley. The earth tore apart, leaving a massive trench in the concrete. Terrified by this overwhelming display of power, most of the attackers scrambled into the shadows, but the exertion drained him. Park Jong Wu collapsed to his knees, defenseless. Meanwhile, a thug pinned Sun Woon against the wall and shouted for his partner to capture the fallen Jong Wu. The teenager loomed over Park Jong Wu, raising his weapon. He was ready to deliver a fatal, irreversible strike. Jong Wu remained frozen, unable to move. The attacker swung his weapon, screaming for him to die and disappear from this world. Sun Woon's heart nearly stopped. He screamed Jong Wu's name, begging him to snap out of it, but his voice didn't reach his friend's trance-like state. Death was inches away, yet Jong Wu sat like a statue. But in that fraction of a second, survival instinct kicked in. He gathered every ounce of remaining strength. He moved like a phantom. Jong Wu slipped past the attack, outmaneuvering his opponent in the blink of an eye. The essence pen was locked in his grip. At this moment, Jong Wu's mind went blank. Humanity was gone, replaced by the cold need to survive. The thug holding Sun Woon flinched. He threw Sun Woon against the wall, his arrogance replaced by terror as he realized the true extent of Jong Wu's power. The weapon clattered to the ground as the thug turned and ran. Essence still crackled violently in Park Jong Wu's hand while Sun Woon gasped for air, his eyes dark with determination. Jong Wu told Sun Woon he would hunt down the runner. He left his partner with a grim order: deal with the mess left behind. Sun Woon looked down. The teenager Jong Wu had injured was still there. The only sounds in the alley were the boy's ragged, agonizing breaths and weak coughs. Elsewhere, the attacker sprinted for his life, but Park Jong-woo was right behind him, closing the distance with terrifying, steady steps. Sensing his pursuer was right on his heels, the thug begged for mercy, but Jong-woo's expression remained stone cold. He was deaf to the pleas. Jong-woo snatched him by the collar and slammed him into the concrete. He raised his fist to strike. Panic consumed the attacker as he realized reasoning was useless. Trembling, the thug tried a different tactic. He lashed out with threats and aggression, trying to scare the monster on top of him. Suddenly, a holographic screen flashed before Park Jong-woo's eyes. A notification warned him he had dropped to 4th place. His sealing ability was at risk of being sealed. Jong-woo swiped the notification away. He couldn't afford distractions now. "Do it, and you're just like us," the attacker screamed. Jong-woo's eyes narrowed. "No," he whispered. He delivered the final blow, sending the thug straight to the afterlife. The body vanished. All that remained were glowing orbs of essence, shimmering beneath the crimson moonlight like a grim reward. Jong-woo stared at the lights. He wasn't like them. He told himself this wasn't murder, it was purely survival. Back in the alley, Sun-woon pinned the remaining teenager with his boot. The boy cried out in helpless agony, sobbing apologies and begging for his life. Clutching his shattered arm, the kid swore it was his first offense. He promised it would be the last if Sun-woon just let him go. Sun-woon raised his heavy wrench. He tried to harden his heart, telling himself these people were monsters who threatened innocent lives. He waited for the power to surge. He expected the blue light of essence to coat the wrench, but nothing happened. The metal remained dull and cold. The teenager looked up, his eyes widening. He realized the truth immediately. Sun-woon had never taken a life before. Sun-woon froze, confused by the lack of power. Seizing the chance, the boy wept harder, claiming he hated violence and that his friend had forced him into this nightmare. A crimson system window flashes before Sun-woon's eyes. The warning is dire. His predator ability points have hit rock bottom. Panic grips his heart. If the points hit 0, the system strips him of his power. The terrifying realization that he might return to being useless overwhelms him. The system issues a cruel ultimatum. To regain his status, he must either slaughter another hunter immediately or collect double the amount of life essence. Desperation takes the wheel. Sun-woon convinces himself he has no choice. He strikes the corpse again and again, smashing down until the wrench glows with the correct hue. Suddenly, a hand clamps onto his arm. It is Jong Wu. He physically restrains Sun-woon, begging him to stop this horrific ritual before he loses his humanity. Sun-woon collapses to his knees, his strength fading. The bloody wrench remains gripped in his trembling hand as Jong Wu stares down at him, warning him not to fall into the abyss. Tears welling up, Sun-woon confesses the truth. He is helpless. He tells Jong Wu that despite everything, he was unable to absorb the essence. Jong Wu is stunned. Usually, the essence flows automatically after the first kill. He realizes the truth. Sun-woon failed because, unlike the monsters, his soul still rejects the act of destruction. With a sigh, Jong Wu offers his hand. He asks if Sun-woon can stand, then pulls him up, supporting the exhausted young man as they limp forward. Time is running out. Ahead of them, voices echo in the street. A conversation is taking place between a police patrol and a civilian woman. The woman thanks the officers profusely. The police reply with practiced duty, stating they are just doing their job. From the shadows of a parked car, Jong Wu and Sun-woon eavesdrop. Jong Wu analyzes the situation. These officers seem calm, not threatening. He whispers to Sun-woon that it might be worth the risk to ask them about the safety of this sector. They step out from the dark, offering a polite apology, but their blood-stained appearance triggers instant terror. Instead of an answer, a piercing, horrified scream rips through the air. Reactions are instantaneous. One officer whips out his service weapon, leveling the barrel at their heads and screaming for identification. The second officer doesn't hesitate. He blows his whistle sharp and loud, signaling a code red to the entire district. Jong Wu tries to explain, hands raised, but it is too late. The whistle has done its work. Sirens wail, and in seconds, a full tactical squad swarms the street, surrounding them. "Drop the weapons or we shoot," The command is absolute. Sun Woon freezes, eyes wide, asking his mentor what they should do. Jong Wu calculates the odds. Fighting is suicide. He signals to comply, reluctantly. Sun Woon lets the heavy wrench clatter onto the asphalt, but the surrender backfires. The police focus on the wrench, noting the gore and dents. The accusation flies instantly. Assassins. The mob mentality takes over. The officers shout in anger, furious that murderers like them dare to walk openly in their streets. Jong Wu curses under his breath, frustration boiling over. He wanted peace, but now he grips his own weapon's handle, watching as the squad prepares to rush them. Just as the trigger fingers tighten, a voice booms out. A man clutching his chest steps forward, ordering his men to hold fire until the situation is clear. The man carries an air of absolute authority. He introduces himself as Yang Jun-ho. He is the commander of the 2nd Self-Defense Brigade. He explains to the tense duo that crime has skyrocketed since the incident, and nerves are frayed. That is why the patrol is aggressively checking the identification of every single soul in the sector. Jong Wu hands over his citizen ID card. Commander Jun-ho studies the data intently, his sharp gaze shifting between the card and the faces of the 2 suspects. The tension is suffocating. Park Jong-woo braces himself, his muscles locking up under the commander's scrutinizing stare. Sun Woon waits silently behind him, holding his breath. Suddenly, Jun-ho's face softens. He hands the card back with a smile, apologizing for not recognizing a neighbor. But the interrogation isn't over. He casually asks if they walked from the neighboring district. His eyes narrow slightly as he asks if they noticed anything dangerous on their journey. The hint is subtle but sharp. Jun-ho is fishing to see if they encountered the infamous assassins. Jong Wu realizes the commander still harbors deep suspicions. Park Jong-woo decides to play a dangerous game. He chooses to hide the full truth, stating simply that they only saw bodies destroyed by monsters. The word monsters hits the squad like a physical blow. The officers exchange fearful glances. It becomes clear that the police are oblivious to the supernatural threat. Jong Wu seizes the moment, describing how they barely escaped the creatures at their workplace. He weaves a tale of desperate survival, emphasizing that they are lucky to be alive. Gesturing to their gear, Jong Wu explains that the red stains on the wrench aren't from murder, but from hiding among corpses to mask their scent from the beasts. Commander Jun-ho listens in silence, his eyes never leaving Jong Woo's face. Jong Wu holds his gaze, banking everything on the conviction of his voice. A heavy silence passes. Then, Yang Jun-ho smiles broadly, thanking them for the intel and telling them to stay safe. Sun Woon lets out a long, trembling exhale. They are safe. As the duo walks away, a subordinate whispers to the commander, asking if it was wise to let such suspicious characters go free. Jun-ho's expression darkens. He admits they are suspicious, but without proof. Executing them would make the police no better than the maniacs in the next district. As they put distance between themselves and the squad, Jong Wu knows the truth. The commander didn't believe them, but he chose mercy. To Jong Wu, that man is a true hero, a savior unlike himself. They arrive at an apartment complex, and Jong Wu asks Sun Woon if he is ready to meet his father. Jong Wu admits a small problem: he doesn't actually have his father's phone number to warn him. Sun Woon senses the tension, noticing the cold distance when Jong Wu speaks of his family. Jong Wu simply sighs, warning that his father is a bit unusual. Jong Wu steps into the apartment, issuing a grim warning about his colleague, but the room greets them with an eerie silence. Seong Woo assumes the man is hiding, but Jong Wu shakes his head in disagreement. Recalling Jong Woo's stories about a house full of weapons, Seong Woo expected a fortress, yet this place looks disturbingly normal. Suddenly, a noise scratches from the room. Finally, Jong Woo's father emerges from the shadows. Above his head, a terrifying title flickers in blood-red text: Predator. Relief washes over him seeing his son alive. He introduces himself to Seong Woo as Park Mingu, but that ominous title makes Seong Woo freeze in sheer tension. Seong Woo manages to introduce himself, and they grip hands. Park Mingu smiles warmly, but in a split second, his grip tightens like a vice of steel. Terrifying energy essence explodes from Mingu's palm. With eyes wide and a maniacal grin, he stares into Seong Woo's soul and whispers, "You are a predator, too." Seong Woo stands paralyzed by this sudden psychotic shift, desperate to de-escalate. Jong Woo intervenes. trying to pry his father's crushing grip loose. He manages to tear Mingu's hand away. Jong Wu clutches his throbbing hand, his mind reeling, unable to process the insanity he just witnessed. Park Mingu violently jerks his hand back from his son, muttering under his breath. He scoffs, accusing them of being sickeningly affectionate. Mingu stalks over to the table. He explains that after the morning's chaos, his first instinct was to hunt. He gestures toward the balcony, where he first gathered the spoils, inviting them to take whatever they need to survive. Jong Wu and Seong Wu stare in disbelief. A mountain of food boxes is stacked high. Jong Wu wonders how one man could amass such a fortune so quickly. Then he sees it. Crimson stains smear the cans. Jong Wu shifts his gaze to Mingu. Floating above him is the number 73. 73 human lives extinguished for this food. Mingu coldly tells him to pack everything and place it by his backpack. When asked if he has done the same, Mingu nods. He confirms that his survival gear is already waiting in the bedroom. Jong Wu asks if his father intends to travel alone into the wasteland. Mingu replies that with the world ending, the rules of the old life have crumbled to dust. He calls himself trash, burdened by the heavy guilt of Jong Wu's suffering. That is the main reason they must part ways. As Seong Wu gathers supplies, Jong Wu hands him a stun gun for protection. For himself, Park Jong Wu grips a cold steel knife. He is ready for the hell awaiting them. The backpacks are sealed, and they are ready to move. But suddenly, a heavy knock from the self-defense guards hammers against the door. Jong Wu stiffens. Panic sets in. Why would the self-defense militia come specifically to their doorstep right now? Through the door, voices announce an incident at the Blue Dragon store. They are sweeping the building, door to door, hunting for the culprit. The guards insist on entry, assuring them it is merely a routine inspection, just a quick look around. Suddenly, Park Mingu steps between the boys and the threat. Walking toward the door, his eyes hold no fear, only the cold resolve of a man ready to face judgment. As Mingu reaches for the handle and the police voices rise, time warps for Jong Wu. The noise drags him back into the shadows of a painful past. Brutal memories surface. Loan sharks drowning his father's head in a toilet bowl, screaming for immediate repayment with crushing interest. Mingu pleaded, promising to pay every cent the moment his business succeeded. His pleas were met with fists and insults. The debt collectors refused to believe his pockets were empty. Little Jong Wu sat huddled behind the door, clutching his head in terror. Meanwhile, the thugs finally realized that beating Mingu yielded nothing but blood. The boss crushed Mingu's foot under his heel. He threatened that in 1 week, Mingu would join his wife in the grave. They spat on him as they left, sneering that a beggar should never have borrowed money in the first place. They twisted the knife deeper, accusing him of driving his wife to throw herself into traffic because of his fraud. As the thugs left, Mingu collapsed. He wept uncontrollably, a broken man in a broken home. Knowing his son was listening, he turned to the door. Through tears, he swore that his mother's death was truly an accident. Powerless and desperate for approval, he insisted he wasn't to blame. Back in the present, Park Mingu opens the door. The police officers freeze instantly. The terrifying title of predator hangs above Mingu's head like a death sentence. The officer barks that the Blue Dragon store was decimated and looted. His fingers twitch nervously toward his holster. Mingu's aura makes them choke on their breath. But in a flash, he smiles warmly, inviting them inside and thanking them for their hard work. Letting their guard down, the officers enter the apartment. They promise to be quick and disperse to search the rooms. One officer throws open the balcony door. The massive stockpile of stolen food boxes sits there in plain sight. The cop screams that he found the criminals. He rips his gun from its holster, ready to fire. But before he can pull the trigger, his entire life flashes before his eyes in a single heartbeat. With a mere tap of his finger, Park Mingu extinguishes the policeman's life. Red clots of essence explode into the air around him. The partner slams his back against the wall as Mingu turns toward him. Cold sweat pours down his face, his body trembling in the face of absolute death. Mingu struck a dark bargain with the group. He promised not to lay a hand on them, but only if they swore never to return. Besides, he added with a grim smile, he wouldn't be part of this world much longer anyway. The officer didn't hesitate. He scrambled away in terror. Turning to the boys, Mingu warned Jong Wu and Seong Wu that his promise was meaningless against reality. This place was a death trap, regardless of his presence. He pressed the cold steel of a gun into his son's hand. His voice was hard, carrying the weight of a final command: leave this place now, before it's too late. Jong Wu refused to abandon him, desperate to prove his strength. I am a savior. he confessed, pleading that he had the power to fix everything. But his father just shook his head. He was a man who didn't want to be saved. To Mingu, the apocalypse wasn't a tragedy. He seemed to find a twisted comfort in the advantages of the world coming to an end. His eyes softened for a brief moment as he gazed at a crumpled photograph of a woman without looking up. He told Jong Wu that if he was so desperate to be a hero, he should go save the strangers on the street. Jong Wu tried to break through that wall of stubbornness, but his words fell on deaf ears. Seeing his father like this, it was a painful echo of his mother's final days. The heavy door clicked shut behind them. As they stepped into the hallway, Jong Wu grabbed Jong Wu's arm, asking if he was truly ready to leave his father behind to die alone. Jong Wu's resolve was iron. He knew his father's condition better than anyone. In this broken world, staying together wouldn't save them. It would only ensure they both perished. They burst out onto the street, but their escape was cut short. A stampede of terrified cats blocked their path, fleeing from an unseen terror. "Follow me." The command sliced through the air, coming from nowhere. Jong Wu spun around, eyes darting frantically to find the speaker. The voice came again, calm and authoritative. "I am right in front of you." 3 felines stood their ground like sentinels. The leader stepped forward, his eyes burning with intelligence. "Time is running out," the cat declared. "We must reach high ground. Now." Jong Wu rubbed his eyes, convinced he was losing his mind. A cat was actually talking to them. It all made sense to Jong Wu. The essence didn't discriminate. It distributed power across all species. He hadn't expected talking animals, but he decided to trust the beasts. After all, he had no better plan. The sprint was grueling. Trying to keep pace with the agile animals was draining their stamina by the second. Jong Wu collapsed, hands on his knees, gasping for air, but beside him, Park Jong Wu stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror at the sight ahead. "What is that?" Jong Wu wheezed. Jong Wu couldn't find the words. Looming before them was a dimensional gate, pulsating and growing larger by the second. The administrator's warning flashed in his mind, danger imminent. The gate was priming for activation. They had to flee, but Jong Wu tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to face the abyss. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the silence. The ground trembled as a massive clawed paw tore into the concrete pavement. A servant. Jong Wu and Jong Wu instantly recognized the monster from the other dimension. Before they could react, the army of cats surged past them, meowing orders to hold the line and defend. The beast unhinged its jaw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, but the cats didn't flinch. They rushed forward. Straight into the jaws of death they ran. Their battle cry was silent but deafening. Stop the monster at any cost. One swing of the monster's claw decimated the vanguard. Bodies flew, and pure essence leaked from the fluffy creatures, evaporating into the air. He couldn't watch the slaughter. Jong Wu threw down Jong Wu's backpack and charged, wielding his essence-charged pen like a spear. He screamed at the administrator for a solution to close the gate. The system responded cold and fast. The gate would only seal if 2 conditions were met. First, the monsters from the other dimension must be eradicated. Second, a massive surge of essence must be blasted directly into the rift to force it shut. "How much power?" Jong Wu screamed, skidding to a halt near the portal. The administrator replied that the cost varied depending on the size of the calamity. Jong Wu gazed up at the towering rift. The administrator continued, but the tone had shifted. It sounded less like a tutorial and more like a threat. "The essence you currently possess is insufficient." It was a mathematical impossibility. With his current reserves, he couldn't close a window, let alone this gate. The required energy was astronomical. Meanwhile, the servant continued its rampage. Despair clawed at his mind. How could anyone collect that much power? He wasn't just short, he was light years away from the goal. Suddenly, the feline leader turned to him amidst the chaos. "You are the strongest," the cat hissed. "You hold the most essence. You must fight, not cower." Jong Wu blinked, noticing a jagged scar across the cat's face. How could a mere animal perceive his power levels? The bravery, the aura, the unrelenting will to battle. The realization hit Jong Wu like a lightning bolt. This cat wasn't just a leader, he was a savior. When Jong Wu voiced the question, the cat didn't deny it. He simply crept closer to the pulsating gate. confirming Jong Wu's wild theory. I am a savior too, the cat seemed to say with his actions. His mission was clear: dive into the hellfire and seal the gate himself. Wait, Jong Wu reached out to stop him, but the warrior was already moving, bravely. The cat reared up on his hind legs and leaped into the center of the carnage, leaving Jong Wu as a mere spectator. The dimensional rift pulsed, widening with every passing second. Park Jong-woo realized with sinking dread that even if he fought for 100 years, he alone could not close this breach. The servant was a machine of destruction, crushing the animals one by one. Jong-woo gritted his teeth. This wasn't a battle, it was a war of attrition, and they were losing. Their numbers were dwindling fast. The line of defense was breaking. Something had to be done, or they were all dead. A shadow loomed over Jong-woo, snapping him out of his trance. The servant's bottomless maw hung directly over his head, ready to snap shut, but it missed. But, like a swarm of furious hornets, the remaining pack of cats soared through the air in perfect synchronization. They screamed their defiance, sinking their fangs deep into the creature's hide. The impact was massive. They knocked the towering servant off its feet. They became living shackles. Each cat latched onto a different limb, pinning the beast down and dragging it away from Jong-woo with every ounce of their remaining strength. "Strike now!" one of the feline warriors roars, desperation clawing at his voice as they pin the beast down with their own bodies. Park Jong-woo hesitates, screaming that the blast will send them all to the afterlife immediately, but the cats ignore his plea, throwing themselves at the monster. "We can't hold this nightmare back forever," they cry. Gritting his teeth against the guilt, Jong-woo channels the raw essence. A torrent of azure energy erupts from his hands, screaming toward the target. He bellows a command to save the survivors. Then, as if responding to the call of war, the cat leader launches himself through the air, flying straight at Jong-woo. Jong-woo catches the small warrior gently, absorbing the impact as they land together. He tries to shield the creature from the recoil. Immediately, Park Jong-woo scolds the creature for such reckless insanity. "You're making emotional decisions on the battlefield. Your size makes this suicide," he argues, but the cat's eyes burn with resolve. The creature ignores the logic. "Fight. Human do not hesitate." Even when Jong-woo objects, citing their dangerously low essence reserves, the commander does not back down. "Then take our essences," he demands. Jong-woo shakes his head, arguing that even the souls of the dead won't be enough power. The cat shrieks like a demon possessed. "Then find more, hunt everything." The leader continues to scream for power while his kin struggle to hold back the servant. He demands more and more essence, consumed by the need for victory. "You'll die for nothing," Jong-woo pleads, trying to reason with them, but the cats are deaf to his words, faithfully serving the cause and offering their lives as fuel. Suddenly, the administrator intervenes. The cold voice of the system reminds them to preserve the essence. The allies must cross over to the other world together. The callous logic infuriates Jong-woo. "I refuse to accept that," he snarls. But the cat forces the issue, invoking Jong-woo's title, Savior. Suddenly, the weight of Earth's apology crashes down on him. He finally understands the ocean of blood required to save this world. The essence in his hand reignites, no longer flickering, but roaring with a stable, confident power. Jong-woo suppresses his humanity for the sake of the mission. A colossal leak of energy provokes a strike that could shatter mountains. The servant is torn in two. The blast sends the cats flying into the air, their forms twisting in the chaos of the explosion. When the dust settles, nothing remains of them but floating orbs of essence. A long, scorched trench is the only witness to their sacrificial struggle. The deed is done. The system coldly reports Park Jong-woo has risen to 4th place in the ranking. Sun-woon asks if he is alright, urging him to move before the monsters evolve further, but Jong-woo stares at the number floating above Sun-woon's head, his muscles tensing. His grip on the weapon tightens, white-knuckled. Sun-woon notices the shift and freezes in surprise. Park Jong-woo raises his weapon, aiming directly at his ally. Sun-woon flinches, but the shot screams past him, obliterating a servant that was about to strike from the shadows. Essence spills from the dead creature while Sun-woon trembles in shock. Park Jong-woo ignores him, walking confidently toward the glowing blue orbs. He harvests the souls one by one, absorbing the creature and the remains of the destroyed cats until his counter breaches 1,000. Jong-woo collects every last drop. He notices he has risen to 3rd place, but the dread in his stomach remains. It is not enough. The gates of hell are still open. The enemy numbers exceed Park Jong-woo's capacity by dozens of times. Reluctantly, he agrees with Sun Woon. It is time to move. There is nothing left for them in this graveyard. But the title of savior haunts him like a curse. Behind him, the trench he carved leads directly to the gaping portal. Park Jong-woo sets a new, grim goal: obtain 10,000 essences at any cost. He rushes forward, but Sun Woon begs him to slow down. Fearing he might lose his ranking, Jong-woo hesitates, but eventually nods. Sun Woon pants, asking, "Where are we exactly going?" "To where the crowd is," Jong-woo answers flatly. Sun Woon naively assumes this is for safety, believing in Jong-woo's noble duty. Park Jong-woo clarifies the destination: the Gangnam district. That is where the prey, or rather, the people, are most abundant. Suddenly, Yang Junho steps out to block their path. The officer anxiously reports an explosion uptown, noting suspiciously that Jong Wu and Sun Woon are descending from that exact disaster zone. Sun Woon quickly explains they are retreating because they saw an open gate and a monster emerging from the abyss. But Jong Wu isn't listening. He sees the number above Junho's head. Images of the gate and the mountain of dead cats flash in his mind. The math leads to only one conclusion. As Sun Woon tries to assure the police of Jong Woo's hero status, Jong Wu lunges. He throws himself at the officers, unleashing a fully charged stream of power. Park Jong-woo thinks of only one number. He must close the gate. The more victims, the faster the counter rises. 10,000 is nothing but a statistic now. The essence blast engulfs everyone. Sun Woon watches in paralyzed horror as the police officers are absorbed by the blinding light, one by one. Seconds later, the smoke clears. The familiar signature of his attack remains a long trench, and the scattered remains of what used to be people. Glowing balls of essence litter the perimeter of the battlefield like morbid jewels. The shockwave knocks Sun Woon off balance. Stunned, he stares at the actions of the man who dares to call himself a savior. With his last dying breath, Yang Junho turns to his partner, managing to gasp out a few final words. The attack was devastating, but not instantly fatal. A bloodied Yang Junho looks up to see Jong Wu crouching next to him, staring down with insolent, predatory eyes. The accusation hangs in the air. He calls him an assassin, unable to grasp how a killer can save a single soul. But Park Jong-woo remains unmoved by moral outrage. He presses the weapon's handle against his own throat, declaring that a true savior must do the unthinkable, even if the world refuses to believe it. Panic explodes. Yang Junho lunges, snatching the gun and leveling it directly at Jong Woo's face. Bang! A gunshot tears through the silence. Smoke pours from the barrel, but the bullet defies physics. It ricochets harmlessly off Jong Woo's skin. A shimmering layer of essence envelops his throat, an invisible shield against death. Park Jong Woo's conviction hardens. He has no choice but to destroy the obstacle before him. Essence only grows by sacrificing lives. In a burst of fury, Sun Woon grabs Jong Woo by the collar, slamming him hard against the concrete wall. He screams that Jong Woo is insane, his mind unable to process the dark logic behind these atrocities. Yet, Jong Woo's expression is terrifyingly calm. Sun Woon's aggression is unexpected, but it changes nothing about the brutal math of salvation. Jong Woo speaks the cold truth. Destruction is the savior's duty. It is the only way to harvest enough essence. Sun Woon calls it madness, but Jong Woo cuts him off. The gate demands 10,000 essence to close. It doesn't care how we get it. The revelation hits Sun Woon like a physical blow, forcing a cry of despair from his lips. He pleads desperately, arguing that they don't need to slaughter the innocent. They can ally with other saviors and seal the gate together. Jong Woo's voice rises to a roar. Wrong. Your naive fantasy won't work. The essence must be concentrated in a single vessel to have any power. He reminds Sun Woon of the cruel reality Earth begged for forgiveness, not to save humanity, but to save itself. People are just fuel. Only a savior with the will to seal the gate can end this nightmare, or someone bound by absolute duty, and Park Jong-woo has decided he will be that monster. He tells Sun Woon to accept this hell as the new normal. But Sun Woon stands paralyzed, his mind shattering under the weight of those words. The sheer cold-bloodedness of Park Jong-woo sends a shiver down his spine. Jong-woo assesses the situation clinically. If Sun Woon cannot accept reality, he is dead weight. The thought of harvesting his companion's essence flickers in his mind. Killing intent rises, but suddenly, a vibration in his pocket snaps him back to the present. An emergency notification blares from the phone. Quanak, District Administration alert. Due to anomalies, citizens are directed to the support center. Help is promised. Amidst the chaos of evacuation orders, Jong Wu's eyes lock onto a crucial detail. The government is desperate. They are recruiting rescuers. Sun Woon is baffled. The world is ending, and Jong Wu is focused on a job listing. But Jong Wu is reading between the lines, scanning the chat logs of other awakened rescuers. The consensus is grim. Most believe the government has already abandoned them. Jong Wu calculates rapidly. The battle for essence among saviors is about to escalate into a war. Sleeping alone means death. Conclusion reached. He needs a shield. Someone he can trust or use to cover his back. Strategy shift. Jong Wu decides to keep Sun Woon alive. He opens his mouth to speak, but a chilling, familiar noise freezes them both. The servants have returned. Move now, Jong Wu barks, dragging Sun Woon toward the most crowded area possible. Sun Woon pales. Are we going there? To destroy them? When Jong Wu confirms it with talk of essence again, Sun Woon balks. He refuses to take another step into darkness. Instantly, the gun is back in Jong Wu's hand, aimed squarely at Sun Woon. Then you leave me no choice. I'll take your essence right here. The ultimatum is absolute. Become an accomplice, or become a corpse. But time runs out. The monsters shriek, rushing toward them with razor-sharp claws extended, hungry for flesh. Survival instinct overrides morality. Sun Woon surrenders to the fear. Fine, where do we go? Over the screams of the encroaching beasts, Park Jong-woo shouts the command to Shutdown Station. They sprint for their lives, the creatures snapping at their heels, but when they arrive at Shutdown Station, they don't find safety, they find a slaughterhouse. Mountains of corpses in ruin. The signs are unmistakable. Another predator has been here. Jong Wu crouches, swiping a finger through a pool of crimson liquid. It's still warm. The thief who harvested all this essence is nearby. As they navigate the aftermath of the massacre, Jong Wu realizes a confrontation is inevitable. The enemy is close. He forces himself to analyze the situation like a game. The stats are bad. His physical training is garbage. And restoring essence takes precious seconds. Using high-level skills damages his own body. A cold realization settles in even with full essence. His defense is paper thin. If he runs into a physically dominant opponent now, his vast reserves of essence won't save him. The chance of victory is zero. Furthermore, if the extraction process is reckless, it becomes a fatal liability. Squandering essence without control is a death sentence in a prolonged war. Park Jong-woo etches this tactical truth into his mind. Suddenly, a convenience store catches his eye. With his phone battery critical, he commands Seong-won to scavenge inside for a portable charger and writing supplies. But the moment they step across the threshold, a scene of absolute horror paralyzes them both. Corpses litter the floor amid signs of a brutal struggle. Seong-won trembles, convinced this is the work of a servant monster. Jong-woo shakes his head coldly. If a monster had breached this place, the entrance would have been pulverized. The conclusion is chilling. The killer was human. Sharp weapons were used, yet the surroundings are eerily untouched by collateral damage. Park Jong-woo connects the dots. This precision mirrors the massacre at Shutdown Station. A single executioner is responsible, someone who has already mastered the art of essence control. Analysis complete. Jong-woo decides to sweep the supplies and shift his priority to harvesting essence. While Jong-woo hunts for a battery, Seong-won drifts toward the cashier counter, where a lifeless body remains slumped over. A wave of sorrow hits him, but suddenly, a sharp noise shatters the silence. Shadows move in the darkness. A hostile group emerges from the gloom. They scream at the intruders, demanding their identity and ordering them off their turf. Seong-won instantly raises his hands in surrender. He begs them to lower their guard, swearing they only came for a battery, not a fight. But the survivors who spot Seong-won's predator rank panic ignites. One man shouts for courage, pointing toward their mysterious leader for protection. Jong-woo's analytical gaze sweeps the crowd. Their essence levels are pitifully low. This confirms a dangerous truth. The monster who harvested Shutdown Station isn't here. That powerhouse is likely the boss they rely on. Unexpectedly, Jong Wu steps forward to defend his companion. He claims that despite the Predator title, Seong-won saved him from a monster at work. Tension remains high. One survivor hisses, asking how they can trust this isn't a trap. Park Jong-woo wears a disarming smile. He admits the story sounds insane, but points out they fled a massacre without a single weapon to their names. The smile works like a charm. The survivors lower their guard and offer awkward apologies. Trembling, they ask the inevitable question, is the monster nearby? Jong-woo lies smoothly, directing their fear toward the Haeun area near Nakayon Station. Faces pale in terror. The threat is far too close for comfort. Panic sets in. One fears the beasts are already upon them, while another mocks his cowardice. An argument erupts over whether to retreat or fulfill their duty. They cannot return with empty hands. Besides, this intelligence about the monsters is worth more than gold. Doubt lingers. One man warns that if they are caught, the mastermind of this plan will bear the full weight of the blame. Decision made. The group departs in a hurry. Jong Wu orders a stealth pursuit. Song-won stares at him, fury boiling in his veins. He realizes the cold truth. Jong Woo's defense was a lie, a calculated move to manipulate the situation. His true objective, to feed that group to the servant monster. Jong Wu confirms it without remorse, calling it the most efficient strategy. Ahead, the survivor group scans their rear, paranoid of being followed. Satisfied they are alone, they press forward into the shadows. Suddenly, a voice booms from the building entrance. A man demands the truth about the monster sighting. His intensity terrifies the group, who hush him before rushing inside. Nearby, Jong Wu and Song-won lurk in the silence, listening to every word. Crouched behind parked cars, they assess the situation. The numbers are too high. Jong Wu hands over his backpack, ordering Song-won to stay hidden. He will infiltrate alone. Seong-won nervously jokes about taking the supplies and abandoning him. Jong Wu shoots that down instantly. He needs Seong-won as a witness to this new, brutal world order. Park Jong-woo's eyes narrow. Do you really have the strength to survive on your own? Seong-won freezes, the weight of the question crushing him. Meanwhile, inside the hideout, the survivors debate the chaos in the Haeun area. Disbelief fills the room. Not everyone buys the story of a monster roaming the streets. Others argue back, citing the strange beads dropped by the dead. The existence of monsters is becoming a terrifying reality. An elder's voice cuts through the noise like a blade. He demands absolute silence and focus on the gravity of their situation. He is not impressed. They brought back no concrete proof of the beasts. And worse, they returned without a single scrap of food supplies. The young man pleaded desperately. He insisted the survivors found at the store were harmless, standing unarmed amidst the piles of corpses. But his plea fell on deaf ears. Food was not a priority for them, and trust was a luxury they could not afford without proof. The older man laid down the law. He would confiscate the monthly rations and report this breach directly to the leader. Fury boiled within the young man. How could they obsess over rations when death by monster jaws could strike at any second? A voice rose from the crowd, scoffing that no one had actually witnessed these so-called monsters with their own eyes. Even if the beasts existed, they claimed there was no danger. Their mysterious leader stood behind them, a shield while they scavenged. The older man barked orders, commanding everyone to fall in line and stop fretting over trivial rumors. But the guy in the cap snapped. He screamed that viral footage of the abominations was all over the internet. The threat was real. Seeds of doubt began to sprout, but suddenly, the heated argument was sliced apart as Jong Wu stepped into the room. Every gaze locked onto him instantly. Jong Wu immediately threw his hands up, signaling total submission to the tense crowd. He apologized profusely, begging for temporary shelter. A wave of suspicious murmurs rippled through the survivors. They had no clue who stood before them. They failed to recognize him as the very figure shadowing their fate. The young man roared at Jong Wu, demanding to know how he tracked them. The older man realized this was the snitch who spoke of the creatures. Terrified of the leader's wrath, the young man gripped a baseball bat, his knuckles turning white. He pointed the weapon straight at Jong Wu. Was he working with the predator? How did he sniff out their hideout? Jong Wu put on a mask of terror. He lied, claiming the predator stole everything, forcing him to flee to this populated zone for survival. The older man scanned Jong Wu closely. No backpack, no weapons, just pure fear radiating from him. He appeared harmless, yet his knowledge of the monsters could prove to be a valuable asset. The man ordered the bat lowered. He invited Park Jong Wu into the fold, promising safety within these walls. Jong Wu asked if safety was truly guaranteed. The older man smirked. boasting of their leader's overwhelming strength and protection. He guided Jong Wu to the warehouse, unveiling their hoard. Protection here came at a price, and the currency was food. Jong Wu's eyes widened. The sheer volume of supplies amassed in such a short time was staggering, but doubts crept in. If this savior only cared for rations, he was no hero. Jong Wu asked the dark question, who killed the people? The man answered coldly, the leader eliminated rivals. In this new world, food outweighed the value of human life. It confirmed Jong Wu's theory. The leader was a hunter, hoarding not just food but the vital essences of the fallen. The man defended the slaughter as necessary for the greater good. He promised an introduction to the leader, but demanded monster intel first. Jong Wu understood immediately. Information was the only currency that mattered to them right now. He spun his tale, a peaceful home, a sudden monster attack, and a narrow escape that left his family behind in the darkness. Suddenly, his vision shifted. Numbers floated above everyone's heads, glowing with the potential of their souls. The count was 300. It was a decent amount, but still not enough to seal the calamitous gate. These people were innocent pawns. The leader likely held the bulk of the power. Jong Wu clenched his fist, debating whether to harvest them all now, but his focus snapped. The essences reacted on their own, vibrating with a life of their own. Panic set in. The mere thought of taking their power had triggered the absorption process automatically. He turned away, grit his teeth, and fought to suppress the surging energy. The older man noticed his trembling. The man stepped closer, asking if he was in pain, completely unaware of the predator awakening before him. Jong Wu struggled to hold back. He could not strike recklessly until he gauged the leader's true power level. But fate was cruel. The man reached out to check his temperature, thinking it was shock. That simple touch froze time. To Jong Wu, the innocent gesture twisted into a vision of harm, of destruction. Memories flashed like lightning. Every moment he stood on the brink of death. The servant looming over him, the road rage driver who nearly crushed him, the police mob rushing him before they knew the truth, the bizarre claws of the monster pulverizing the asphalt into dust right before his trembling eyes. The trauma seared his mind. Jong Wu lost control. The essence flared in his hands, burning brighter than the sun. The older man's eyes bulged, witnessing the impossible. Streams of blinding light erupted from his hand, enveloping everyone. Park Jong Wu stood firm, a conduit of devastation. In an instant, the people dissolved into blue shadows. The power was so overwhelming it flooded out of the room, unstoppable. Sun, who had been waiting in the shadows all this time, felt a chill run down his spine as he realized innocent lives were once again being extinguished. Suddenly, the heavy thud of footsteps echoed nearby, snapping his attention to the corridor. He pressed his back flat against the cold wall, terrified to breathe, making himself invisible as an unknown figure stalked past. Sun's eyes widened. The stranger was drenched in blood. The man walked with terrifying confidence past the crossing toward the shelter, leaving a trail of crimson footprints in his wake. Inside the main hall, the floor was a glowing sea of essence balls following the attack. Jong Wu struggled to suppress the overflowing power within him, but he resolved to harvest every last drop of essence until the enemy leader returned. Panic erupted among the survivors, and they scrambled toward the stairs to escape the slaughter. Jong Wu deduced there must be a second exit on the upper floor, but he remained focused. His priority right now was the essence. He barely had time to reach for the nearest sphere when a shockwave knocked him off balance. Instinctively, he raised an essence shield to block the invisible strike, wondering if the blow itself was made of pure energy. The commotion drew everyone's eyes to the source of the overwhelming pressure. Standing opposite Jong Wu was their leader, finally revealing himself. His gaze held a mix of lethal battle readiness and cold calculation as he sized up his opponent. The terrified whispers of the crowd identified him as Mr. Sang-hoon. They begged him to annihilate Jong Wu, just as he had decimated the others. Park Jong Wu finally looked upon the enemy leader with his own eyes. In Sang-hoon's hand, a knife formed from pure essence shimmered, proving he could manifest weapons without a physical core. It triggered a memory of Jong Wu's father, who used thread-like essence techniques. It seemed every awakened user wielded their power in unique ways. Sang-hoon's eyes darted toward the supply cache where the food was stored. The scene was a disaster. Shelves were overturned, bottles empty, and the food supplies destroyed. A vein popped in the leader's forehead. Exploding with rage, He gripped his essence sword and charged. He screamed at Jong Wu, calling him a scumbag for daring to raid his pantry. The essence blade expanded instantly, growing massive enough to nearly slice Park Jong Wu in half. Jong Wu was intrigued. To project that much power, this man must be strong. He scanned the enemy's stats, 311 essence points hovering above his head. The analysis was cut short by a vicious strike. Jong Wu's shield held firm, dispersing the violent energy flows that cut through the air like razors. The barrage didn't stop, but Jong Wu was unimpressed. He expected a higher count from a leader. It seemed Sang-hoon was simply skilled at maximizing what little power he had. Park Jong Wu analyzed the battlefield. To fight with only 300 points, the enemy had to be concentrating his entire reserve into that single sword. Sang-hoon swung for the kill, but Jong Wu vanished. The heavy blade slammed into the concrete and snapped in half. Confusion flashed across the leader's face, but for Park Jong Wu, the path to victory was clear. With the weapon destroyed, the enemy's defense was wide open. Jong Wu gathered his energy and unleashed a direct blast. A powerful stream of essence slammed into Sang-hoon, hurling him backward like a ragdoll. He screamed in agony, trying desperately to resist the overwhelming pressure, but the blue light swallowed him whole. Silence fell. The leader was gone, reduced to nothing but chaotic spheres of essence drifting around Park Jong Wu's outstretched hand. On the balcony above, the spectators froze in terror, cold sweat drenching their backs. Their invincible leader was erased in seconds, and they fled upstairs for their lives. Calculating the total loot from Sang-hoon and the remaining survivors, Jong Wu estimated a windfall of nearly 200,000 essence points. He pursued them to the second floor, making a mental note to improve his defenses after that dangerous surprise attack. Trapped by a wall of tempered glass, the desperate survivors frantically tried to find a way out. Some shouted to grab the cash register to smash it, while others struggled to lift a heavy table to break the barrier. But Jong Wu stepped from the shadows, cutting off their hope. "I have no hatred for you," he said coldly, "but this is my mission." Desperation set in. The people began to bargain for their lives, shouting out their resumes. "I am a student at a top university," one cried. "I am a chef. I am an engineer." They begged to be seen as assets rather than targets, promising to be useful if he spared them. Looking at them pleading on their knees, Jong Wu saw how badly they wanted to live, displaying themselves like products on a store shelf. The trembling group went silent, waiting for his final verdict. Jong Wu considered their offer for a moment. "Is there a doctor among you?" he asked. The silence stretched on. Realizing they had no healer, Park Jong Wu made his choice. He unleashed his essence. In a flash, the entire group was harvested, transformed instantly into another cluster of essence for Jong Wu to collect. But as he absorbed the final sphere, a holographic window flashed before his eyes. System alert, tracker ability unlocked. The system explained the reward: he had reached third place in the rankings for sealing the vessel with the largest amount of essence. Jong Wu scoffed at the irony, noting how the destruction of over 100 lives had just leveled him up. Defeated opponents became mere trophies for his achievement, rewarding him with double fighting spirit and extra points. Jong Wu stands within a glowing yellow circle, observing the interface. The system administrator explains that this tracking feature is a gift designed for the strongest rescuers. 2 distinct modes are available to him now. The first is gate tracking, and the second is essence tracking. However, power comes with limits. Both modes cannot be active simultaneously. Gate tracking reveals up to 30 nearby gates, while essence search scans a 10-kilometer radius for the highest concentration of power. Jong Wu narrows his eyes as the ring on the ground shifts. It points ominously toward a specific location. The arrow locks onto Gangnam Station. Whoever swept up all that essence has not arrived there yet. Before moving out, a thought strikes him. The first and third ranked players also receive titles, meaning this feature is the ultimate tool for hunting the strongest rivals. The administrator clarifies a crucial detail. The arrow only indicates the direction of the greatest mass of essence. It does not pinpoint a specific building or a single object. Park Jong Wu grasps the mechanics instantly. If the arrow changes course before he arrives, it means it is tracking a player who holds more essence than anyone else. With this ability, the days of wandering blindly are over. Jong Wu exits the room, his resolve set on Gangnam Station. Sung Woo calls out in a panic, mentioning a man drenched in blood nearby, but Jong Wu cuts him off, stating calmly that the threat has already been neutralized. Upon arriving at Gangnam Station, The scene is apocalyptic. The roads have descended into absolute chaos. Jong Wu calculates that cutting through the Supreme Court is the fastest route, but Sung Woo, sensing his intent, urgently advises against it. A disaster has occurred at the Seoul Zoo, the animals have escaped, and a pride of lions has claimed the court as their territory. Jong Wu ignores the warning completely. Sung Woo stares in disbelief, asking if he truly intends to challenge a pack of lions head-on. Jong Wu replies cold logic. Lions are strong, but yield no essence. Even if they did, hunting beasts is far more troublesome than hunting people. He admits that the lions could be formidable opponents. However, he has crushed powerful rivals before. To him, this is nothing new. As Jong Wu and Sung Woo approach the Supreme Court, the situation shifts. A mob of people armed with clubs and bats blocks their path. Fear is absent from their eyes. Jong Wu realizes these people share his goal. They are not here for sightseeing. A quick scan reveals that most of them hold at least 100 essence. This fuels Jong Wu's confidence, as they are likely scum who stole from others. But then, a presence flares up, a man possessing over 1,000 essence. This individual is in a league of his own. He will be dangerous and unpredictable. Jong Wu signals Sung Woo to stay back. The air is thick with killing intent, and the situation is far more complex than it appears. Sung Woo detects the thrill in Jong Woo's voice as he focuses on the high-ranking target. Suddenly, the mob turns their gaze towards Sung Woo. His title, Predator, hangs over his head like a beacon. The crowd erupts, shouting, "Predator!" The shout reaches the strong man's ears, yet he is more shocked by the sheer volume of essence radiating from Jong Woo than by Sung Woo's title. Jong Woo waits for an attack, but the man does something unexpected. He opens a private chat window within the system. Confused by this passive move, Jong Wu focuses his attention on the holographic message. It is a plea for mercy. The powerful stranger begs for his life, claiming he has not yet found his daughter. Jong Wu deduces the girl must be trapped inside the court, right where the lion pack is nesting. The man's nickname sounds feminine, but his stats tell a different story. He is a savior class, ranked 4th overall. Trusting him is a gamble. Jong Wu checks the leaderboards and spots a participant who jumped from 16th to 12th place in just 2 hours. He respects the speed, but he refuses to fall behind. Right now, his priority is the unknown powerhouse standing before him. He speaks aloud, acknowledging the man's plight, but he points out that the armed mob surrounding them is a massive inconvenience. Jong Wu issues a cold ultimatum. Help me slaughter these people, then I will decide whether you live or die. A fool from the crowd hears this and calls Jong Wu crazy. The thug steps forward with hostility, intending to teach Jong Wu a lesson, but a hand lands heavily on his shoulder. Before the thug can take another breath, the man with the massive essence wipes him from existence with a single swipe. That was merely the opening act. One by one, the rancor harvests their lives, absorbing their essence without a shred of hesitation. Once the slaughter is complete, Jong Wu and Sung Woo stand amidst the silence. The man speaks, admitting he knows mercy was never an option, but he cannot die here. Desperation cracks his voice as he screams. He refuses to meet his end until his daughter is safe. Jong Wu frowns, his expression unreadable. He claims he might have spared him if he hadn't stolen essence, but the man sees through the lie. I know your true nature because I'm a savior too. The grieving father knows his fate was sealed the moment they met, yet he refuses to surrender. Utilizing the essence stored in his weapon, he charges at Jong Wu for one final, desperate clash. Park Jong Wu unleashed his full power, channeling every drop of energy into a relentless assault until a blinding blue light swallowed his enemy whole. He lowered his hand, expecting to see a corpse, but shock hit him instantly. The man was still standing, having blocked the death blow by condensing his energy into an impenetrable essence shield. Frustration bubbled up, but Jong Wu's mind remained sharp. He realized the fatal difference lay in the density of their power, not just the raw amount. Jong Wu had poured out 2,000 essences in a widespread blast, but his opponent had compressed his energy into a single form, amplifying its durability and strength. However, the enemy made a critical miscalculation. He failed to account for the stress fractures. The shield cracked, and finally, it shattered into nothingness, leaving him exposed. Realizing his defense was gone, the man panicked and scrambled desperately toward the loose essence scattered on the ground. Jong Wu struck, ending him instantly, Sifting through the remains, he noticed something strange. Only 3 essences dropped, but they glowed with a blinding, superior intensity. The moment he absorbed them, the system chimed. His count hadn't increased by 3, but by a staggering 600 points. A grin spread across his face. It was confirmed. Higher density didn't just mean strength, it meant exponentially higher value. He pulled up the global chat. The rankings were in chaos. People were in a frenzy as those below 4th place suddenly surged up the ladder. Then, a chilling realization struck him. If 2 top-tier saviors killed each other, the system remained silent. No death notifications would be sent. Filling the void, the user previously in 51st place rose up. He typed a message to the group, casually noting how the environment had shifted. That tone triggered a memory. It reminded Jong Wu of the scarred cat he had encountered, a specific beast-like arrogance. It gave him a sinking feeling. The person sitting in 50th place wasn't just a survivor, he was a predator, an animal in human skin. Even sitting at rank 2 with over 5,000 essence, Jong Wu wasn't arrogant. He knew a war with the beast was coming. He needed to train, and he would start with lions. They arrived at the Supreme Court. The building loomed over them, a silent monument screaming that the age of law and order was dead. Corpses littered the steps, and the stench of death was thick. Inside, the carnage was even more horrific. Jong Wu scanned the area, suggesting they follow the trail of bodies to find the lion's pride. The court was too massive to wander blindly. Jong Wu shook his head with a cold look in his eyes. Why hunt when you can lure? If they gathered fresh prey together, the lions would come to them. Jong Wu stood frozen, unable to process the ruthless logic. Suddenly, Jong Wu began to shout. He mimicked a police rescue officer, his voice booming through the hall, calling out for any survivors. It worked. Desperate souls, hearing the promise of rescue, crawled out from the shadows. Jong Wu's heart sank. They were just students. Jong Wu's eyes locked onto a girl with a badge reading Chuyong-gi. The intel was solid, but knowing the truth didn't change the grim reality of what had to happen. Just as Jong Wu raised his weapon to use them as bait, Jong Wu grabbed his wrist, begging him desperately to spare the children. "Aren't you afraid?" he cried out. "Don't you fear punishment from the heavens?" "The heavens ordered this," Jong Wu replied coldly, but their debate was cut short as the crowd began to scream. Fingers pointed upward. The lions were there, poised to strike. Jong Wu didn't flinch. With his essence reserves full, this chaos was exactly what he wanted. The beast had taken the bait. Eyes glowing with hunger, the lions fanned out. They moved with calculated precision, slowly encircling the terrified group from both flanks. Jong Wu analyzed the threat. There were only 6 of them, and all were lionesses. He checked their stats, barely 40 essence each. It didn't add up. These hunters should have been feasting since dawn. Why were they so weak? Suddenly, a lioness launched herself from the upper floor, claws extended and fangs bared. She descended like a missile. The students scattered in blind panic. Screams tore through the hall as they trampled over each other, urging everyone to run or hide in a desperate bid for life. Amidst the bedlam, only one man stood still, Park Jong Wu, unflinching, unafraid. Blue light flared, wrapping his body in an impenetrable armor. His eyes were ice cold as the predators tightened the noose around him. His voice cut through the growls. "Bring me the male," he commanded, knowing these beasts possessed intelligence. The pack froze. The lead female stepped forward while the others retreated, acknowledging the challenge. She lunged, a blur of fur and muscle, aiming to tear his throat out, but Jong Wu stood like a statue, without a trace of fear. Boom! A concentrated blast of essence slammed into her. She didn't just fly back, she detonated, scattering into pieces of gore. He didn't pause. With a flick of his hand, he fired essence projectiles at the remaining guards, executing them instantly. The last lioness arched her back, trembling. Surrounded by the shredded remains of her pack, she realized this human was the true monster. Jong Wu pointed his weapon at her trembling form. "I know you understand me," he hissed. "Call the leader. Now!" A ground-shaking roar answered him. From the shadows of the staircase, a massive male lion descended with regal, terrifying grace. Hovering ominously above the beast's head is the title of Predator. Jong Wu checks his reserves, noting he holds over 1,000 essences, but he knows simply using them as a shield is amateur work compared to this monster. He decides to study his enemy first, analyzing how the lion channels its power. But before he can blink, a massive paw shatters the asphalt beneath him. In a fraction of a second, the lion vanishes completely from sight. Moving with godlike speed, the beast darts from point to point, throwing Jong Wu completely off balance. In mere seconds, death looms behind Park Jong Wu. The lion's maw gapes wide, razor-sharp fangs ready to crush his skull into fragments. But Jong Wu reacts on pure instinct. He thrusts his hand, wrapped in a dense essence shield, straight into the lion's mouth, blocking the fatal bite even as the beast struggles. The realization hits him hard. Without that protective barrier, he would be dead meat. This situation is critical, especially considering the predator possesses strength that defies logic. The truth finally clicks. The lion isn't using a shield at all. It is flooding its body with essence to achieve that impossible speed and power. However, the pressure mounts as the lion's fangs slowly begin to fracture Jong Wu's defense. Yet, despite the titanic effort required to hold the line, fear is absent from his eyes. In fact, he sees an opportunity. Jong Wu devises a risky strategy: maintain the defense with the bare minimum essence, and pour everything else into a counterstrike. Suddenly, the lion recoils, roaring in agony. Its paw has been severed clean off, leaving the beast to stumble into a pool of its own crimson blood. Jong Wu exhales, realizing that even with the shield, that gamble was incredibly dangerous. A new ambition burns within him. He wonders if he can replicate that technique and infuse his body to match the strength of a predator. Suddenly, the beast stirs, the lion gathers its remaining essence, and Jong Wu tenses, worrying it might regenerate the severed limb. But no miracle comes to save it. The lion collapses to the cold ground, breathing its final breath. Park Jong Wu confirms his suspicion essence can grant power, but it cannot regenerate lost flesh or reverse death. From the shadows, a trembling lioness emerges. She throws herself over the body of the destroyed leader, begging for mercy. Jong Wu stares coldly at the beast, fearing he might one day look just as pathetic. He decides he needs a doctor, not pity, and charges his essence once more. Before the energy engulfs the grieving lioness, Jong Wu whispers that thanks to their sacrifice, he finally understands what he must do. He unleashes the power. A massive sound wave tears through the air, causing the Supreme Court building to shake violently before collapsing into a deep crater. Stray essences tumble into the darkness of the subway. Jong Wu ignores them. They are dim and weak, not worth the effort of the descent. The path forward is clear. Park Jong Wu must master body reinforcement and learn to materialize objects in the heat of battle. But the timeline is uncertain. He has no idea when he will have the luxury to master these arts. For now, the only thing that matters is surviving the chaos of this hellscape. A system notification chimes. The administrator reveals that to learn these attack methods, he must unlock the tutorial for the price of 10,000 essences. Park Jong Wu boils with rage at this sudden extortion. All this slaughter, just to access a user manual. He wonders if even larger gates exist, monstrosities bigger than anything he has seen before. Taking lives has become disturbingly easy, appearing to him now as mere child's play. He questions the cost of survival. How many more must die? Must the body count reach 1,000,000? Walking past dozens of corpses, a dark thought crosses his mind. Is he an assassin by nature, or just a man desperate to live? As he steps out of the ruined Supreme Court, a hand suddenly clamps onto his arm. A young man looks up with shining eyes, calling him master and begging to be taken as a student. Jong Wu is baffled, but Sun Wang steps in, explaining that the boy witnessed the fight and now dreams of becoming just like the protagonist. Knowing the darkness in Jong Wu's heart, Sun Wang pleads silently with his eyes, asking him to let the kid down gently without violence. But the boy is relentless. He claims their meeting is destiny and refuses to back down, insisting he will follow Park Jong Wu. His eyes burn with a sincere fire and a desperate desire to join the strong. He pleads for help, wanting nothing more than to become a hero like the man standing before him. Jong Wu brushes the hand away with a sharp slap. The boy's grip fails, and the protagonist looks down, utterly unimpressed by this display of loyalty. He ignores the kid and turns to Sun Wang, asking about the survivors. Sun Wang claims they are safe, but Jong Wu's expression remains grim. He is not satisfied. Suddenly, he presses a weapon against the young man's throat. It's a harsh mercy, giving him a chance to flee since his friend survived. He orders the boy to return to his parents immediately, hoping the fear will drive him away. But the young man interrupts him. If I go back, I'm dead anyway. The boy refuses to run. He has seen the destruction claiming hundreds of innocents, and he refuses to be a victim any longer. He squeezes Jong Wu's hand. The boy declares that the tests do not scare him, for he has total faith that Jong Wu will turn him into a true hero. But Jong Wu shatters that illusion cold. He tells the boy he has misunderstood everything. There are no heroes here. The weak must die. They have no other choice. In a heartbeat, the pen charged with lethal essence strikes. It pierces the boy's throat. He is destroyed in a matter of seconds. A powerful shockwave of essence explodes from the impact zone. Park Jong-woo stands amidst the energy. He coldly states that he gave the boy a chance. Jong-woo's shadow stretches deep into the darkness. It twists, taking the grotesque form of the servant's head, a grim omen of the monster he has become. Leaving the Supreme Court, the tension settles. Jong-woo turns to Seong-woo. He asks if he would mind accepting another companion. Seong-woo speculates it might be his father. Jong-woo denies it immediately. He intends to find a doctor. The lions taught him a harsh lesson: essence is not omnipotent. Seong-woo suddenly asks a strange question. Could those lions speak just like cats? To his ears, it was only savage roaring. Watching Jong-woo hold a conversation with beasts was bizarre. Jong-woo looks surprised by this revelation. A realization hits him. Despite his power, most of the lionesses could not understand him. Finally, he wonders why. The system administrator intervenes with an answer. It is due to the difference in essence subordination. The stronger the dominance, the more species can be understood. The essence itself acted as a universal translator. Jong-woo scoffs at the administrator. He accuses it of mischief. Vital intel like this should have been disclosed from the start. Suddenly, the rescuers' chat erupts. An unknown user begs for salvation. They claim a family is trapped at the Gangnam station. The message is frantic. They are surrounded by people possessing 1,000 essence. Chief Park responds to the plea. He informs the stranger that all essence around Gangnam station has already been harvested. The desperate stranger asks what to do next. Chief Park tells him not to worry. He has already spread honey in the chat. He is certain the cockroaches will come swarming to the bait. He adds a sinister hope. Given the situation, it would be excellent if strong prey gathered at Gangnam station. The man calls Chief Park a genius, worthy of the title of savior. Park dismisses the praise. After all, he is currently only ranked 39th. Chief Park clarifies his role. His task is to design the plan. The execution of that plan is the job of a specialist. Upon arriving at Gangnam station, the horror is unveiled. Sun-woon and Jong-woo stare as bodies are thrown into a pile like a bloody mountain. Sun-woon hesitates. He doubts whether such brutal destruction was truly necessary. But Jong-woo knows better. He is convinced the assassin understood exactly why this slaughter had to happen. Recalling the message from Earth, Sun-woon looks at the carnage. He asks Jong-woo if he truly hopes to find a doctor here, where death seems to be the only resident. Jong-woo is resolute. A doctor must be found at all costs. Suddenly, a sign on the ground catches his attention. Jong-woo follows the pointer with confidence. He orders Sun-woon to hold his position. Their target is close. A man in a suit guards the subway entrance. He reports that the shift in zone A11 is complete. But then he spots Jong-woo. He blocks the path. He tells Jong-woo he cannot pass. Assuming he is an outsider, he orders him to wait. Jong-woo notices a badge on the man's chest. The letters DS are stamped clearly upon it. It confirms his suspicions. They have conquered this entire sector. They wear ID badges and control who walks these grounds. The guard speaks into his earpiece again. He alerts Mr. Park. An intruder has entered zone A11. His tone turns ambiguous. He asks for permission to check the newcomer. Jong-woo does not understand what a check entails. Suddenly, the boss emerges from the subway, flanked by another figure. Chief Park looks satisfied with the report. He tells the suit-wearing man he has done a good job. Jong-woo realizes who stands before him. This is his so-called savior, the one who claimed there were no traps, only to prove himself a liar. Jong-woo speaks up. He calls the man Mr. Armed, guessing this is his handle from the chat. He stares him down. He lets him know that he perfectly understands the game being played here. Chief Park's eyes go wide with shock. His pupils nearly vanish into the whites of his eyes. He realizes he is facing a monster. Park Jong-woo's essence count is nearly 7,000, a number absolutely no one can match. Chief Park quickly tells his men to be polite. Jong-woo scoffs. These people have too little essence to be the ones setting such ambitious traps. However, The tracker tells a different story. It points directly to the largest concentration of essence within a 10-kilometer radius. A presence makes itself known. An image begins to materialize from the shadows. A man wielding a staff steps forward, holding 3,000 essence. Jong Wu realizes this is the hunter who harvested the entire area. Jong Wu points his weapon at them. He asks a cold question. Is this how they usually eliminate their rivals? Chief Park froze, his body going rigid as he muttered nervous gibberish under his breath. The thug with the baton gripped his weapon, eyes locked on the target. He sneered, asking if this trash was the guy, but Park panicked and stopped him. The mercenary was confused. Why stop? This was exactly what he was paid to handle. But Chief Park screamed at him to shut his mouth unless he wanted to void his contract right here and now. Jong Wu watched the drama with cold amusement. It made no sense. How could a warrior with 3,000 essence bow down to a weakling with only 300? Park forced a smile, backing away. He claimed it was all a big misunderstanding. He swore his only goal was to call upon a true savior like Jong Wu. But Jong Wu saw right through the snake's venom. He knew better. They didn't risk their lives just to have a friendly chat with high-ranking players. Besides, finding anyone with over 3,000 essence was practically unheard of. Their plan was obvious. They arrogantly believed that with this baton-wielding thug, they could crush any rival that stood in their way. Though, Jong Wu had to admit, their logic wasn't entirely wrong. Even the man at the Supreme Court held fourth place with only 1,000 essence. Chief Park shook his head violently, desperate to change the narrative. He begged Jong Wu to just listen to the offer DS Company had prepared. He preached that if they kept slaughtering each other in cold blood, humanity would face extinction before the monsters even finished them off. If Jong Wu wanted to avoid that nightmare, he needed to look ahead. Park insisted that preserving the infrastructure of civilization was the only way to survive. And that was why DS was simply searching for a legitimate savior to lead them. Jong Wu cut to the chase. Was this their way of asking to be his sponsors? Chief Park nodded eagerly, confirming the deal. He promised the world food, shelter, high-grade equipment, everything Jong Wu could ever want would be provided. He even promised a life of luxury once the chaos ended. But Jong Wu wasn't interested. He tossed an essence stone at Park's feet. If money solves everything, go close a gate with a checkbook. Jong Wu turned his cold gaze to the man holding the cane. He asked why a powerhouse with 3,000 essence would serve these weaklings like an obedient dog. Surely, he knew how this new world worked. The insult hit a nerve. Rage exploded in the mercenary's eyes. In a split second, he launched a devastating strike, his essence tearing through the air. A blinding light swallowed Jong Wu's figure. The attacker smirked, certain of his victory, but as the dust settled, Jong Wu stood there completely untouched. The mercenary froze in horror. He realized he had burned every drop of his essence in that one failed strike. Terror took over as he scrambled backward, but there was no escape. Jong Wu's essence surged forward, obliterating him in a single heartbeat. As he stared at the glowing orbs left behind, a system message rang out. The administrator announced that his essence count was now closing in on 10,000. The moment he touched the loot, a pixelated image of Earth materialized before his eyes. A notification flashed. The first survivor to complete the tutorial had finally emerged. Hearing this world-shattering news, Jong Wu instantly opened the Savior's interface. He saw his name sitting at rank 1 in the region. But something didn't add up. Before collecting this latest batch, he was at 7,000. That meant the previous number 1 was holding somewhere between 8 or 9,000 essences. Behind him, Sun Woon rushed over, panic on his face, asking if Jong Wu was hurt. Jong Wu ignored the concern. He needed to check something more important. Sun Woon said he was fine, but he was more focused on the sky. He asked if Jong Wu had seen the massive notification about the tutorial completion. Jong Wu was stunned by the question. He didn't realize Sun Woon could see those messages too. His mind flashed back to the tragedy from a few hours ago. It turned out the system wasn't private. That notification had been blasted to every living soul. The entire country had been alerted. Sun Woon asked if Jong Wu was the pioneer the system mentioned. Jong Wu confirmed it with a grim nod. He checked the global chat. It was absolute chaos. Most rescuers didn't even know they were in a tutorial phase until this very moment. It seemed the system sent the alert for one reason: to panic the herd and force everyone to speed up their progress. Now the truth was out. It wasn't just rescuers anymore. Everyone understood the new law to survive. It didn't matter who stood in your way. Morality was dead. The only thing that mattered was destroying others and harvesting their essence. The chat was silent on the clear conditions for winning. Jong Wu narrowed his eyes. He knew this was just the calm before the storm. Greater chaos was coming. Even with the #1 ranking and immense power, Jong Wu refused to let his guard down. One slip-up meant death. Sun Woon pointed at his phone, eyes wide. The entire internet was exploding with talk about the tutorial ending. Jong Wu let out a dry laugh. The world was literally ending, yet the media machine was still churning out content. But Sun Woon shook his head. This wasn't the news. It was a live stream. Jong Wu grabbed the phone and saw it was a private broadcast. A man on screen claimed to have a high-profile lawyer decoding the tutorial secrets. But there was a catch: he wouldn't speak until they hit 25,000 viewers. Jong Wu couldn't believe it, even in the face of the apocalypse. Across the ruined world, the stream continued. 20,000 desperate souls remained glued to their screens, watching the chaos unfold. He tossed the phone to Sun Wu, his voice dripping with cynicism. Look at them. They either have nothing left to lose, or this is their only escape from a nightmare reality. Sun Wu caught the device, his expression grim. I don't think it's just boredom. It's terror. Fear freezes people. They watch because they don't know how to move. A heavy silence fell between them. Sun Wu looked up, wondering if anyone else out there had the resolve to act to fight back like Park Jong-woo. Suddenly, the system interfered. The evaluation administrator's voice cut through the air, asking if Jong-woo was finished and ready to hear the rewards for clearing the tutorial. Jong-woo blinked, caught off guard. This was new. The administrator had always been cold and robotic, never caring if he was busy, but now there was a tone of respect. You are a pioneer, the voice explained. Sensing his confusion, when a world faces extinction, first and best mean the exact same thing. A sharp realization hit Jong Wu. This entity wasn't just a machine. It favored strength above all else. Unlike the people of Earth who groveled before the so-called saviors, this administrator thought like a predator. It felt strangely alive. The explanation continued. Restrictions lifted. You now have full access to essence manipulation. Immediately, power flooded into him. It wasn't foreign or painful. It felt like a missing piece of his soul clicking into place. His body was finally complete. The interface flashed with new possibilities. He could conjure matter from nothing. He could reinforce his own flesh and bone. A smirk tugged at his lips. He could now create like the top 4. And his physical reinforcement rivaled the infamous line of the Supreme Court. Every ability was at his fingertips. He compared his stats to the lion's. The similarity was uncanny, but the potential was his own. He clenched his fist, feeling the raw energy hum beneath his skin. He was no longer just a survivor. He was evolving into something beyond human. Sun Wu took a step, and the sound echoed like a thunderclap in Jong Woo's ears. It wasn't just strength. His 5 senses had sharpened to a terrifying degree. But his analytical mind didn't stop. He calculated the cost. Even if he poured 5,000 essence points into reinforcement, the returns would eventually diminish. The system had a ceiling. Monsters like the lion started with a superior biological baseline. In a contest of pure physics, the beast would always have the edge. The administrator interrupted his thoughts. Based on your rank 1 status and the title of savior, a special reward is granted. An item materialized in his inventory. Name the Ark. The reference struck him instantly, like the biblical vessel of old, designed to save a chosen few from the apocalyptic flood. The Ark is a privilege, the administrator intoned. Once a gate is sealed, the savior may utilize this function. The rules were simple but cruel. Upon closing a gate, he could select exactly 10 individuals, 10 passengers for the Ark. These chosen few would become invisible to the monsters pouring through the rift. A localized sanctuary. But there was a warning. However, if the owner of the Ark falls, the protection shatters instantly. Jong Wu narrowed his eyes. If the safety of the passengers depended entirely on him, then the savior himself was the true Ark. A memory surfaced, a hypothetical question from the past. If the world reset, who would he take with him? He pushed the sentiment aside, digging for the deeper meaning. Earth's goal wasn't just survival. Chief Park had said it before: to restore the world, you need infrastructure. DS Corporation had been hunting for a savior to preserve the blueprint of civilization. The truth clicked into place. The planet didn't just want to exist as a rock floating in space. It wanted to survive as a cradle for life. It refused to die barren. The 10 passengers weren't just refugees, they were the seeds, the minimum viable infrastructure required to reboot humanity. Irony at its finest. Jong Wu scoffed. To prolong life, we have to let others perish. He looked up. Can I choose to take no one? The administrator paused for a few seconds, a hesitation that spoke volumes. That is your right, just as you have the right to discard passengers already chosen. Jong Wu shook his head, dismissing the idea of total isolation, but the dilemma remained. What criteria defines worth? Who deserves to live when millions must die? The weight of the decision pressed down on him. This wasn't just about saving friends. His choice would ripple out and shape the future of the entire country. He needed time to think. He suggested a break to Sun Wu, but then the guidance arrow spun, pointing directly across the river. The destination was marked. We're going to the DS Company office, Jong Wu announced. Sun Wu stiffened, panic flashing in his eyes. Are you insane? Sun Wu stammered, trying to talk him out of it. An empty building would be safer. Why walk into the enemy's den? Jong Wu remained calm, his gaze piercing the distance. I've already scanned the area. There are no threats. The only people left there are the ones DS restricted, prisoners in their own headquarters. A cold smile formed on his face. If the DS users are suppressed, then ironically, their fortress is the safest place for us to rest. Sun Wu refuses to back down, his voice laced with panic as he warns against the plan. To him, provoking DS is suicide. A corporate giant like that surely has reinforcements on speed dial. But Jong Wu shuts him down with cold logic. The roads are a graveyard of wreckage. No help is coming. Even if a miracle happened, backup wouldn't arrive until tomorrow morning. The strategy Jong Wu proposes leaves his partner stunned. It is a level of ruthlessness and calculation Sun Wu has never witnessed before. Watching the main character, Sun Wu realizes the terrifying truth. This new, darker personality isn't a flaw. It is the very weapon keeping Jong Wu alive in this hell. Sun Wu catches himself rationalizing the violence. Just hours ago, he was furious at Jong Wu's brutal methods, but survival has a way of changing a man's morality in the blink of an eye. Jong Wu cuts through his internal monologue, barking at him to move faster. They have a long night ahead, and shifts for night watch need to be established. The logic is simple and selfish. The sooner they clear the building, the more precious sleep they can steal before dawn. Approaching the office, shadows dance in the windows. Jong Wu frowns, baffled. The world has ended, yet these sheep remain loyal to their corporate overlords. He wonders what kind of paradise DS promised them. What luxury could possibly be worth staying in this prison instead of running for freedom? But Sun Wu offers a grim theory. Perhaps DS didn't need to promise anything. They just needed to take control the moment the chaos began. The corporation likely hoarded the greatest minds of the Republic of Korea, analyzing the apocalypse and selling a solution to the terrified masses. Sun Wu is certain of it. When death is knocking at your door, you don't read the fine print of the hand that offers to save you. He mutters a dark truth of history. In times of war, it is always the businesses that feast and grow fat. Jong Wu shakes his head, correcting him. This isn't just a war. Humanity is standing on the precipice of total extinction. Even with DS's immense resources, there is no guarantee they command the best rescuers. In this new world, money means nothing compared to power. Jong Wu checks the time, his priorities shifting. It is getting late, and he intends to be in bed before 10 o'clock in the evening. He pulls a pen from his pocket, not to write, but as a tool. He decides to test his new abilities, stealthily closing the distance to the security checkpoint. But the guards are alert. They spot him instantly, barking orders to freeze and barring any further entry. One guard sneers, demanding to know their business. Jong Wu simply smirks, noting that their so-called agitator clearly hasn't arrived yet. As he begins to channel his essence, the air grows heavy. Sensing the sudden killing intent, the guards instinctively raise their weapons, preparing to fire. Too slow. A devastating strike from Jong Wu obliterates one guard in a heartbeat, reducing a living man to nothing. The survivor is paralyzed by sheer terror. Jong Wu stares down the trembling guard. He suggests trying the radio to contact Gangnam Station, though he doubts anyone is brave enough to answer a dead man's call. The guard glances at his partner now, just a mutilated corpse riddled with essence bullets, and screams into his headset, pleading for emergency backup. The response is instant. Reinforcements flood out from the lobby, a wall of gun barrels all trained on Jong Wu's chest. Jong Wu scans the opposition calmly. He analyzes their power levels, unimpressed. Their essence stats don't even break into the double digits. He wonders where they find the confidence to stand against him, until his eyes land on their firearms. To block a bullet physically, he would need 1,000 essence points. That is a problem, but it only matters if they can actually get close enough to pull the trigger. One guard steps forward, trembling, calling Jong Wu a savior and begging for a parley, yet he keeps his rifle aimed squarely at the protagonist's heart. But those words fall on deaf ears. The title of savior has lost all meaning to Park Jong Wu. He isn't here to save them. Unleashing his power, he directs a torrent of raw essence at everyone standing in his way. His evolved skills amplify the impact exponentially. Bodies are sent flying like ragdolls, weapons clattering uselessly to the floor as the formation is shattered. Silence returns. The floor is decorated with glowing essence balls, shimmering in the crimson pools of blood, a grim receipt of the transaction just made. Jong Wu moves with purpose, absorbing the essence from each fallen foe into his foot. He turns to Sun Wu, gesturing to the cleared path. The office is theirs. Stepping inside, Jong Wu's predator eyes scan the environment. The massive office is strangely deserted. The shadows they saw from the street are gone. Only 2 women remain. One, with a sharp bob cut, is making subtle, suspicious movements with her hand. Jong Wu knows exactly what she is doing. She is pressing the silent alarm. He calculates the layout instantly. Even if reinforcements come, in a building this size, they will funnel through the elevator. It's the perfect choke point for a massacre. Ignoring the threat, he approaches the women. He demands to know the head count, focusing his gaze on the girl with long hair. She is frozen, her voice caught in her throat, terror seizing her entire being. But her friend steps in, shielding her. She declares that while there are many people left, they are civilians with no power and no intent to fight. Park Jong Wu raises an eyebrow. He's surprised by her lack of fear. In a world of cowards, she stands tall and defiant. For a fleeting second, he admits he finds her attractive, but attraction is not a currency in the apocalypse, and it certainly isn't a ticket onto his arc. Suddenly, a mechanical whir breaks the tension. The elevator gears are turning. Jong Wu's focus shifts instantly. The noise confirms his theory. The second wave of reinforcements is rushing to their deaths. He melts into the shadows against the wall, charging his energy. The moment those doors open, he will unleash hell. Jong Wu decimates the first wave, but the survivors regroup. Locking onto his position, they scream commands and raise their rifles to fire. A shockwave of pure essence explodes from Jong Wu. The blast scatters the guards like ragdolls, sending their weapons clattering helplessly across the floor. Yet, the swarm of enemies seems endless. For a heartbeat, he considers releasing his full power to wipe the map clean, but fearing a loss of control, he rejects the idea and resumes the slaughter manually. To ensure no escape and no reinforcements, he crushes the elevator shaft. The stairs aren't even an option in his mind. This ends here. Meanwhile, at the reception desk, Sun Wu watches the terrifying blue essence flood the hallway. Nearby, one girl trembles violently, clinging to her friend for dear life. Tears stream down her face in a river of despair. She keeps stammering, unable to process the nightmare unfolding before her. She is paralyzed by terror, asking why this is happening. Sun Wu turns to them, his voice grim. He declares that Jong Wu is the savior the company has been desperately seeking. He is the first savior, the only being capable of sealing the calamity, the gate that spews monsters into their world. The girl with the bob cut stares in confusion. The concept of a gate is foreign to her innocent mind. Sun Wu explains the harsh truth. The gate is like a tunnel between worlds, a direct passage for the abyss to invade reality. If that tunnel is not collapsed, the world faces total annihilation. Humanity will be erased from history. The bob-haired girl fights through her fear to ask the chilling question. To close this gate, must they really slaughter everyone, even the innocent women? Suddenly, Jong Wu steps over the fallen guards and interrupts. His voice is cold as steel. He asks if there is any logical reason why he shouldn't. He stares them down. To him, anyone without value is an obstacle. He destroys them without prejudice, and gender offers no immunity. Jong Wu aims his glowing essence directly at the girls. He states that since he is now the enemy of DS, he can erase them without a shred of remorse. The bob-haired girl, who had been brave just moments ago, crumbles. She falls to her knees, abandoning her pride to beg Jong Wu for mercy, promising absolute obedience. This display of weakness ignites a spark of anger in Park Jong Wu. He leans in aggressively, demanding to know if her words are true. Is she really prepared to do anything to survive? She raises her palms in a desperate prayer. She confirms her vow, pleading with everything she has to be spared from death. Jong Wu is baffled. The girl who stood tall to protect her friend has now spat on her own honor to beg like a dog. He ponders the nature of destruction. Is the fear of death truly so overwhelming that one would discard their very soul to avoid it? His grip tightens on his weapon. He asks her plainly if she believes living in shame is better than dying with dignity. The girl bows her head, her body shaking like a leaf in a storm. She whispers that perhaps no person on earth would choose destruction over life. Jong Wu delivers the cruel reality. The world they knew is gone. Survival is not guaranteed, and life itself has lost its inherent value. But then, she makes her move. The girl springs up and throws her body against his, clinging to him desperately. Jong Wu throws his arms back in shock, staring down at her. He shouts, demanding to know what madness this is. She cries out that the will to survive is natural. She claims that as the region's top savior, he should understand this burden and take responsibility for his power. For a split second, Jong Wu stares at her. Then, reality snaps back. He shoves her away with overwhelming force. He unleashes a concentrated burst of essence. A blinding blue light engulfs the girls, erasing their hope and sealing their tragic fate in an instant. As the light fades, Jong Wu catches himself. For a fleeting moment, he had almost hesitated. He almost hugged her back. It is the first time in this chaotic rampage that a seed of doubt has taken root in his mind. He rationalizes it quickly. If he hadn't let them speak, she never would have tried to use her femininity to seduce him. It was a tactical error. For the first time, Jong Wu blames himself for the situation. Not for the killing, but for the lapse in judgment that preceded it. Regaining his icy composure, he calls out to Sun Woon. He orders him to find the emergency signal. Hunting down every straggler individually is a waste of time. It is better to let the sheep come to the slaughter. The sound will draw them in. Sun Woon is confused at first, but as the plan clicks, he nods. He heads off to trigger the alarm, agreeing to the strategy. He smashes the button. A piercing siren screams through the entire building, echoing like a death knell. Sun Woon returns to Jong Wu, who stands amidst a graveyard of lifeless bodies. Together, they step into the elevator. Jong Wu notes that the cleanup is mostly done. He checks his status. His essence has hit 12,000. He finally has enough power to seal the small gate. Sun Woon asks if the search for the gate begins tomorrow. Jong Wu replies that they will assess the situation in the morning light. However, there is a catch. To properly investigate the Ark, he suspects they must close at least one gate first. Sun Woon blinks in confusion. This is the first time he's hearing about an Ark. Jong Wu dismisses the topic for now. He promises to explain after a break. Right now, washing the blood off is his priority. They enter the boss's office. Jong Wu scans the room for documents on DS strategy or structure, while Sun Woon simply looks for a restroom. Surrounded by luxury and secrets, they begin to sift through the classified files, looking for the truth. Jong Wu scanned the documents, his eyes narrowing in frustration. Useless. Not a single scrap of intel worth reading. He needed the location of the stronghold, not this trash. But suddenly, a shout broke his concentration. Sun Wu pressed a concealed handle on the wall, and with a heavy groan, a secret door slid open. As the lights flickered on, a fully furnished safe house revealed itself, a hidden sanctuary in this hell. Jong Wu turned to his companion, his voice calm but authoritative. You take the shower first. Sun Wu shook his head violently. No way, you're the one who's exhausted. But Jong Wu collapsed into a chair, his body heavy as lead. He smirked weakly. Trust me. If I go in there first, the water will be too filthy for anyone else to use. Seeing no other option, Sun Wu finally nodded and headed for the bath. Silence descended on the room. Shadows lengthened across the floor as the day finally died out, plunging them into darkness. While Jong Wu drifted into a deep slumber, Sun Wu sat awake, the ghostly glow of his phone illuminating his anxious face. He scrolled through the tracker ratings. The competition for the Ark was fierce, and the other rescuers were closing in fast. The weight of the information crushed down on him like a physical blow. Strategies, rankings, survival. His head throbbed as if it were about to detonate from the pressure. He glanced at Jong Wu, sleeping like a baby amidst the chaos. Then he remembered Jong Wu's words from earlier. When I am unconscious, I cannot use my essences. It was a calculated risk, a necessary vulnerability. But for Sun Wu, sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford. Anxiety gnawed at his gut, a cold knot of fear that kept his eyes wide open in the dark. Dark thoughts crept into his mind. Maybe this rest was part of the Savior's grand design. Perhaps they were left alive just to face this moment of absolute, defenseless vulnerability. He looked at his leader with pure awe. Jong Wu was a monster in human skin. In less than 24 hours, he had harvested enough essence to close a gate, an impossible feat that defied all logic. Shame burned in Sun Wu's chest. What had he done? Nothing. Driven by a pathetic desire to survive, he had merely trailed behind Jong Wu, a useless burden clinging to a tiger's back. The intrusive thoughts grew louder. Jong Wu is only keeping you around, his mind whispered. He is only focused on the gate. You are nothing but a pity case. He was spiraling into self-loathing. But then buzz. His phone vibrated, snapping him back to reality. An urgent notification flashed on the screen. The color drained from his face. This wasn't just news, it was a catastrophe. The government had just announced the ultimate solution to the gates. A mandatory live broadcast was scheduled for 700 hours, streaming on every channel and internet platform. By the time the morning light hit the room, Jong Wu was already awake and briefed on the situation. He stared at his screen, his expression unreadable. "It is starting," he muttered. The countdown hit 0. The broadcast began. Sun Wu voiced his theory, his voice trembling. "You are still rank 1. If the government is claiming they can close the gates. The second and third rankers must have sold out. They have joined forces with the authorities." Jong Wu nodded slowly. "It is possible. If those rankers hold more than 10,000 essences, the government would welcome them with open arms." Sun Wu grabbed his arm. "Then we are in grave danger. If the government controls high-tier rescuers, they can close the gate themselves. And once they do, they will hunt down criminals like us without mercy." Jong Wu remained ice cold. "That is exactly what they want us to fear. The government is playing a psychological game." "Think about it," Jong Wu continued. "If they really hired the top saviors, their priority would be securing the gate immediately, not putting on a show. Once a savior wears a badge, they stop being a player. They become a tool, a propaganda puppet to pacify the masses while the government consolidates power. They will announce they have absolute power. They will tell the sheep to sleep safely, but it is a lie. It is all about control." Jong Wu's eyes darkened. "Here's the problem. No one knows the gate's true limit. In this real-life game, 10,000 essences likely won't be enough. The price is much higher. To get the missing essences, you have to destroy everything. Chaos, slaughter. The government cannot sanction that kind of massacre publicly. So, what happens when a government savior fails to deliver? They become a liability. Their removal is only a matter of time. A savior who cannot close the gate isn't a hero. They are just a former assassin with blood on their hands, disposable." Jong Wu paused, a sharp realization hitting him. Maybe they were not hired to close the gate at all. Maybe the wording was, "block." "Let us see what lies they are spinning." He turned on the TV. There was reporter Kang Yan-tae standing live. "Citizens, the gates that opened yesterday at 800 hours have been neutralized. The South Korean government has successfully secured the situation." His voice boomed with false confidence. The reporter stood just 103 meters from the abyss. "Look how safe it is. You could build a house right here," he claimed, oblivious to the irony. "This black hole is merely a doorway," he explained. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. The moment the words left his lips, the gate roared. Monsters poured out like a flood. Jong Wu analyzed the screen instantly. "No rescuers on site. I knew it. They cannot close it. They are using the military to forcibly block the exit." The beast continued to rain down, a swarm of nightmares. "Now," Jong Wu whispered, "let us see how the government handles a real apocalypse." On screen, A commander screamed over the roar. "Take aim, open fire, kill them all." Gunfire erupted. Bullets tore into the beasts, eliciting high-pitched screams of agony. The ground shook as a tank rolled into the fray, its cannon thunderous. It was a lead storm. Shells ejected. Magazines swapped in milliseconds. A symphony of modern warfare against ancient horror. Sun Wu watched with wide eyes. It is working. Human weapons can kill them. But Jong Wu frowned. Something was not right. It was too easy. He recalled the servant in the parking lot, pinned by a car, crushed, and upon death. 23 essences had dropped. On TV, reporter Kang Yan-tae trembled, his bravado gone. In just over 10 seconds, the threat was annihilated, he stammered, standing over the piles of alien corpses. Jong Wu leaned closer to the screen, his eyes narrowed to slits. 0. Not a single essence orb floated above the bodies. He queried the system. The administrator's cold voice rang out. Clarification: monsters spawned directly from the gate possessed no essence. The realization hit him like a truck. Essences were not loot from invaders. They were harvested from the creatures of Earth. The game was rigged. Jong Wu is struck by a sudden realization. These creatures are not just mindless beasts, but vital assets to the enemy. His countrymen warned him never to surrender the essences, for these servants are cosmic weapons of mass destruction. Their true objective is terrifyingly simple: to strip the Earth of its very life force. The soldier on screen claims the spawn rate is capped at 1 every 40 minutes. He insists that with every gate under strict surveillance, humanity's security is guaranteed. But Jong Wu knows better. It is only a matter of time before the defense crumbles, as the servants are merely the opening move. The officer displays the map of the secured zones, boasting that the army has an iron grip on every gate in the nation. He claims each location is fortified by military headquarters, with a perfect track record of 0 failures. They possess enough gunpowder and steel to wage war not just for 42 days, but for 10 long years. However, Jong Wu sees through the propaganda. They are desperate to keep the populace calm. Firearms might suppress the monsters, but they cannot stop the collapse of human society. As lawlessness spreads like a plague, aggregators will rise, hoarding power that the government can no longer control. This is exactly why the Earth awakened the saviors. Humanity's conventional strength was never going to be enough. Suddenly, Sun Wu shouts, snapping Jong Wu out of his dark thoughts. He points frantically at the television screen. The energy around the gate is fluctuating violently. Sun Wu asks if there is any analysis, but the military simply continues their hollow reassurances while Jong Wu watches with eagle eyes. Just as Jong Wu senses the situation spiraling, a piercing noise blasts through the room, confusing them both. He realizes instantly that this high-frequency sound is not coming from the TV, but from the air itself. A hologram of a pixelated Earth materializes before them, announcing to all inhabitants that the second day has begun. Jong Wu and Sun Wu recognize the ominous interface. The message floats in their vision, impossible to ignore. They brace themselves for the news as the planetary system prepares to relay a protocol it has received. Jong Wu freezes. If Earth was informed, it implies the universe itself has initiated the planet's destruction. The new protocol contains 3 devastating updates. The protective seals on the gates have weakened by 6%, leaving only 41 days until total annihilation. Jong Wu's blood runs cold. Lower restrictions mean that nightmares far worse than the servants can now enter their world. Because humanity allowed 6% of the Earth's essence to be stolen by the weaker monsters, the timeline has accelerated. Total defeat is no longer 41 days away. At this rate, everything will end in just 17 days. Jong Wu realizes this is a game they are losing. Once the essence is gone, there is no turning back. The strategic reality is clear. They must protect the remaining essence at absolutely any cost. On the screen, chaos erupts as a swarm of creatures pours from the gate, forcing the soldiers to fire and retreat. But amidst the horde, a massive shadow looms, dwarfing the other beasts. The tide of battle turns in an instant as a behemoth lands with a terrifying impact. The unknown predator stands before the trembling soldiers, paralyzing them with sheer dread. In a blur of motion, it strikes, its razor-sharp claws tearing through armor and flesh alike. It crushes the soldiers like insects, and Jong Wu realizes this is no servant. A true monster has arrived. The screen turns crimson as the creature massacres the squad, scattering their remains while the signal begins to fail. The broadcast cuts to black, leaving only silence. Sun Wu is trembling. unable to process the horror, while Jong Wu explains that the weakened seal has unleashed a higher tier of enemy. His friend shakes his head, refusing to believe such power exists. Jong Wu delivers the harsh truth: to survive these invaders, humans must evolve and become monsters themselves. There is only one other hope to secure a seat on the Ark of a powerful savior. Sun Woon argues that finding the passengers of the Ark is nearly impossible. Jong Wu agrees, but adds a cruel detail: the seats are limited, and only the chosen few will survive. Suddenly, a system notification chimes. The administrator announces that head preference is initiating. Jong Wu has ranked in the top 18 of his region, earning him the right to choose his own rewards. This is a divine gift from the universe itself, granting elite powers that not even the earth can deny. Jong Wu narrows his eyes, sensing a trap. Why would the system grant privileges when Earth's destruction is far more profitable? But the clock is ticking. The so-called supreme saviors of the other regions are already locking in their choices. A barrier forms around Jong Wu. The system has engaged protective measures to ensure his selection remains undisturbed. He has exactly 10 minutes. If he fails to decide, the system will force a random outcome, a death sentence in disguise. The administrator reveals the twisted rules. A single global effect will be chosen based on the majority vote of the top rankers. Option 1, delay the planet's destruction by a single day. Option 2, increase gate generation speed by 30%. Option 3, increase the total number of gates by 10%. Option 4, lower the gate difficulty restrictions to level 1. And finally, the fifth option, random destruction of one savior who participated in the vote, a game of Russian roulette. Jong Wu scoffs. These aren't privileges, they are curses. Each option carries a catastrophic risk. He struggles to comprehend the madness of choosing their own demise. The timer drops. 7 minutes remain. Blind to the other votes, he has to gamble. His mind races, calculating the odds of the fifth option. There are 195 countries, 195 targets. His chance of death is merely 0.5%. The first 4 options are suicide for the planet. He realizes the top-ranked saviors with massive populations must be terrified right now. Jong Wu queries the administrator coldly, if I choose option 5 and a savior dies, what happens to their accumulated essence? Does the universe reclaim it? The system remains silent. That silence is answer enough. Logic dictates ruthlessness. He selects the fifth option, and the tablet begins to glow. The global vote ends. Now, the system announces the second phase: personal privileges for those who dare to choose. First skill, exact answer. It reveals every closable gate on the map. Second skill, advent. This allows him to teleport with a specific object to any coordinate within his region. Third skill, the all-seeing eye. A tracking ability. He can locate a specific creature meeting his criteria exactly twice. Fourth skill, incognito. A stealth mastery. The invaders will not be able to detect Jong Wu first. And the fifth, sacred territory. A domain expansion that forbids the use of foreign essence within a specific radius. Jong Wu weighs the benefits, but the incognito option makes him hesitate. Why would the strongest saviors need to hide? Just how powerful are these invaders? Does the system expect them to be so overwhelmed that stealth is the only survival option? Time is running out. He thinks of the monstrous enemies, the difficulty of closing gates, and the suffocating pressure of his physical limits. Immersed in deep calculation, Jong Wu discards his hesitation. He settles on the only logical path and taps the screen. Teleportation is useful, but not a priority for his current level of strength. Nor does he need to ban foreign essence in a territory he can't yet control. The exact answer skill is only viable if he has the raw power to clear the gates. It reveals power he currently lacks. He chooses the all-seeing eye. With this, he can hunt down the 2 individuals holding the most essence. Furthermore, it is the key to finding a doctor to heal his injuries. He confirms the selection, but instantly, he recoils. A deafening ringing noise explodes in his ears. His senses return with violent intensity. The hum of the lights, the dust settling everything he ignored, suddenly screams for attention. He collapses onto the bed, disoriented. Xiang Yun rushes over in a panic, trying to explain the situation. Jong Wu raises a hand to stop him. I know, he gasps. I understand everything. He realizes the truth. While browsing the menu, the system had dampened his senses. Now that the connection is severed, reality is flooding back. Those words on the screen weren't visual. The universe had bypassed his eyes and injected the data directly into his consciousness. A chill runs down his spine. The implications are terrifying. He feels as though he is brushed against a cosmic entity, something a human should never witness directly. Suddenly, a hologram of a pixelated Earth materializes. The results are in. The Supreme Saviors have finished voting. The verdict is delivered. Following the vote, one of the participating saviors will be terminated immediately. Jong Wu realizes the grim reality. He wasn't the only ruthless one. Every single savior chose the fifth option. The global chat erupts in confusion. One ranker suddenly shoots up to 7th place. A power vacuum has opened. The Earth issues a final warning. The single privilege is activating. The destruction sequence has begun. The atmosphere turns heavy. Everything around Jong Wu freezes in anticipation of the horror to come. He calculates the probability of total destruction, unable to even fathom the chaotic outcome. But when the system administrator announces the death of the Second Region's Supreme Savior, Jong Wu breathes a heavy sigh of relief. He grasps the ruthless logic of the preference system, yet his mind struggles to process the shift. It is hard to accept that the savior who stood at the absolute peak has fallen. Even amid such a cataclysmic event, Jong Wu is granted a system preference. He realizes he does not need to cash in this reward immediately. The ability to hoard these benefits is a massive strategic advantage. Furthermore, Jong Wu refuses to entertain the idea of surrendering the #1 spot. To step down now would mark him as prey for every ambitious hunter. With the government's control shattered, the restraints are off. Now, the true slaughter to collect essences will begin in earnest. Jong Wu wastes no time and immediately begins hunting for specialists. He activates the eye, and the system initiates a survey protocol. It asks if he has a specific name in mind, but Jong Wu replies that he is searching blind. He sets the parameters to scan for a target within a 5-kilometer radius, but when asked for a detailed profile, he realizes the complexity of his request. He swipes away the standard surgeons, searching instead for a doctor with deep therapeutic experience. This person must carry a soul so heavy with regret that it crushes them. They must be broken enough to walk side by side with a cold-blooded assassin. The target must be under 50, ensuring they can survive as the sole medical expert for the next 41 days. A survivor who refuses to die until they have passed their sacred knowledge to another. Jong Wu stops the input there. Adding any more variables would only crash the search algorithm. The system accepts these strict requirements and begins scanning the ruins for the object. A piercing, strange noise grates on Jong Wu's nerves during the process, and he feels a spike of annoyance at how long the system takes to locate a match. He suggests grabbing a meal, explaining that the day will be grueling once they find the doctor, but just as he speaks, a sound cuts through the air. Jong Wu snaps his attention to the window. Outside, hovering not far away, a disembodied eye watches them. He rushes to the elevator with Siang W. They notice the numbers changing, the cars moving. There are still other survivors in this building. The moment the doors slide open, Jong Wu ignites his essence, flaring his aura for a lethal strike, but his combat instincts settle as he realizes the threat is non-existent. Inside the elevator stands a single man, possessing a pathetic 3 essences. He introduces himself as Kim Yan-ho, the head of strategy at the DS headquarters. Jong Wu is baffled by the man's behavior until the executive explains. Since Yan Hyune failed to recruit the savior by force, the corporation has decided to kneel. Young-hun does not deny the accusation, apologizing for the disrespect shown yesterday. He admits the situation has crippled them, forcing him to come personally. Considering the company's on the brink of collapse, Jong Wu questions why a mere department head arrived instead of a high-ranking official. Young-hyun agrees with a bitter smile. He explains that this is a death zone, and the cowards at the top would never risk their lives to come here. He begs for a conversation. Inside the elevator, Jong Wu demands to know the man's trump card, assuming he didn't travel all this way just to commit suicide. Young-hyun reveals his ace. He flew here by helicopter 2 hours ago from Bususan. Jong Wu immediately sees the play. The man intends to offer the helicopter, provided Jong Wu doesn't act arrogant. The chief points out the obvious flaw: even a savior as powerful as Jong Wu cannot fly. He proposes a deal if Jong Wu secures the airports. Young-hun will provide a private jet. Jong Wu knows that aerial mobility would give him a godlike advantage over rival saviors. However, Accepting the gift would brand him as a puppet of the DS group. He scoffs, telling the boss that this proposal is just recycled garbage he has heard before. Cutting to the chase, he asks where the helicopter and the pilot are located. With a blade of essence held to his throat, Chief Yan Hoon stammers that the chopper is on the roof. Jong Woo's patience snaps when the man hesitates about the pilot. Finally, the truth comes out. Yang Hun reveals that he is the pilot. He insists they are doomed without him, as no other aviators have survived. Jong Wu counters coldly, stating he can simply take the helicopter and find another driver. The chief desperately argues that his immediate skills will save precious time. The chief stands ready, his life hanging in the balance. If they have a helicopter, they don't need to wait for rescue. Jong Wu realizes this corporate suit might be more valuable than a doctor right now. Jong Wu gives Chief Kim a ruthless ultimatum: betray your company and serve me, or die right where you stand. He sweetens the deal, promising that if Yang Hoon follows him, he will earn a seat on the Ark. Jong Wu plans to seal a gate before the sun sets. 2 seats will open on the Ark, and the chief can claim one of the remaining spots, depending on his loyalty. Chief Kim calculates the odds, noting that the Ark's capacity seems to expand every time a gate is closed. He argues that abandoning DS is illogical. The more people on the Ark, the longer his company can sponsor Jong Woo's rise. But Jong Wu shatters that illusion. If he aligns with the corporation, he must save the DS executives first. The corrupt bosses will take priority while he becomes their puppet. He declares his own path. He will slaughter the monsters, crush his rivals, and close the gates across the country on his own terms. It was an ultimatum. Either Chief Kim took the pilot's seat, or Jong Wu would find someone else to fly. Despite the heavy doubts weighing on his soul, Yan Hoon finally nodded in agreement. But finding a capable pilot in the chaotic heart of Gangnam would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Tossing his best employee badge into the gutter, shedding his past life, Yan Hoon raised a single finger. One condition. He demanded a seat on the Ark for his wife. It didn't matter that the papers said they were divorced. In the face of the apocalypse, that bond still held. Jong Wu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yan Hoon still clung to the title of wife after everything. He couldn't help but wonder if the woman would even agree to follow a man she had already left. Yan Hoon's eyes burned with determination. Give him 30 minutes, and he would convince her. This cool-headed confidence impressed Jong Wu. It was the look of a man who could fly a helicopter through the gates of hell itself. For a moment, Jong Wu considered granting permission for the companion. But his logic was cold and absolute. If the woman refused, she was dead weight, and there would be no second chances. Chief Kim accepted the terms without flinching. With the pact sealed, Jong Wu signaled for them to move. Their target was Gangnam Station. The helicopter waited on the rooftop, yet Jong Wu did not head for the sky. There was one more piece to this puzzle, another companion they needed to retrieve before the end began. They walked down the desolate avenue, footsteps echoing in the silence. The street was a ruin, a concrete graveyard. Sung Woo muttered that it felt like a ghost town, assuming the emergency broadcast had driven everyone into hiding. Still, the total absence of life was unsettling. But then, movement caught their eyes. Amidst the twisted wreckage of cars, a lone man scrambled forward, clutching a small child in his arms. The stranger navigated the obstacles with desperate agility, a heavy backpack weighing him down. Before he could even react, Jong Wu was already closing the distance like a predator. When Yan Hoon pointed out the child, his voice laced with concern, Chief Kim frowned. He didn't understand why the presence of a child should change the tactical reality. Jong Woo's mind worked like a supercomputer. DS had locked down this zone yesterday, which meant this man wasn't a local. He was an interloper. And hovering above the stranger's head, the system interface displayed a staggering number 441 essence. Jong Wu demanded his origin. The man, gripping a makeshift weapon, stammered that he had fled from the Cheongro district. A glance at the tracker confirmed it. The signal pointed straight to the chaos of Cheongro and Itan. If a survivor with 400 essence had been forced to flee that area, it meant the situation there had evolved into a living nightmare. The man tried to push past them, desperate to escape. Jong Woo's gaze shifted to the child. Even the boy possessed a single essence. They had all passed the system's cruel test. A flicker of pity sparked in Jong Woo's chest for a father fleeing hell with his son, but pity was a luxury of the old world. It was no reason to let walking experience points survive. Killing intent flared as Jong Wu gathered his essence, but suddenly, Yan Hoon grabbed his shoulder, physically restraining him, begging him to look at the child in the man's arms. Jong Wu saw the boy. He understood the tragedy, but understanding did not mean hesitation. Chief Kim pleaded that they didn't need to slaughter absolutely everyone. Sensing the impending violence, the father pulled a hood over his son's head, shielding the boy's eyes from the horror, whispering for him to wait. Seizing the split second of distraction caused by Yan Hoon's argument, the father made his move. He dropped the backpack and surged forward, his body flooding with strength and mana. Jong Wu instantly analyzed the threat. The man had enhanced his physical stats, but raw strength was nothing compared to technique. Jong Wu gripped his essence pen, his expression unchanging. Before Chief Kim could even react, a devastating burst of power engulfed the father. In a heartbeat, the man was obliterated, leaving behind nothing but glowing orbs of essence and a spray of crimson. The tragedy was absolute. The boy, sensing the silence, lifted his hood. He stood frozen, his mind unable to process that his father had just ceased to exist. Coldly, Jong Wu aimed his essence at the trembling child. He offered a grim apology, stating that this ruined street would be the last thing the boy ever saw. "Stop!" Chief Kim's voice cracked like a whip. He demanded Jong Wu lower his hand, warning that if he truly felt any sorrow, he must end this madness now. He could accept Jong Wu's ruthless philosophy of culling the weak, but applying that same logic to a helpless child was a line Yan Hoon refused to cross. Jong Wu countered with brutal efficiency. By that logic, should he spare every child? And if he spared the children, he'd have to spare the parents to care for them, just so they might have a sliver of hope. It implied that only the childless deserved death. The logic was flawed. Reality didn't work that way. Jong Wu turned to Yan Hoon, his eyes devoid of light. "If you try to save everyone," he stated flatly, "then no one survives." But Chief Kim pushed back, asking the question that haunted them all: if they survived by slaughtering children, what kind of monsters would be stepping onto the ark? Yan Hoon knew the world had changed. He knew the rules of morality had been rewritten in blood to the system. The death of a child and an adult were equal, just numbers. But Jong Wu pointed a finger at Yan Hoon's chest. The problem wasn't the system, it was Yan Hoon's own guilty conscience. Following his own survival code, Jong Wu had slaughtered dozens of his former DES colleagues just yesterday without blinking. He gave Yan Hoon a choice: change his mindset or die right here. "Tell me now," Jong Wu threatened. Chief Kim, realizing the gap in their power, let go of Jong Wu's arm. "I understand," he whispered, unimpeded. Jong Wu stepped toward the paralyzed child, the deadly energy humming in his palm. But then, he stopped. "If you want to live," Jong Wu barked, "get out of my sight, now." The boy froze for a heartbeat, then spun around and sprinted into the darkness. "Faster," Jong Wu roared, urging the child to put as much distance between them as possible. The tension broke. Jong Wu turned to Chief Kim with a gaze that could freeze water. "That was the last time," he warned. "Interfere again, and I will destroy you." Yan Hoon bowed his head in submission. "I will remember." As they entered the building, Jong Wu assessed his status. He was still short on essence, and worse, he was tormented by the lingering flicker of his own humanity. He realized he had to bury those emotions deep within the abyss of his mind. The next time a choice appeared, he could not afford to hesitate. He had to become a machine of destruction. The elevator doors slid open. Inside, a crowd of people huddled together, fear etched onto their faces. They looked harmless, but in Jong Wu's eyes, they were just another variable in the equation of survival. Yet, the vital piece of the puzzle remains missing. The doctor is nowhere to be seen. His predatory gaze sweeps the trembling crowd until it locks onto a single figure, a woman cowering with her face buried in her hands. Jong Wu looms over her, his voice cutting through the noise. "Are you the doctor?" She flinches, unable to comprehend how he tracked her down in this chaos. Panic flickers in her eyes as she denies it. I don't do that work anymore." Jong Wu ignores her hesitation. We came here because we need a healer. No excuses. He stares her down, demanding to know her specific field of expertise. The woman narrows her eyes, her survival instinct kicking in. Are you asking me to join your crew? What's the payout? What do I get out of risking my life? That depends entirely on what you desire. He counters coldly, but she still hasn't answered the main question. Finally, she drops the bomb. I'm a urologist. The air grows heavy with awkward silence. Jong Wu blinks, caught off guard. He was expecting a battle-hardened surgeon or a trauma specialist. Not this. Of all the medical professionals in Cum, why her? It seems absurd. Yet, he knows the system doesn't make mistakes. The universe wouldn't have highlighted this woman without a reason. A memory surfaces. She is the only one who agreed to follow the savior, fully aware of the darkness that path entailed. Perhaps that choice signals a hidden, dormant potential within her. Still, Jong Wu isn't fully convinced. He needs more than just a hunch. He turns his back to her, addressing the huddled masses. Are there any other doctors here? The crowd stirs, realizing for the first time that the woman in their midst is a physician. Laughter ripples through the room. They mock her openly. A doctor. Her if she wasn't useful for medicine, she'd struggle to survive out here. Vile whispers exchange hands. They sneer that a doctor makes a prime candidate for a wife, joking that she surely didn't pick urology for innocent reasons. Jong Woo's expression darkens. He repeats the demand, his voice like thunder. I need essential skills. Engineers, technicians, speak up now. A man steps forward, arrogance written all over his face. He sneers at Jong Wu. Who do you think you are giving orders? You're not the police. The fool never finishes his sentence. Jong Wu unleashes a burst of essence, blasting the man backward with the force of a cannonball. Glass shatters as the loudmouth is hurled out the window, plummeting to his doom. I'll ask one last time, Jong Wu says calmly, as if he didn't just execute a man. Specialists, now! An accountant stammers a reply, and others shout useless jobs, but none are worthy. Suddenly, a clear voice rings out. I'm a nurse. A young woman steps forward from the terrified herd. If you can't find another doctor, will a nurse suffice? Jong Wu eyes her critically. We have limited seats. If you freeze up or fail when problems arise, the weight of those lives falls on you. Can you handle that? The urologist steps in, assuming the role of interviewer. Name, age, speak. The girl stands tall, though her hands tremble slightly. I am Hyoshin. I'm 31 years old. She continues rapidly, desperate to prove her worth. I graduated in Seoul. I work in the medical examination department at Ni's hospital. The urologist sighs, realizing the girl is green. It's your first real job. You have zero emergency experience. Hyoshin insists. I can treat shock. I know the protocols. We need more than textbook knowledge. The woman presses. Hyoshin bites her lip. My mother. She had severe hypoglycemia. I managed her care for years. The urologist drills deeper. Do you have baggage? Someone you can't leave behind. Hyoshin's eyes darken. My mother is dead. There is no one else who matters. Oh. She looks Jong Wu dead in the eye, her resolve hardening like steel. I just want to live. The interrogation ends. The urologist turns to Jong Wu, nodding with approval. She'll do. We're going to need her hands. The doctor admits she doesn't fully grasp Jong Wu's plan, but pledges her loyalty on one condition. She demands a trade. She looks up, eyes burning with malice, and points at the crowd. Destroy them. Every single person who just laughed at me. Wipe them out. Jong Wu feels no sympathy, neither for the crowd nor the woman's cruelty. He simply acts. In a flash of crimson violence, the room falls silent. Their lives are extinguished, their essence flowing into him. The deed is done. The urologist gazes at a severed limb on the floor, her expression completely cold and detached. Jong Wu realizes she isn't just an exception, she's a psychopath. She may only have 5 essence points, but her potential for darkness is vast. She is far from innocent. But in this apocalypse, morality is a luxury he cannot afford. She is useful. That is all that matters. The team is assembled, a nurse, a doctor for trauma care, a pilot, and a trusted comrade. The pieces are on the board. Jong Wu addresses his new squad. Time to move. Let's see if I made the right choice in saving you. We head to the Hanun area, he commands. We need to witness what happens when I seal the gate. Sunwoo looks at the aircraft skeptically. Will we all fit? Yan Hoon nods, calculating. The whole squad won't make it, but 6 or 7 of us easy. Jong Wu issues the next order. Priority 1 is finding a landing zone in Heen. Scout the area. Sun Woo watches the interaction, noticing a shift. Yan Hoon is speaking to Jong Wu not as an equal, but as a subordinate addressing his commander. But the realization hits him quickly. It makes perfect sense. In this ruined world, power is absolute. After witnessing Jong Woo's godlike strength, submission isn't a choice, it's a survival instinct. They reach the chopper. Yan Hoon pats the fuselage. Listen up, this isn't a luxury ride. It's a medical transport, the pilot explains. The cabin is packed with equipment. If we need weight reduction, we strip the gear. He frowns, pointing to the gauges. The fuel tank is the problem. It's tiny. We can't load up a massive amount at once. Max flight time is 3 hours, assuming perfect conditions. But to be safe, we need to refuel every 2.5 hours. No exceptions. Jong Wu nods grimly. It's not ideal, but it's what they have. They will have to hopscotch across the danger zone, stopping periodically to feed the machine. Young Hun locks eyes with him. Refueling this beast isn't for amateurs, it's a professional's game. One slip up means death. He points to his own chest, a silent ultimatum. Jong Wu reads the message loud and clear. The pilot is bargaining for his life. If they want this helicopter to stay in the sky, Yong Hoon must remain breathing. Command accepted. Jong Wu hops into the cockpit and orders the takeoff. Hyoshin freezes on the tarmac, fists trembling, paralyzed by the choice, The older woman snaps at her. Are you coming? She warns Hyoshin if she wants to survive. She better not test Jong Wu's patience now. The warning lands. Hyoshin scrambles on board, chasing after the woman before she gets left behind. The rotors scream as they ascend. Inside the cabin, the woman extends a hand to Jong Wu. I'm Dong Hun. A masculine named Jong Wu pauses, noting the oddity, but shakes her hand and introduces himself regardless. He voices his confusion. Dong Hun offers a weary smile. She gets that a lot. She adds that she's turning 42 this year. She seems cold, distant even. But Jong Wu is distracted by a strange detail. Her palm is shockingly soft for someone in this hell. Young Hun announces their approach to Heian. Instantly, violent visions of monsters tearing through the streets flood Jong Wu's mind. Look down, Hyoshin gasps. Jong Wu follows her gaze. The city center is swallowed by an abyss of pure darkness. Something massive pierces the shadows between the skyscrapers. It looks disturbingly like a colossal spine. But the gloom hides the truth. A chill runs down his back. The infestation here isn't just a pocket. The creatures have claimed the entire zone. Jong Wu pings the administrator. Analyze target. Distance too great. He orders a descent. Finally, the system tags it. Target identified resonator. Secondary class digger. Jong Wu frowns. They resemble the beast from the morning broadcast, yet twisted. And why does one entity carry 2 names? Suddenly, chaos strikes. The entire crew doubles over, retching violently. Jong Wu looks around. Confused, he feels perfectly fine. He rushes to the cockpit. Yong Hun is vomiting uncontrollably, his hands slipping off the controls. Wake up. Jong Wu shakes the pilot's shoulder, but the man is lost in agony. The helicopter pitches forward. They are plummeting from the sky. The crew continues to heave, incapacitated by the invisible assault. Jong Wu realizes his essence shield is the only thing protecting him, but doing nothing means a fiery death for everyone. He's the only one standing. An idea forms risky, but he has 0 seconds to debate. Action is the only option. He slams his hand against the fuselage, channeling every ounce of his power. Blue light explodes outward, enveloping the chopper in an azure barrier. The effect is instant. The nausea vanishes. The crew blinks, the pain forgotten as they stare at the shimmering shield in awe. Stabilize. Jong Wu roars. Yong Hun snaps out of his stupor, groaning as he wrestles the stick to level the bird. Disaster averted. The helicopter steadies, hovering in the safety of the blue light. Jong Wu nods grimly. The pilot is weak, but his survival instinct is sharp. He regained control just in time. The screeching sound returns, hammering against the hull, but this time, no sickness, no pain. The essence shield ripples, absorbing the sonic attack completely. The defense holds. Was that a psychological attack? Hyoshin whispers. Jong Wu doesn't have the answer, but he knows one thing keeping them alive is going to cost him. The drain is constant. To move through this zone, the shield must stay up. but his essence reserves are bleeding out fast. Testing the shield's limits mid-air is a death wish. He needs a plan B. Is there anywhere we can set down? Jong Wu demands. Young Hun checks the nav. Large building, 5 hours out. We can hit the roof. Jong Wu gives the order. They descend. Boots on the concrete. Jong Wu replays the administrator's analysis, resonator, and the digger. The massive horn he saw. That must be the resonator. But the digger. That part remains a phantom. Dong Hun approaches, gratitude in her eyes. The blue veil. It blocks sound. She pauses. What about physical attacks? Bullets will pass right through, Jong Wu admits. He crunches the numbers. Maintaining the shield at full density costs 8,000 essence, and right now, the barrier is thinning. If armed enemies surround them, the shield won't save them. They'll be sitting ducks. But Jong Wu's true worry isn't bullets. It's the gate. Closing it requires a massive amount of power. The gate demands 10,000 essence. He has 13,000 total. After the flight, he's left with a measly 200-300 for defense. The math doesn't add up. Yet, abandoning them isn't an option. If a single minion escapes the zone, it's game over for humanity. And if a rival hunter shows up to farm essence, that's a nightmare scenario he can't afford. Logic dictates he keeps them close. Jong Wu decides to take everyone with him. Whether they all survive the night, that's in the hands of fate. Jong Wu issued a cold ultimatum to the trembling group. Go inside and seal the gate, or remain here paralyzed by fear. However, once the battle begins, he will not look back for stragglers. Every man and woman would have to fend for themselves until his return. He laid the choice at their feet with brutal honesty. Follow the strong or face the darkness alone. But deep down, Jong Wu knew the truth. For these people, there was never really a choice at all. It was the difference between leaping from a cliff or waiting for a bullet to strike. 9 out of 10 would choose the jump. Because in the free fall, there is at least a sliver of hope for survival. The scales of fate always tipped in favor of the pack. He knew the crushing anxiety would consume them if they were left alone. All except for one person. Dong Hong. Jong Wu glanced at her. She wasn't shaking with fear like the others. Instead, her eyes held a strange glint of anticipation. Her thoughts were a mystery wrapped in chaos. With a mischievous grin, Dong Hong asked if the other zones were also infested with these twisted, unknown horns. Jong Wu silenced her with a sharp look. Xiong Wu, unable to handle her attitude, snapped. He asked if she found joy in a situation where death was hanging over their heads. Dong Hong offered a sarcastic apology for not acting like a saint, but Xiong Wu's mind was already drifting to darker places. Ignoring the bickering, Jong Wu announced their arrival. They had entered the Heen district. He ordered the march to continue into the abyss. The group moved with bated breath. But Hyoshin could not look away from the nightmare around them. Even safe under the essence shield, she whispered in horror, this was truly a black city. With every step they took toward the epicenter, the atmosphere grew heavier. The darkness seemed to press against their very souls. On either side of the path, razor-sharp spikes erupted from the earth like the teeth of a beast. Tension was high, but they forced their legs to move. The essence shield was their only lifeline. Yet, Hyoshin remained on edge, her eyes darting frantically. She was waiting for something terrible to lunge from the shadows. Sun Wu checked the time. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. But the sky was a void. The sun had been completely swallowed by the suffocating black fog. Dong Hong, however, was not looking at the sky. Her expert gaze was fixed on the ground. She was studying the alien flora that shouldn't exist. She theorized that these abominations spread spores like ferns. It wasn't just growth, it was terraforming. They were adapting the environment to suit their own twisted needs. Yan-hoon looked at her nervously. He asked if that was her professional medical diagnosis. Dong Hong's reply sent a chill down his spine. If not for the essence shield, those spores would already be inside their lungs, sprouting from the inside out. Suddenly, Yan-hoon gasped. The golden barrier was flickering. Jong Wu calmly admitted he was throttling the power. He was reducing the essence output. His logic was ruthlessly efficient. A horde of monsters guarded the gate ahead. He needed to conserve every drop of power for the slaughter that was about to begin. Hyoshin's face went pale. Yan-hoon stammered, asking if they should clear the area first. Is it safe to lower their guard in hell? Jong Wu dismissed the concern. he would have exterminated the pests alone regardless. If they lacked faith in his strength, they were free to retreat to the helicopter. But out there, Yeon-hoon would be prey. If they stayed, the price of protection was absolute obedience. The barrier would deflect almost any threat. Fear was unnecessary. But Jong Wu gave a final, chilling warning. Do not cling to him. Do not block his path. When the killing starts, he will have no time to distinguish friend from foe. He strikes with his right hand. The zone in front of him is a path of destruction. He will attack with the assumption that his allies are behind him. Anyone in front becomes a target. He commanded Yeon-hoon to stop sweating the small stuff and move. But as Yeon-hoon brushed against the shield, a sharp pain shot through his elbow. A scream pierced the silence. Hyoshin yelled for them to halt. She dropped to her knees beside Yeon-hoon, who was gasping for air like a drowning man. She stared into his dilated pupils. It was shock. The symptoms were just beginning, but the mental collapse would be rapid. Jong Wu realized they were running out of time. Yeon-hoon wheezed, asking how long they had been walking in this nightmare. Sunwoo checked his device, but the screen was dead. No signal. No time. Donghong confirmed hers was the same. They were lost in a timeless void. Desperate, Yeon-hoon begged Jong Wu. He needed a lie. He needed to hear that everything was normal, just to keep his sanity from fracturing. Jong Wu knew the barrier kept them physically safe. But looking at the trembling man, he knew logic would not soothe a broken mind. The black mist was corrosive. It was eating away at the shield every second. Repairing it cost 100 essence units at a time. For Jong Wu, the strongest savior, it was manageable. But he realized the terrifying truth. Most awakened ones would have been crushed before they even stepped foot in this zone. The closer they got to the center, the louder the resonance became. The fog thickened, and the barrier burned through essence like wildfire. The pressure was immense. An ordinary human mind simply could not withstand the spiritual gravity. Hyoshin asked the impossible question, how much further Yeon-hoon was crumbling. He couldn't hold on much longer. Donghong pointed out Hyoshin's trembling hands. It wasn't just him. They were both in shock. At best, they had 10 minutes before total psychological failure. Jong Wu made the calculation instantly. Turning back would take longer than 10 minutes. Retreat meant death. The only option was to drag them to the gate. He pointed down the dark, twisted road. The destination was within reach. But Jong Wu knew the problem wasn't just the journey. The real question was what kind of horror was waiting for them at the end of the road. Haishin nods, stealing her resolve. She agrees to step into the darkness. Shannon questions her decision, but she cuts him off. There is no choice left, and hesitation is just a waste of time. But suddenly, her pupils contract in sheer terror. She screams a warning at Jong Wu. A colossus looms behind him. Its massive paw obliterates the surroundings, crashing down to shatter his essence shield in one strike. Jong Wu's eyes widen. This titan with the thunderous strike is none other than the Earth Cultivator itself. The beast stands towering meters high, a monolith of destruction. The suffocating darkness swallows its upper half, hiding its visage. Squinting through the gloom, Jong Wu realizes the horrifying truth. It has no head. Yet, he feels its malevolent gaze bore into him as it slams against his barrier with earth-shattering force. Spiderwebs of light fracture the shield, but the barrier holds firm. It refuses to shatter. Jong Wu analyzes his foe instantly. Despite its colossal size, this is merely a monster of the second day. The defense will hold. The physical attack is not the issue. He realizes he could easily absorb the essence fueling the barrier to strengthen his own body instead. But to do so would mean abandoning his team to a gruesome death. He just gathered this party. Abandoning them now is not an option. The thought of quitting does not even cross his mind. Suddenly, the creature emits a frequency that vibrates the very air. Sonic waves pierce through the physical shield, assaulting their senses. Everyone but Jong Wu buckles under the pressure. Nausea waves crash over them, forcing the weakened team to their knees in agony. It clicks. This beast is the culprit that downed their helicopter. It is a miracle the resonators held them off for this long. The sonic assault becomes unbearable. W screams through the pain, begging Jong Wu to end this nightmare. Jong Wu channels his energy, directing a counter surge along the shield's surface. If this blast does not kill it instantly, it will at least buy them a heartbeat of hope. Raw essence erupts, extending far beyond the barrier's limits like a tidal wave of light. Azure Light swallows the Titan whole, and it collapses helplessly. Jong Wu smirks, satisfied that even this beast could not withstand an attack of 1,000 essence. Yet, the massive corpse twitches. Its sheer bulk prevents total annihilation. Jong Wu notes its absurd vitality, but with the immediate threat neutralized, he relaxes his guard, ready to march toward the gate. But the path is not clear. A horde of lesser servants blocks their way. Jong Wu frowns. Where did they come from? They must have been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The swarm descends, ready to kill. Jong Wu raises a hand charged with lethal essence, prepared to wipe them out. But then, something strange happens. He freezes in shock. The monsters ignore the humans completely. They are tearing into the flesh of the fallen earth farmer, caught in a frenzy of cannibalism. It is the cruel law of nature. Like insects devouring a fallen carcass, the weak feast upon the dead strong. A new understanding of this ecosystem dawns on Jong Wu. With a single motion, he obliterates the scavengers. He orders the team to move before more arrive, but Yan Hoon halts him. The older man is paralyzed by fear. He stammers that he cannot take another step. This is beyond human limits. Dong Hoon steps in, her voice icy. She tells him to stop the hysteria. If he was this weak, he never should have crossed the barrier. Her eyes drift downward, spotting a dark stain on his trousers. She scoffs, realizing his shame comes from a loss of bladder control. Yan Hoon's face turns red with humiliation and rage. He screams at her, scrambling to get back on his feet. Dong Hoon merely smirks at his pathetic state, covering her nose to block the stench of his fear. Jong Wu stares in disbelief. How can she bicker in a death zone? She seems twisted. He snaps, ordering her to shut up and check the team's status. He specifically points her toward Haishin. Dong Hoon reports that the girl's in shock, her eyes vacant. She trails off, implying it would be safer to leave her behind. Dong Hoon knows the logical choice is to abandon the dead weight, but she stays silent. Suspecting Jong Wu keeps the girl around for darker, carnal reasons. To her, even a powerful awakened is still just a man with primitive desires. Jong Wu ignores the subtext. He demands an assessment. They need a healer. And if they ditch Haishin now, they are left vulnerable. Finding a replacement in this hellscape is a gamble he is not willing to take. He orders her to patch up Yan Hoon immediately. The coward is more valuable to the mission than the nurse right now. His voice drops an octave. If Yan Hoon dies, Dong Hoon becomes useless to him. She meets his gaze with cold indifference. Finally, the gate looms before them. Shan Wu gasps, asking if this is really the end. Can Jong Wu truly seal this calamity? Jong Wu answers grimly. He does not know, but he walked through hell to find out. The surface of the gate ripples. Something is coming. The monsters on the other side will not give up without a war. But fear is irrelevant. Jong Wu clenches his fist. No matter what crawls out of that abyss, he will emerge victorious. Jong Wu slammed his hand against the gate, his voice cold and decisive. It was time to drag Hyun Wang back from the abyss. Suddenly, the energy shifted, the gate began to warp and twist, exactly like the nightmare of the live broadcast. A silhouette emerged from the swirling void. It was the farmer again. Jong Wu narrowed his eyes. The system was sending guardians to block their path, but the atmosphere felt heavier this time. A chill ran down his spine as he focused on the figure's hands. It was clutching something unnatural. His eyes went wide. That wasn't a simple tool, it was a resonator. If that thing fully materialized, it would unleash a devastating attack instantly. There was no time to hesitate. Before the weapon could charge, Jong Wu unleashed a torrent of pure essence, aiming to obliterate them in a single strike. The dust settled, but the farmer stood motionless, not even a scratch. Realizing brute force against these monsters was futile, Jong Wu shifted tactics. He would target the source itself, the gate. Or perhaps a total purge was the only way. A ruthless plan formed in his mind, wipe out every single monster pouring from that rift. The enemy numbers multiplied by the second. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Jong Wu released a cataclysmic wave of light. The brilliance was so blinding the team had to shield their eyes from the raw power. Watching from the back, Sun Wu stood paralyzed in awe. Just 2 days. 2 days ago, Jong Wu was a nobody, an ordinary civilian like him, but now he was a god amongst men, holding back the apocalypse with his bare hands. In Sun Wu's eyes, A legend was being forged in real time. He realized that the weak had perished, but their sacrifices had paved the way for this moment. They had no choice but to accept their cruel fate. But those deaths allowed Jong Wu to transcend human limits. Chosen by power, marked as the savior, he was humanity's trump card. To Sun Wu, this man was the only thing standing between Earth and total destruction. He was the true Messiah. Suddenly, the onslaught ceased. The gate stopped spewing monsters. Jong Wu seized the opening. This was his chance to seal the rift forever. His aura flared, escalating to a level far beyond anything they had seen before. The air vibrated as massive amounts of blue energy condensed, coalescing into a singular, devastating form. Jong Wu poured it all in, uncertain if it would be enough. The gate began to devour his essence, drinking in the power until the entire district was bathed in a blinding radiance. As the light faded, the countdown on the gate plummeted to 0. Then came the sound of fracturing reality. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, and with a thunderous boom, the gate shattered. The team watched in stunned silence, their hearts in their throats. The fragments of the nightmare rained down, piling up into a harmless mound of debris. Like a mirage, the deadly fog and the resonators evaporated into thin air. Even the corrupted buildings dissolved, leaving nothing but a barren wasteland. Sun Wu looked around the empty void. The Hanun district was erased. He turned to his leader, voice trembling, asking if the nightmare was finally over. It was a twisted victory, but Jong Wu nodded. In a way, their mission here was absolute. It was finished. Suddenly, a holographic interface manifested. A pixelated globe spun before them, flashing a notification the first gate had been successfully sealed. The evaluation administrator's voice rang out, congratulating the Slayer. To claim the reward, he only needed to touch the terminal. As Jong Wu reached for the floating purple orb, he steeled himself. Was this another cruel choice by the system? His fingers grazed the surface, and blue screens erupted into view. The area was clear, but a new directive appeared. The ARC function was now online. Current passenger count 0. Jong Wu quickly deciphered the data. This zone was now a sanctuary. No new gates could spawn here. It was a designated Holy Land. While those outside were still prey to the apocalypse, this territory offered protection against the monsters. But more importantly, this sacred land would allow them to manage the risk posed by other desperate humans. He realized the truth. The Ark wasn't a boat, but a foundation to rebuild civilization and protect his allies. He turned to his exhausted team. He stated calmly that he was registering them for the Ark. Dong-hyun looked confused, asking if that was the name of a rescue helicopter. Jong Wu mentally kicked himself. In the chaos of survival, he hadn't explained a thing to Dong-hyun or Hyo-shin. He clarified quickly. It was a system-grade defense mechanism, usable only by designated saviors. He admitted he was flying blind on the specifics, but he promised to explain everything once their safety was guaranteed. The system voice chimed again, initiating passenger registration. Glowing rings materialized, hovering like halos above the crew members' heads. Jong Wu hesitated. How did the selection work? As he focused his gaze, the ring began to fill with light. It was intuitive. He just needed to look at them and will it to happen. Purple energy swirled around Sun Wu, snapping onto his wrist. A glowing band formed, focusing attention on his hand. The word human was etched into his skin. Sun Wu stared at the brand, asking if the system was categorizing them by species. Jong Wu shook his head. It likely mirrored his own player handle, human. The administrator confirmed his theory. Passengers would bear the Savior's unique alias and the Ark's serial number. Jong Wu did the math grimly. If this was Ark number 30, then there were at least 30 other chosen ones out there. A revelation struck Jong Wu like a bolt of lightning. The system had evolved. Now, simply by observing a person's passengers, he could determine the number of arcs they possessed. Caution, however, was still his best weapon. To prepare for the unpredictable future, he decided to cloak his nickname within the system shadows. He relayed the critical intel to Seong Woo. The monsters could no longer hunt them down. Everyone would end up safe aboard his ark. But Jong Woo wasn't running a charity. He issued a cold warning that the time for choices had arrived. He laid out 3 distinct paths before them, each leading to a very different destiny. The first path, join his vanguard. They would continue infiltrating the monster lairs just as they had today. The difference, absolute safety from attacks, shielded by the power of his arc. The second path remained here in the ruins. The new gate would not open, granting a temporary reprieve. But make no mistake, their survival would depend entirely on their own grit and strength. The third path was arguably the merciful one, destruction. If the weight of this world was too heavy, they only needed to speak the word. Jong Wu promised a swift, painless exit to the afterlife. Dong-hoon narrowed her eyes, her voice sharp. She asked the question hanging in the air, were they merely expendable pawns to him? If he abandoned them here, Isla, they would just be dead weight occupying space in his arc system. Jong Wu admitted she had a point, but the closing of the gate had sparked a profound realization within him. A harsh truth had settled in his heart. No matter how hard he fought or what strategies he employed, people would always be left behind in the dust of history. That was why this decision had to be theirs alone. If they walked this path with him, it would be by their own will. He demanded they prove they could carry the weight of their own lives. Furthermore, Jong Wu swore a solemn oath. If they chose to stay behind, he would honor his word and leave them untouched. Their fate would be theirs to command. He offered this mercy only because they had fought by his side at the gates. Silence hung for a moment, until Sun Woon stepped forward, his resolve hardening like steel. He was going with Jong Wu. His calculation was simple. Jong Wu was the highest-ranking savior, a legend who was the first to seal a gate. Power like that was undeniable. Logic dictated that sticking to Jong Wu was the safest bet. Yet, deep down, a bitter feeling gnawed at him. He felt like a rat, an informant obligated to warn the world. Sun Woon knew the grim reality. Following an incompetent savior meant certain death by the claws of beasts or the treachery of others. He had seen too many fall to that very fate. Dong-hoon ran the same numbers. With Jong Wu standing at the apex of the saviors, dissent was illogical. Why bet against the strongest player? She pledged her allegiance to the journey. Jong Wu then shifted his gaze to Yan-hoon. He could read the hesitation in the man's mind, but practical necessity overrode empathy. He needed Yan-hoon's skills, no matter the cost. Jong Wu recalled his own past struggles. He remembered how broken he felt, how nearly impossible it was to close just a single gate in the beginning. Comparing that to the man before him, he was certain, at this rate, Yan-hoon would crumble under the pressure before the journey even truly began. But then, a surprised Yan-hoon stepped forward, bowing deeply with newfound conviction. He swore to give everything he had. That left only Hyo-shin, wringing her hands, paralyzed by the weight of her answer. Later, atop the windswept roof, Yan-hoon reported in. He had inspected the helicopter as ordered. The verdict, not a scratch. No signs of intrusion or sabotage. Jong Wu nodded, his expression grim. Eternal vigilance was the only law now. They had to be ready for the worst-case scenario at every second. Specifically, the nightmare scenario where their transport, the helicopter, was compromised or destroyed while they were out hunting. He scanned his team. They were fighters, yes, but they lacked the raw power to defend the chopper while he was gone. Meanwhile, Hyo-shin stood alone by the ruins of the destroyed gate. Her voice trembled as she spoke. She knew staying was dangerous, a gamble with death. But the alternative, following them into hell, was a burden she simply could not bear. Jong Wu accepted her choice without judgment. He handed her a gun-cold steel for a cold world. "You will need this," he said, thanking her for her service and wishing her fortune in the trials to come. With the team set, Jong Wu locked onto his next objective, the Changnogu district, a lawless zone that was rapidly descending into a criminal wasteland. But the logistical nightmare remained. Leaving the helicopter unattended was an invitation for theft or vandalism. Worse, the machine was a screaming beacon. Its rotors were incredibly loud. Flying it in was essentially announcing their arrival to every monster and villain for miles. Jong Wu needed a workaround, and he decided to test a reckless theory right then and there. He stepped to the precipice of the roof. Without a flicker of hesitation, he threw his entire body into the void, plummeting toward the earth. Sun Woon rushed to Yan-hoon, panic in his voice. What just happened? He jumped. Yan-hoon stammered. Far below, Jong Wu impacted the ground. Dust settled to reveal him standing perfectly still, completely unharmed, not a scratch. Realizing his durability was absolute, Jong Wu calculated that he could survive a drop from even greater heights. From the roof, Sun Woon and Yan Hoon screamed down, desperate to know if he was alive. Ignoring them, Jong Wu focused on the return trip. He channeled power into his legs and exploded upward, but his essence fell short. He only cleared 3 stories. Gravity tried to claim him again, but Jong Wu reacted instantly. He slammed his fingers onto a ledge, leaving him dangling in the open air. He clicked his tongue, disappointed in his lack of vertical mobility. Above him, Sun Woon stared in awe. It was a miracle that Jong Wu was still breathing after such a suicidal stunt. Dong Hyun was equally stunned, but her analytical mind caught the flaw. He doesn't have the power to jump back up, she noted dryly. Even a savior isn't a god. Sun Woon shot back. That sharp eye is exactly why he hired you. Dong Hyun smirked, her tone mocking. Well, obviously. Sun Woon bristled at her attitude. How can you be cracking jokes and looking so smug after everything we've been through? Dong Hyun performed a theatrical, exaggerated apology. Oh, forgive me, but please, lower your voice and stop pretending to be the big, bad wolf when you're just a puppy. Sun Woon flushed with anger, but before the argument could explode, Jong Wu pulled himself back onto the roof, his presence instantly silencing the squabble. Yan Hoon rushed over, breathless. Boss, how did it go? I've run the tests, Jong Wu replied calmly, as if he hadn't just fallen off a building. When we reach Gano, I can deploy directly from the air, no landing required. Yan Hoon's jaw dropped. Are you insane? You really want to do that? The descent is trivial, Jong Wu explained, brushing dust off his shoulder. Falling doesn't kill me, the problem is climbing back up. He turned to his pilot with a new directive. Keep the bird at a safe altitude and distance until the area is clear. I just need you to drop me from a sufficient height. Can you handle that? Young Hun grips the controls, his knuckles white. He confirms he can fly the bird, provided the winds don't turn against them. Just as a protest forms on his lips, Jong Wu cuts him off. There is no room for doubt. It will work. Get us in the air, he commands. Then, a question cuts through the noise. Jong Wu asks if he wants to rescue his ex-wife. Yong Hun freezes, caught off guard by the sudden offer. Before he can answer, Jong Wu dictates the plan. They will stop in Gono first to decide. Yong Hun nods. As the chopper lifts, Song Yoon spots a lone figure Hyein through the glass. She drifts through the desolate space, a solitary silhouette against the overwhelming emptiness. But she isn't alone for long. Shadows emerge from the buildings, survivors creeping into the light. Song Yoon worries if Hyein can survive the coming storm. Jong Woo's eyes are cold. He hopes she has the will to survive. Noting she is armed, no one should dare threaten a woman holding a weapon, but Jong Wu knows the truth. Humans are far more terrifying than wild beasts. In a world without law, anarchy breeds true monsters. He realizes their precarious position. Though they possess power, they cannot simply play God in these sacred places. Interference has its price. They could slaughter every survivor or rule with an iron fist, but Jong Wu shakes his head. Both paths lead to ruin. The reality of this broken world settles in. Humanity is drifting, grasping for anything to keep them from drowning in despair. When loved ones rot and hope dies, the world itself seeks death. It would rather perish than exist alone in a silent universe, unable to save a single soul. That is why they were granted this power, a fleeting chance to snatch at least one life back from the abyss of oblivion. Survival hangs by a thread. It depends on whether society can rebuild order from the ashes, and it is up to the rescuers to decide how cruel or fair that new order will be. Boom! The helicopter lurches violently. Jong Wu steadies himself, eyes narrowing. Report, he barks. What hit us? Yong Hun points downward. Below them, a fierce battle rages. Soldiers are desperately engaging the creeping black mist. He identifies the uniforms immediately. United States forces from the Yongin base, against all odds. Some of them are still drawing breath. The realization hits Jong Wu. Even the mighty superpowers have fallen. These soldiers are abandoned, fighting a lonely war for survival amidst the chaos. An idea sparks. Jong Wu asks if the base might still hold aviation fuel. When Yong Hun confirms the possibility, the order is instant. Head for the base, now. Yong Hun hesitates. Tracers light up the sky. To fly into that crossfire is suicide. They risk being shot out of the air. We have no shields left, he cries. But Jong Wu remains calm. Do not fear. He compares their barrier to the legendary chi found in martial arts films. Once mastered, he explains, the barrier does not waver. It remains at maximum output, an invisible fortress. Unless they take a direct hit from a cannon, they will live, and they cannot leave liquid gold in weapons to rot. Fate favors the bold. Jong Wu grimly recalls the tragedy at Hanun, the moment those gates sealed. The black fog devoured everything. Absolute destruction. While the soldiers distract the monsters with their lives, Jong Wu intends to strip the base clean. Every resource is vital, but he knows the clock is ticking. The entire nation is aware that the first gate has already been sealed. His eyes turn toward Itaewon. The elite rescuers will gather there to close the gate. In that chaos, massive amounts of essence will be released and Jong Wu plans to devour it all. Yet, a shadow of doubt remains. What if the rescuers are too few? What if there isn't enough power to seal the breach? The risk is monumental. If that happens, the plan changes. Jong Wu decides he will steal everything not nailed down and vanish into the sky. Brace for impact. Yong Hun shouts. The helicopter screams as it dives, beginning its rough descent toward the hellscape below. Amidst the dive, Yong Hun asks a strange question. Do you know what true angels look like? He speaks of eldritch horrors, masses of wings and eyes, not the pretty winged humans in paintings. That is why they terrify us, he murmurs. Jong Wu frowns, confused by the timing. He asks if Yong Hun believes this apocalypse is the will of God. Jong Wu muses that the monsters are apostles, and by fighting them, humanity is waging war against the divine plan itself. I am a Christian, Yong Hun replies, his knuckles white on the stick. I have to believe these abominations have nothing to do with my God. The irony strikes him. Here they are, descending from the heavens in a metal chariot like angels. With Jong Wu acting the part of the Messiah, Jong Wu scoffs at the title. I am no savior, he says coldly. Savior save. I destroy everything in my path. I am the monster. His resolve hardens. The moment their boots hit the ground, he will head straight for the Itaewon gate. Nothing else matters. He issues a sharp order. Keep your heads down. Do not draw attention. Wait for my signal. Xiang Yun questions his sanity. Alone. But Jong Wu has a plan. Tell the soldiers I am a savior sent by the government. Lie to them. I won't harm them. He adds with a smirk. And if they believe the lie, they will lay down their lives to protect you until I return. He points to the backpack. Use the gun if you must. But he warns them leave the base's stockpile untouched. He wants that loot for himself later. Dust swirls. Metal groans. The helicopter touches down with a heavy thud. Jong Wu blurs into motion, his speed amplified by the essence. Watching him, Yong Hun isn't surprised. With that power, Jong Wu isn't just a man, he is the perfect killing machine. In a heartbeat, rifles snapped up, cold steel aiming directly at their chests. A command barked out, sharp and lethal. Freeze, identify yourselves immediately. Sun Wu slowly raised his hands in surrender, but then a realization hit him. The soldiers were speaking English, yet the words flowed into his mind with crystal clarity. It was the system. The translation ability granted by the essence didn't just help him learn, it tore down the language barrier completely. Sun Wu began to plead their case, his voice steady. Sensing no immediate threat, the squad leader signaled his men, and the tension eased as muzzles lowered. Easy now, the soldier said, his tone stern but professional. We aren't here to execute you. We just need names and a damn good reason for why you're in a war zone. He gestured toward the horizon. And who was that speedster who just bailed from the helicopter? Sun Wu improvised instantly. We're the emergency response team. He puffed out his chest. The government deployed us specifically to back up the reserve forces. We are your reinforcements. Shock flashed across the soldier's face. Special Ops, which division are you with? Sun Wu froze. He hadn't prepared a backstory that deep. He wanted to claim the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but doubt crept in. Would they even send rescuers this early into the apocalypse? Maybe a secret task force panic clawed at his throat. His mind went blank, and the silence stretched a second too long. The soldier's eyes narrowed instantly. The weapon snapped back up, finger tightening on the trigger. I asked you a question. Answer me. Meanwhile, Jong Wu was a blur of motion, tearing through the landscape. He glanced at his watch, returning before nightfall was going to be a close call. The sound of gunfire erupted nearby. Ahead, a squad was unleashing hell on a group of mutated farmers. To Jong Wu's surprise, the humans were actually holding the line. He expected a slaughter, but that barrage of lead was enough to keep even those monstrosities at bay for the moment. "Hold the line!" the commander screamed. The monsters pressed forward, but the soldiers collapsed, retching violently as a sonic wave of nausea swept over them. Jong Wu realized their strategy. They weren't just falling, they were grounding themselves to endure the sonic assault. Even while choking on bile, they kept pulling the trigger. It was sheer, desperate tenacity. Thanks to their unyielding bravery, he had the perfect distraction to slip behind enemy lines unnoticed in a matter of hours. But watching them was agonizing. Jong Wu knew the grim truth. No matter how hard they fought, death was their written destiny today. The government didn't send me to save them, he thought, but I'm here anyway. A soldier stood his ground, aiming at a monster until his last breath. Jong Wu appeared like a phantom behind the man. He unleashed a devastating burst of pure energy, incinerating the approaching threats in an instant. The soldier's jaw dropped, stunned by the raw power. Jong Wu's voice cut through the smoke. "Bullets are just a bandage. They aren't the cure." Back at the perimeter, the captain paced anxiously. "How long has the savior been gone?" "Only a few minutes, sir," a subordinate replied. The captain cursed the damn fog blinding their sensors. Yet, a strange relief washed over him. The endless waves of monsters had suddenly ceased. A private leaned in, voice trembling. "Captain, can we really trust that guy?" The captain scoffed. "Use your head. If the Korean government sent a super soldier, we would have had high-level clearance warnings hours ago. Besides, standard protocol puts civilians first. They wouldn't send a one-man army just to save a foreign squad that can hold its own." He remembered Jong Wu's parting words, "Protect your people. I'll handle the abyss." "I don't care who signed his paycheck," the captain declared firmly. "That man is the only reason we're still breathing. We can't fight this fog. We can't fight those things. We are completely out of our league. Our only order is to wait for his return." Just then, a scout sprinted up, breathless. "Sir, we've spotted suspicious civilians on the perimeter. They claim they're with the savior. Sir, they say he went ahead to clear the path for them." The prisoners were bound tight with rope. The scout looked to his superior. "Orders, do we cut them loose?" Yan Hyun was fuming, struggling against the bonds. "You didn't even interrogate us properly. What the hell is going on here?" Sang W was just as lost, but a glimmer of hope remained. If they were talking about releasing them, it meant the soldiers had seen Jong Wu. The captain stepped forward, cutting the ropes himself. "My apologies. It was a terrible misunderstanding. You're safe now. The situation is under control." Sun W shook the man's hand, forcing a polite smile. Internally, he scoffed. "Under control, you poor fools have no idea. This is chaos incarnate." Sang opened his mouth to ask, "What happens to you when we leave?" But Dong Hoon drove an elbow into his ribs, a silent warning. "Don't. Just don't." Yan Hyun caught the look. Dong Hoon was right. It was better not to ask. These soldiers could struggle all they wanted. Against the monsters, against the gate itself, their survival rate was absolute zero. And if the savior needed their essence to power up, well, they couldn't stop him either. Civilization had crumbled into fog and ash. The only future that existed now lay in the palm of the savior's hand. He alone was the judge, jury, and executioner of tomorrow. Yan Hune accepted his reality. He was just a small fly in the path of a god. In a way, it was liberating. He didn't have to carry the crushing weight of those life or death decisions. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. "He's returning." Every head turned in unison. The savior had come back. The soldiers gazed at Jong Wu with absolute awe. He walked through the monsters in the deadly fog as if they were nothing more than dust. To them, he was not just a man, but a true savior sent by the heavens. "Is the nightmare finally over?" they asked, hope rising in their voices. But Xiang Woon froze. The toxic fog remained, and the resonator still hummed with ominous energy. The gate had not closed. A chilling realization struck Sun Woon like a hammer. Even a monster like Jong Wu had failed to seal the rift. Dong Hoon grabbed Xiang Woon's shoulder, his voice low and urgent. "Leave now, unless you want to watch a slaughter." She understood the dark implication immediately and turned away, refusing to witness what came next. The abandoned soldiers exchanged confused glances, murmuring in fear as the main team retreated. But then, Jong Wu stepped back out of the mist, facing them one last time. He raised the very artifact that had saved them moments ago. Confusion turned to sheer terror as he didn't aim at the monsters. Instead, he hurled the volatile essence straight into their ranks. A catastrophic explosion rocked the ground. Coughing up blood, the captain looked up at his hero, betrayal burning in his eyes. "Why?" he gasped. "What is this for?" Jong Wu's eyes were cold and void of mercy. "The price has changed," he stated flatly. "Overnight, the cost doubled. I need 20,000 essences to seal the gate now." The captain's mind could not process the cruelty of the logic, but reality waited for no one. His eyes rolled back, and his lifeless body slumped to the cold earth. Jong Wu turned to his team, his voice devoid of emotion. "We are out of time. I will harvest the remaining essence, and then we leave for Gano immediately." It was a gruesome task, but necessary for survival. Jong Wu moved methodically through the smoke, extracting the essence from the very last fallen soldier. The counter on his interface clicked past 14,000, a massive amount, yet still pathetically short of the new requirement to close the gate. Only a single day had passed since the first gate fell, yet the price for survival had already doubled. The system was rigged against them. Jong Wu did not know the exact formula, but the trend was terrifying. Soon, the cost would not be thousands. It would require hundreds of thousands, perhaps even 1,000,000 lives to save the world. He checked his compass, suppressing the rising dread. Fortunately, the guidestone still pointed toward Gono, at least that their next target was within reach. If a battle awaited them there, it was merely an opportunity. Jong Wu resolved to harvest every scrap of essence left in the aftermath of the next fight. He considered hunting another savior to steal their stash, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Killing his own kind was a dangerous gamble he could not afford just yet. Even though he sat at the top of the rankings, he was not a god. He knew he lacked the power to seal the calamity entirely on his own. A tipping point was coming. The moment when closing the gates would outweigh the greed for collecting power. And when that time came, Jong Wu wondered if he could shoulder the burden without allies to cover his back. He summoned the evaluation administrator within his mind. "What happens when every gate in the region is sealed?" The system voice replied instantly. "Each savior will face a choice. Option 1, remain here. Option 2, transfer to a new region to continue the struggle." "And if I stay?" Jong Wu asked, his brow furrowed. "What if the neighboring gates remain open?" The administrator's answer was chilling. "Then all life ceases to exist." The realization hit him like a physical blow. Even if he conquered this hell and emerged victorious, a single failure in a neighboring zone meant the apocalypse. Suddenly, Sun Woon shouted a warning. The farmers were regrouping, their bloodlust renewed for another attack. Jong Wu barked orders instantly. "Yan Ho, spin up the rotors. Dong Hoon, Seong Yoon, strip the area of resources. We leave now." Gi, warning his team to prepare for extraction. Jong Wu turned back. He charged straight into the horde of farmers to buy time. He was shocked to see ordinary soldiers holding their own without essence, but he didn't hesitate. With a single, devastating strike, he annihilated the entire enemy wave. Yet, a nagging thought remained as the bodies fell. Why couldn't these soldiers utilize the essence? It was a suspicious anomaly in the system. Moments later, they were airborne. Jong Wu noted with satisfaction that despite the panic, his team had filled the helicopter's cargo hold to the brim with supplies. "Gano is near the Gwanghamen district," Yan Ho shouted over the roaring engine. "Which vector should I take, boss?" Jong Wu opened his mouth to answer, but stopped cold. His eyes narrowed at a shadow looming below. 1 o'clock, he pointed. "Watch that black cloud." Yan Ho squinted through the windshield, and his face paled. "That is no cloud. That is a massive flock of birds." "Do not engage," Jong Wu commanded instantly. "Maintain a safe distance." Yan Ho nodded nervously. "Agreed. One bird in the intake and we drop like a stone." "It is not just a crash," Jong Wu corrected grimly. "If those beasts possess essence, they are flying monsters. I cannot protect us in the air." He clenched his fist, watching the flock. He could only pray these creatures operated on instinct, like the cats they had encountered previously. But if they were organized hunters like the lions from the courthouse, then they were flying straight into a death trap. They chose the path of caution, banking wide to avoid the flock. Below them, a ruined, desolate landscape stretched out in silence. Sun Woon shuddered, begging not to land in such a place. "The air down there," Dong Hyun muttered, gripping his weapon. "It feels cursed." Jong Wu ignored the fear. "There." He pointed to a structure venting strange smoke. That is not a natural fire. Put us down on that roof. Copy that. Yan Ho grit his teeth, fighting the controls. Brace for impact. This is going to be a rough landing. The skids hit the concrete hard. The noise gave us away, Jong Wu announced, drawing his weapon. It is too dangerous to split up. Move out with me. They swept the perimeter, senses on high alert. It didn't take long to realize they were not alone. There were survivors hiding in the shadows of the building. Stay back, Jong Wu hissed to his team. We do not know if they are awakened. I will take point. He kicked the door open. A woman's voice trembled from the darkness. Who is there? But before she could blink, Jong Wu was behind her, cold steel pressed hard against her jugular. The woman asks if he has come to eat, her voice cutting through the silence. Meanwhile, Jong Wu scans the room, bewildered by the normalcy of it all. Yan Hoon, lingering in the doorway, inhales sharply and remarks that it actually smells like home-cooked food. Dong Hoon lets out a scoff, his tone dripping with irony. He mutters that running a public restaurant under these apocalyptic conditions is not just insane, it is practically suicide. Sun Woon steps in, his voice reasoning. He mentions that the DS group managed to operate at Gangnam Station, suggesting this restaurant might be surviving through similar means. Jong Wu cannot hide his disbelief. The world has ended outside, yet here, business continues as usual. A shadow looms behind the counter. The chef stares him down, eyes cold and calculating, asking if he came here looking for a fight. The chef eyes him up and down, noting that Jong Wu does not carry the scent of a cop. He warns that caution is the only way to stay alive in these dark times, advising him to move along and not overstay his welcome. Tension coils in Jong Wu's muscles at the command not to linger. It has been a long time since anyone dared to kick him out. Yet, this cook remains unnervingly calm, even in the face of 3 powerful awakened ones. But then, Jong Wu's sharp eyes catch the details, the bruises painting the girl's skin. He realizes this is no ordinary diner. Beneath the mundane facade, something rot is festering. It feels surreal, as if he has stumbled onto the set of a gritty action movie. The classic script, a beautiful hostage held by the mafia, and a noble chef trying to prevent a bloodbath. Jong Wu decides to probe. He asks the chef what kind of establishment runs during the apocalypse, and if every 2-bit gangster in the district comes here to fill their belly. The chef's expression darkens. He demands an introduction first, warning that if Jong Wu is not military or police, he should stop meddling in affairs that will get him killed. Jong Wu tilts his head, genuinely confused. Why is this man so obsessed with the authorities? He drops the harsh truth. He just watched a squad of soldiers and officers get slaughtered. The chef's composure cracks, shock washing over his face at the news of the military's fall. Jong Wu notes the despair in the man's eyes but cannot place the reason. Suddenly, the heavy doors swing open, and a rowdy crowd of men stomps inside. One of the newcomers sneers, asking Jong Wu if that belongs to him, the helicopter parked on the roof. Jong Wu activates his senses. These aren't just thugs, they are awakened. Each one radiates an average of 700 essences, power likely harvested from hunting across the entire district. When the thug asks if he is a cop, Jong Wu finds himself wishing the authorities actually would show up. At least they might restore some semblance of order to this chaos. But looking at their savage numbers, Jong Wu realizes the foolishness of that thought. These men survive by breaking every law in the book. What puzzles him, however, is their restraint. With similar power levels, how have they not torn each other apart to consume more essence? The Predator, the gang leader, steps forward. He mocks Jong Wu, asking if he is seriously suggesting they cooperate with the law. He reminds Jong Wu of an old Chinese restaurant boss. Scars map his body, a testament to a violent life, but Jong Wu is unimpressed. He knows that world all too well. At first, Jong Wu assumed the woman was a prisoner, but the dynamic has shifted. He realizes they coexist in a twisted symbiosis. His concern for her safety evaporates. If she is part of this pack, he will not hesitate to strike her down. One of the underlings tries to bolt, sensing the danger, but the leader moves like a viper, striking him down and seizing him by the collar. The leader roars, accusing the man of betrayal after being promised safety, but the terrified victim shakes his head frantically. It is not betrayal, it is survival instinct. He can see what the leader cannot. Jong Wu's essence count is off the charts. He is a monster among men. Jong Wu realizes this terrified man is the only one with a brain. He is being held against his will. Yet he is the only one who truly understands the gravity of the situation. They are waiting for authorities that will never come. The man begs for release, and in that split second, Jong Wu moves. He obliterates the leader instantly, leaving nothing but a mangled corpse on the floor. The silence is deafening. The woman scrambles, grabbing a meat cleaver. Tears stream down her face, her mind unable to process that her lover has been erased from existence. The rest of the pack snaps out of their stupor. Realizing their alpha is dead, they roar and launch a desperate attack, but they are outmatched. In an instant, they are crushed by the overwhelming pressure of essence. The woman, fueled by grief and rage, lunges at Jong Wu with the axe. She is inches away, but Yan Hoon moves faster, tackling her to the hard ground. He knows she has lost her mind to grief, but survival comes first. He is determined to stop her, no matter the cost. Yan Hoon raises his weapon and brings it down, a sickening thud. The woman goes still. Yan Hoon freezes, shock paralyzing him as the reality of his actions sinks in. Chaos erupts again. The chef, witnessing the slaughter, snaps. He raises a knife to stab the frozen Yan Hoon. But Jong Wu is faster. He intercepts the blow and strikes the chef, sending him crashing behind the counter. The dust settles. Yan Hoon sits on the floor, trembling. The woman's body beneath him, surrounded by the glowing remnants of scattered essences. Another survivor, the smart one from before, clutches his head, his body shaking like a leaf in a storm. Jong Wu approaches him, his voice calm but commanding. He asks if there are other groups like this out there. The man's voice quivers as he replies, "Yes, there are many. But he insists that these guys were actually the good ones." Jong Wu raises an eyebrow. Could these thugs? He wonders if Stockholm Syndrome has twisted the man's perception. The man shakes his head violently. No. Compared to the horrors lurking in the rest of the district, this place was a sanctuary. He drops a bombshell. The Blue House, the seat of the presidency, has fallen. It has been taken over by bandits. Jong Wu stares at him, demanding to know if he is certain. The man looks him dead in the eye. He says a man with a knife at his throat has no reason to lie. He pulls out a business card with shaking hands. He is a reporter for a local newspaper at the Blue House. He was there this very morning. He saw the heart of the nation collapse. Trembling in fear, the man begs for his life. He offers a trade. His eyes can see the true essence of others, a radar for danger in this chaotic world. Before he can even claim the title of savior, Jong Wu cuts him off cold. The hierarchy is established instantly. The man freezes, his eyes widening. He sees it 20,000 essence points radiating from Jong Wu, a number that defies all logic. He only holds 117 essence, ranking 321st. But against this monster, the gap is too vast to even calculate. He estimates Jong Wu must be in the top 5 of the entire region. But suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps interrupts his analysis. A new gang storms in, furious at the wreckage. They scream threats, demanding to know who dared to ruin their turf. Jong Wu doesn't even flinch. He calmly turns to the reporter, asking if any other rats are hiding nearby. The moment the reporter shakes his head, it happens. In a blur of motion, Jong Wu erases the intruders. Silence falls as if they never existed. The reporter swallows hard. Even facing corrupt congressmen during high-pressure interviews never struck terror into his heart like this. It is a stroke of twisted luck to meet a monster like Jong Wu. He forces his trembling legs to stand firm. This is his golden ticket. He knows the secret only the top 5 saviors possess the authority to close the calamity gates. With power like Jong Wu's, the mysteries of the gates could finally be solved. He needs to stick to this man like a shadow. He is done being a worthless spectator. A chance to walk with a legend only comes once in a lifetime. Fate has handed him a crisis, and he intends to squeeze every drop of opportunity out of it. He pleads with Jong Wu to take him in. Killing him would be a waste. His essence count is too low to be worth the effort anyway. Jong Wu stares down coldly. 100 essence is small, yes, but even small drops fill a bucket eventually. The reporter eyes the others, questioning their value. Jong Wu explains simply the woman heals, and the man flies. Panic sets in. The reporter knows he needs to prove his worth. But Jong Wu dismisses his general knowledge of the Blue House. Sweat beads on his forehead. He bows low, realizing it is time to play his final ace. He drops the bomb he can lead Jong Wu directly to the president. Even Jong Wu pauses, skeptical of such a bold claim. Dong Hoon scoffs. How could a lowly reporter know the location of the nation's leader when the Blue House has fallen? The reporter shakes his head. The president was moved long before the enemy seized the capital. The press corps was meant to be evacuated with him. Or so they were told. Until a new enemy appeared. They felt safe, protected by 200 elite guards against just 10 intruders. They were dead wrong. Bullets rained down, but the intruders didn't flinch. A shimmering blue dome deflected every shot like rain on a window. Then came the counterattack. A flash of blue light from a fingertip, and 200 elite soldiers were reduced to ground meat instantly. Back in the present, they stand amidst the wreckage. The reporter explains that when the monster pigeons attacked, the government collapsed. Law and order evaporated. Looting spread like wildfire through the streets. Those who survived the birds and the bandits formed desperate tribes, just like the group hiding in the restaurant. Now Jong Wu understands the desperation in the restaurant. They were praying for a rescue that would never come. But if the police force has such low essence, they would be nothing but fodder in this new world. He questions if there was a contingency plan. Surely the government had prepared for the awakening. The reporter laughs bitterly. There was no plan. The citizens were already rioting before the monsters even arrived. The government hesitated to fire on civilians. Jong Wu thinks back to the merciless ruler of Gangnam. Everything was different there. It is clear now. The city didn't fall to monsters first. It fell to human chaos. Jong Wu isn't surprised. Chaos is human nature. The reporter nervously asks about the civilians left behind at the restaurant. Jong Wu calculates the odds. The area is cleared of major threats, so they should survive. For now. He glances at Yan Hoon. They need to rest while they can. They must be at peak condition when the moment to move arrives. The reporter points toward the mountain shadow. There, hidden along the trail, lies the president's secret emergency bunker. Jong Wu questions the intel. The man nods vigorously. It is common knowledge for anyone who worked the Blue House beat. He warns that about 15 awakened individuals are guarding that location. He can't read their exact levels, but 2 of them are monsters in their own right, boasting at least 6,000 essence each. 6,000. Jong Wu narrows his eyes. How many lives did they extinguish to hoard that much power? He examines a slash mark at the entrance. This wasn't brute force. It was precise. A blade sharper than anything he has faced before. He had witnessed such a technique only once before, wielded by his own father. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to mimic that power, it slipped through his fingers. Jong Wu queried, the system is the manifestation of essence random, or chosen by fate and character. The answer was clear: power reflects the soul, and those with kindred spirits awaken similar gifts. Jong Wu realized that while every path is individual, the implications were staggering. He wondered if a doppelganger existed out there with his exact powers. Suddenly, the reporter pressed him when would he face the president, and would he ally with the government. Jong Wu replied coolly he would act only if necessary, but first, he demanded answers. The authorities already knew the gate's location and the catastrophic extent of the damage in the region. As the top-ranked rescuer, Jong Wu was intrigued. What strategy could they possibly offer a powerhouse like him? The reporter pointed toward the Secretariat, the epicenter of the chaos, noting that he had harvested several essences even while sprinting for his life. Jong Wu's mind flashed back to the entrance that Thread User had not been working alone. They had hunted the president in the basement, mistaking it for a secure bunker. The reporter added that after the failed search, the hunt moved to the residence itself. But the Blue House was a massive labyrinth of 2,700,000 square feet, and navigating it was a war against time. Jong Wu questioned why survivors lingered inside, but for him, it just meant all his targets were conveniently clustered in the same building. Leaving the reporter behind to scout the situation, he warned the man not to lag behind. In a heartbeat, Jong Wu vanished into thin air. Panic erupted as the guards instantly leveled their guns at the spot where he reappeared. Hesitation flickered within him. He knew his father was somewhere among this crowd, and his conscience warred with his duty. But mercy was a luxury he could not afford. He annihilated the guards at the entrance. Yet, as the bodies fell, Jong Wu lowered his head, confused by the chaos. He analyzed the battlefield. The weakest perimeter guards held 400 essence each, while the elites inside held far more. Adding the 6,000 from the commanders, Jong Wu calculated the total harvest would exceed 20,000 essence. But his greed for calculation cost him, distracted by the math. A strike slipped past his guard, slicing his hand. Was it the distraction, or were his heightened senses playing tricks on him? He cursed his lack of focus. He knew well that mere body strengthening was not enough to stop a bullet, and he would have been helpless against a direct hit. In high-stakes warfare, even a scratch could shift the tides of destiny, and such amateur mistakes were unforgivable. Fortunately, the shot missed his vitals, and sensation remained in his arm. The pain was manageable, but the dripping blood was a tactical liability. Jong Wu casually asked an attacker for something to staunch the flow, and when the man froze in confusion, Jong Wu ended him instantly. Crouching beside the fresh corpse, he searched the remains, knowing that in this world, clothing could serve as bandages. Just as he thought finding a medkit would be a miracle, a shadow loomed behind him, weapon raised high for the kill. Metal clashed against energy as Jong Wu deployed a shield just in time. The assassin stared in shock, demanding to know who this monster was. Jong Wu recalled the reporter's warning about a man manipulating essence into deadly threads. But looking closely, he doubted this crude technique could compare to the mastery his father possessed. Another enemy stepped forward, but to Jong Wu, the fodder were no longer threats, they were simply a harvest waiting to be reaped. The two leaders alone were worth 12,000 essence. Victory was inevitable, yet he chose patience over haste. Right before their eyes, he terrified them by casually absorbing 300 essence from the fallen. The partner warned Sejun that this intruder was dangerous, but Sejun scoffed, calling Jong Wu a nobody as he launched a reckless attack. His partner screamed to stop him, remembering the agonizing pain of over-absorbing essence. Yet Jong Wu had devoured it without a flinch. It dawned on him the monster facing them held power far beyond their comprehension. In a blur of motion, Jong Wu annihilated the rear guard while Sejun's weapon suddenly snapped in two. Jong Wu realized the truth instantly. Sejun's own partner had severed the blade. The true threat had revealed himself. As the man begged Sejun to stand down, Sejun cried out, calling him brother. The negotiation had begun. So, they were blood relatives. That explained why the thread had intervened to save the foolish attacker. Jong Wu scoffed at such sentimental attachments, but suddenly, the thread user dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Sejun tried to protest, but his brother silenced him, promising to give Jong Wu anything he desired in exchange for their lives. Surprised by this sudden surrender, Jong Wu demanded their identity and their true purpose in this place. The man confessed, revealing their pathetic origins. They were mere jewelry store robbers, fleeing from the police when the world ended. It all began in chaos, he stammered, recounting the nightmare. The interrogation room hadn't just been attacked. It was obliterated the moment the destruction started at the police station. They were the lucky ones, a handful of survivors who managed to claw their way out of that hellhole and escape the carnage. Dragging a few other detainees with them, they fled. But Jong Wu wasn't interested in a sob story. "Why the Blue House?" he demanded coldly. "And what do you want with the authorities? You certainly don't look like saviors." The attacker sneered, playing his only card. "I'll talk, but only if you guarantee our safety, save our lives, and you get your answers." Jong Wu scoffed at the demand. "That is not how this works," he said, his voice void of sympathy. "Right now, you are all useless to me." The thug shot back, desperation creeping into his voice. "It doesn't matter how much essence you hoard, they can destroy you even while you sleep." He started preaching about humanity, insisting people must remain human. But Seun had heard enough. Tired of the pathetic pleading, he rose from his knees, ready to end Jong Wu right then and there. Big mistake. Jong Wu caught him by the throat mid-lunge and slammed him into a concrete column with bone-shattering force. The second attacker screamed, "Don't do it." But Jong Wu crushed Seun without a second thought. The survivor watched in horror as Jong Wu began harvesting the essence floating from Seun's fresh corpse. He couldn't believe the cold-blooded efficiency he was witnessing. Panic turned to aggression. The survivor immediately wove his own essence into a razor-sharp thread and lashed out, but Jong Wu was faster, summoning a shimmering shield to deflect the lethal strike. Through the clash of power, Muan's voice rang out. He was standing just a few steps away, calling out to Jong Wu in the confusion. The attacker charged straight for Jong Wu, eyes burning with intent. Jong Wu braced for impact, but at the last second, the man slipped past him. He bypassed the fight entirely, moving in the opposite direction. Jong Wu watched him pivot sharply midair, and then the realization hit him like a truck. The target wasn't him. The man was aiming for Muan. But suddenly, the attacker faltered. His own essence flared uncontrollably, blinding him in mid-strike. Jong Wu had calculated everything, even the position of the sun, to gain the advantage. But terror gripped him if Muan died. The secrets of the authorities would die with him. There was no time to aim. Acting on pure instinct, Jong Wu unleashed his power blindly to intercept the threat. A blinding blue light swallowed the attacker whole. When the dust settled, nothing remained but a smoking crater and scattered orbs of essence. Jong Wu called out into the silence, "Kong Muan, are you okay?" "Probably not," came the shaky reply. Muan revealed the grim truth that Thug was part of the elite crew that had captured the Blue House. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a man with such terrifying strength die so easily? Jong Wu narrowed his eyes. The attacker had died without ever revealing why they had surrounded the president's residence in the first place. Reaching out, Jong Wu touched the floating essence. Thump! A wave of agony crashed over him. It felt like a sledgehammer to the skull, paralyzing his entire body. "Jong Wu?" Muan asked. Hearing his companion hit the ground, he noticed Jong Wu had collapsed to his knees, struggling to breathe. Jong Wu exhaled a breath of frosty air, forcing himself to speak. "I am fine." But he wasn't. He realized he had been too greedy, absorbing too much raw power at once. The pain was familiar. It mirrored the hell he endured during the sensitivity test. It was a brutal wake-up call. In the future, he had to time his absorption perfectly. If this paralysis had hit during a duel, he would be a corpse right now. The system pointer signaled west. Jong Wu calculated the odds. There was no one else around Gwanghwamun or Mount Bugak. No awakened left in the Blue House strong enough to stop him now. "Let's move," Jong Wu commanded, fighting through the stiffness. "We are heading to the second emergency response office. Time to prove you were worth keeping alive. Muan." They reached the slopes of Mount Bugak, where Muan began running his fingers over the wooden signposts. After a moment of tactile focus, he pointed confidently into the darkness. "We go this way." Jong Wu raised an eyebrow, looking at the unmarked fork in the road. "How do you know there are no signs?" Muan smirked. "Braille. It is carved into the wood." "The president's residence is a fortress," Muan explained. "The guards need a hidden orientation system to navigate the perimeter in the dark. The visible arrows just decoys to confuse outsiders." Muan paused, concern in his voice. "How is your hand? I know basic first aid." Jong Wu flexed his fingers. "I will live." Suddenly, the rhythmic thwack, thwack, thwack of a helicopter cut through the air. Jong Wu looked up. "Is that coming from the National Assembly building?" "It is," Muan confirmed, his face darkening. "But that place has been a ghost town since yesterday." He began piecing the timeline together. The chaos started at 8 a.m. Most officials do not start work until 9 a.m., Muan continued. By the afternoon, a state of emergency was already declared. "Considering the timing," Muan muttered grimly, "it is unlikely that most civil servants made it out alive." Who was in that chopper? Jong Wu decided to stop guessing and start hunting. But then a chill ran down his spine. He realized he hadn't heard a sound for a long time. It was the middle of summer, yet the mountain was dead silent. Not a single bird sang, not a single cicada chirped. Something was wrong. Jong Wu channeled his essence and slashed a nearby tree in half. Spark. Inside the trunk lay wires and circuitry, not wood. "We are already in the kill zone," Jong Wu realized. Muan gasped at the plastic deception. But it was too late. Weapons were already locking onto them from the bushes. In a heartbeat, the trap-sprung Jong Wu and Muan were surrounded by soldiers, gun barrels emerging from every shadow. Jong Wu reacted instantly. Shimai expanded his energy, summoning a shield to cover them both before the first shot could be fired. "Blue House guards," Muan whispered, recognizing their gear. "They want to negotiate." Jong Wu analyzed the situation calmly. Since they haven't opened fire yet, they must be ready for dialogues. "Freeze!" one of the soldiers barked, finger tightening on the trigger. "One wrong move, and we open fire." "Identify yourselves and state your business," the soldier shouted. Jong Wu spotted a surveillance camera lens glinting in the foliage. Perfect. He looked straight into the lens, projecting pure dominance. "I am the first-rank rescuer," he declared, his voice echoing with power, "and I am here to speak with the president." Inside the bunker, the president's secretary watched the screen, stunned. He turns to Mr. Kim, who hovers beside him. With a sharp look, He asks the burning question, is this man truly the top-ranked rescuer? A soldier thrusts a phone at Kong Muon. He announces that the president's secretary demands a word with him immediately. Muon stammers a reply. He insists he is not a hostage and that it is just the two of them, but fear is written all over his face as he speaks. Jong Wu snatches the device from his trembling hands. He declares that the secretary is spouting trash, so he is taking over. Things are about to change. Jong Wu unleashes his essence in a single, devastating blow. He wipes out nearly every soldier standing. The people monitoring the feed can only gape in horror. Recovering quickly, the secretary claims on the line that they were already preparing for an emergency assembly. He orders a seat prepared in the conference room for their new guest. A surviving soldier screams, clawing for escape, but Jong Wu crushes him without a second thought. A long, ominous tunnel stretches out before Jong Wu. He assumes this path leads straight to the heart of the emergency response office. Since the fleeing soldiers retreated into this darkness, Muon confirms this must be the place. He admits he has never been this deep inside before. Muon realizes something terrifying. In just the 2 hours since they met, Jong Wu's essence has doubled in intensity. He prays that bringing this monster to the president was the right move. Yet, a dark curiosity takes hold. He wants to witness just how far Jong Wu is willing to go. A figure emerges from the shadows of the tunnel. Muon instantly recognizes him as the minister. He introduces himself as Jong Seong Kim, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. But Jong Wu senses something off. He speaks as if Korea is not his true home. Perhaps it is just a habit from dealing with foreign powers. The minister politely asks if he may approach them. Jong Wu permits it, though he suspects a trap. Is this man stalling? The president might have already fled the scene. He notes the minister's extreme caution, but Jong Wu is unbothered. If a helicopter tries to escape, he will simply blast it from the sky. Minister Kim apologizes profusely. He claims he was meant to escort them personally, blaming the violence on a tragic misunderstanding. Jong Wu shrugs it off with a cold smile. After all, he was the one who unleashed the first attack on their forces. He cuts to the chase and demands to meet with the president. Minister Yoon confirms it is possible. An emergency session is imminent, and he beckons them to follow him deeper into the facility. Stepping inside the room, Jong Wu sees strict protocol is still in effect. He scoffs. How can they cling to ceremony when the world is ending? Jong Seong lets out a dry laugh. He calls it a desperate grasp at the last shreds of their dignity. The minister gestures toward the conference hall. The real meeting is about to begin. Based on Muon's intel, Jong Wu expected a very different scene within these walls. Muon had believed only the president and a handful of high-ranking officials had been saved, but Jong Seon corrects them. They have sheltered nearly 1,000 souls here, claiming they have been rescuing citizens non-stop since yesterday. Jong Wu sees through the lie instantly. The room is filled only with the elite high society and their privileged families. The minister sighs, claiming many tried to enter but fell to the brutal conditions outside. Now, all eyes turn to the #1 ranked rescuer. He gestures to the man who claimed that top spot, the one who has already taken the seat of honor. But sensing the ocean of essence rolling off Jong Wu, the fraud bows his head. He creates a pathetic sight, trembling in pure terror. Society operates like a colony of ants, bound by iron rules they created themselves. Every worker toils for the colony's glory. To an ant, a human is an inevitable, cruel deity, a force of nature that no amount of unity can defeat, even across generations. Ants view humans as monsters who destroy their world without reason, crushing them for mere entertainment. When the message arrived from Earth, the monsters pouring from the gates became those cruel gods, putting humanity back in its place. The man who calls himself a savior believes he has turned the tables. He thinks he has systematically dominated the elites who once treated him like an insect. Once he settled into his role as a human among ants, he contacted the authorities. Their terms were favorable. He decided the game was worth the candle, at least for the moment. He exaggerated his feats, but they chose him regardless. As long as they offered tribute, he would take it. But now, his blood runs cold. He cannot believe that of all people, Jong Wu, the true apex predator, has arrived. In Jong Wu's presence, the imposter feels like a lowly ant once more. The tension breaks as the secretary thanks the room and points to the screen. The reality is far bleaker than their hopes. The map displays green zones, where order and government control still hold. The gray zones are lost causes, completely beyond their reach. In the yellow regions, anarchy reigns supreme with zero authority. In the red zones, the presence of 3 open gates has been confirmed. Panic sweeps the room. The elites are outraged by the total collapse of order and the terrifying number of gates surrounding them. They scream for answers. The secretary delivers the final, crushing blow, judging by the scale of devastation. Everyone in this hall is likely the last survivors of the entire nation. Muan wrestled with doubt, the weight of the secret pressing down on him. Was exposing the truth a mistake? He feared total transparency would only plant the seeds of absolute anarchy and confusion. Zhang Xiang dropped the hard truth like a hammer. The National Assembly lay in ruins, and diplomatic channels were dead. They were completely on their own. Yet, the crushing weight of every decision threatened to break their resolve, to stop the dam from bursting. The minister proposed a desperate gamble. They needed outsiders to calculate the odds and script a scenario for their survival. Jong Wu scoffed at the cowardice. It was just a pathetic excuse to let a cabal of wealthy elites play judge, jury, and executioner. The secretary's voice trembled as he spoke. Military resistance was obsolete. Fighting back with guns was a relic of a feudal past. Those awakened by the essence now ruled entire districts of Seoul like warlords of a new era. Rogue factions had already carved out their own kingdoms, declaring sovereignty from the crumbling state to the desperate government. These defiant souls were no longer citizens, they were enemies of the state. Then came the lifeline or the noose. The secretary revealed that the shadowy DS group had made contact, offering their agents to restore order. The authorities clung to this hope, believing DS would help them regain control over Seoul and identify new saviors. The clock was ticking. Within the hour, a DS representative would arrive to dictate the terms of their surrender and the transport of human souls. Tension thickened the air as a vote was called. Were they truly ready to bow their heads to a corporation? Fury erupted in the room. How dare a private company think it had the right to command the government? Muan turned to Jong Wu for wisdom. The protagonist simply smiled, praising the tea's flavor, a luxury he hadn't tasted in an eternity, while calling the situation not bad. Jong Wu saw the board clearly. The authorities shouldn't reject the offer, simply because they were headless chickens with no plan. To the incompetent government, this corporate takeover looked like divine intervention. But for DS, it was the perfect checkmate. A chance to turn the state into a puppet. A scheme likely brewed in their boardrooms for years. However, a dark irony hung over them. Jong Wu knew that neither DS nor the government grasped the true horror approaching. Survival wasn't the main point anymore. The countdown had begun in 40 days. The Earth would meet its end. Zhang slid the confidential files across the table. The grim reality screamed from the pages. Korea was completely cut off from the world. "You prepared this?" Jong Wu asked. "You sound hopeless compared to the rest." Zhang Xiang didn't flinch. "Why shouldn't I be?" Zhang Xiang's eyes were cold. There were no reasonable measures left to take. This wasn't war. It wasn't politics. It was an unprecedented collapse that defied all military logic. Jong Wu grinned. Finally, someone with eyes to see. Zhang Xiang knew the government was dead and new beasts were rising to claim the throne. But Jong Wu saw further. Even if they dodged the apocalypse, the real hell awaited: starvation, resource wars, and total societal decay. Zhang Xiang wasn't just analyzing, he was prophesying the nightmare to come. One handed over a ballot. "Elect a president," it read. Jong Wu stared in disbelief. An auction for leadership among the desperate? It was absurd to think this was their best option. "Chaos reveals character," Zhang Xiang noted grimly. "It helps us find exactly what you need." He challenged the protagonist. When death is on the line, people show their true colors. If you had to pick a ruler from this wreckage, who would it be? "That depends on how deep in hell we are," Jong Wu replied, his voice steady. The main character pressed the hypothetical. "Say the system rots and only 200 souls remain. What happens then?" "Survival seems impossible in that scenario," Zhang Xiang admitted, his confidence wavering. Suddenly, a minister interjected. "Rice. We would need rice." Before walking out, Muan whispered, "Will you recruit him?" "Only if he proves his worth with a real answer," Jong Wu answered, his eyes sharp. Suddenly, Zhang Xiang dragged in Park Tai-wei, the Minister of Agriculture. "This man knows the earth," he declared. "He is an expert in a room of amateurs." Zhang Xiang looked dead serious. "Park Tai-wei is our only ticket to seeing tomorrow." Jong Wu cut to the chase. Civilization is gone. We need to sow fields now. How much land? How many hands? Tai Wei calculated rapidly. 200 mouths. Without machines, it depends on the soil. Assume the worst. Jong Wu pressed. No power. No infrastructure. Then irrigation is a pipe dream. Tai Wei replied grimly. We can't build dams. We must rely on dry field farming to survive. He suggested a strategy. If they focused on barley and legumes, at a specific rate of 198 kilograms per head, we need 18 tons a year for 200 people. He did the math instantly. Even with crop failure, 36 feet of land could yield 9 kilograms. It is our only shot. 356,000 square feet of farmland. That is the target. Tenwin declares it possible. 20 to 30 souls, toiling for a week. Jong Wu nods. The man is a true expert. Zhang Xiang chose well. Suddenly, Zhang Xiang falls to his knees. A plea for mercy echoes. Ten Wei stands firm. We will crush this food crisis. A new dawn awaits. Jong Wu narrows his eyes. Is he certain the path of blood is not easy to walk? Zhang cries out. He only wants to live. Jong Wu orders them back. It begins now. But then, a noise shatters the silence. Jong Wu unleashes his essence. Boom! The hall crumbles in an instant. Terror grips the survivors. They scatter like rats in a panic. Ten Wei screams, confused by the destruction, but the enemy is already here. Gunfire rains down. Lead flies everywhere, yet Jong Wu's barrier rises, sheltering them all. His mind races like a computer. 100 essence points to stop a single bullet. Even with 40,000 points, he is bleeding power. He adjusts the angle, focusing the shield forward. Efficiency is the only way to survive. A cold realization hits him. If he had cast this barrier moments earlier, he would be drained empty by now. The president is gone, taken by the shadows. He must move before the DS group's elite enforcers descend. Jong Wu moves like a phantom. The guards fall before they can even scream. A metallic clatter. A grenade rolls across the floor. A deadly dilemma. Block it, and the bullets tear him apart. Ignore it, and the ministers turn to ash. There is no other choice. Jong Wu makes his move. He becomes the human shield. He hurls his body directly onto the explosive. Kaboom! The blast wave tears through the room. Jong Wu is flung backward by the force. The guards are vaporized. Only their floating essence remains. Pain throbs. The last time death felt this close, the legendary battle with the purifier. 40,000 essence points. It seemed like a fortune. Now, it feels like pocket change. To protect his people, he needs power. Overwhelming power. He orders Muon and the others to vanish. Hiding is safer. He hunts best alone. The hall is silent, not a soul in sight. But then, he spots it. A foul, brown liquid seeping from beneath a heavy door. Found you. Inside, the president and secretary trembles. A broken pot leaks soil and sludge across the floor. A fatal mistake that gave them away. Beside the president stands a savior. He chuckles darkly, amused by their fear. The bodyguard snaps. Rage flares in his eyes. What is so funny in the face of death? The savior sneers. Look at the president, embarrassed that his reign is ending. It is pathetic. Rage blinds the bodyguard. He levels his gun at the savior's head. You think you are better than us? The savior laughs. Go on, shoot me, you loser. He steps closer, taunting him. Let's see who flinches first. You with your 4 measly essence points, you are nothing but an ant. Stop, the president commands. He is not the enemy. We need him. Stop this madness. The president checks the time. 18 minutes. That is all they have before the DS group arrives. A glimmer of hope remains. The savior watches, amused. The president composes himself, playing the leader one last time. He prays his agents can stall the monster outside. Just for a little longer. Buy us time. He barks at the commissioner. Check the escape route, orders the director. The president turns to the savior. Dong Hui, I name you the official savior of Korea. Dong Hui blinks. A title for him. The president is desperate. The strongest man on the list is a psychopath, but he is their psychopath. The government will back him fully. But Dong Hui smirks. He knows the truth. The government is a sinking ship. He looks around. Only 3 pathetic souls remain. The bodyguard reaches for the door handle. Splat. He is sliced in 2. Invisible force obliterates him instantly. Jong Wu steps through the wreckage. The door is dust. Dong Hai's eyes widen. He didn't expect the Reaper so soon. He drops into a combat stance. The president stammers, trying to negotiate. Wait with your power. We can rule. We can fix the nation. Dong Hai watches closely. Jong Wu is not attacking. He is ignoring them. His lips move silently. A chill runs down Dong Hui's spine. He is communicating with the system. Alert. The system speaks. In the last 8 seconds, rankings have updated. You have dropped to second place in regional strength. What Jong Wu is baffled. Who could possibly surpass him? He has devoured the essence of thousands since dawn. His count exceeds 12,000. True, he burned power sealing the gate. But still, to be overtaken in mere hours, it should be impossible. Curiosity burns him. How much power does the new number one hold? More importantly, if he stays in second place, he loses the daily leadership buffs. Dong Hui lunges, a strike meant to kill Clang. His attack bounces harmlessly off Jong Wu's barrier. A cold sweat runs down Dong Hui's back. This monster has no weakness. Jong Wu pushed the chaotic thoughts from his mind. First, he had to eliminate the obstacles before him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of the essence. Meanwhile, Shanki analyzed the party composition. They had a doctor, a pilot, and a hunter with unverified skills. He turned to the others, his voice sharp. What other variables am I missing? Muan hesitated. I have only known Jong Wu for a few short hours. He admitted, it is impossible for me to gauge his true depth yet. Tenwen slammed his hand down, outrage boiling over. Minister Kim wants to join an assassination squad, he roared. How can anyone with a conscience support such barbaric methods? Zhang Song, however, wore a thoughtful expression. Jong Wu is intriguing, he mused. He slaughtered some, yet showed mercy to others. There is a logic to his violence. He likely only spares those who impress him, Tenwen scoffed. But Minister Kim leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Do you not find that peculiarity strange? Why save old fossils like us? Kim asked. Unless his prophecy is real. Unless the population really does plummet to a mere 200 survivors. Bam! Tenwen's fist crashed onto the table, cutting the minister off. The tension in the room spiked instantly. I don't get it, Tenwen yelled. How can a respected civil servant like Zhang Xiang listen to that lunatic? Zhang Xiang's voice was grim but steady. Look around you. The apocalypse is here, right now, he stated. We cannot sit idle while the world burns. We must act. Tenwen shook his head in disbelief. Act how? He sneered. By paving the way for a mass murderer? Is that your grand plan? No, Minister Kim countered. By helping those he chooses to spare. Suddenly, Jong Wu reappeared, his presence cold and imposing. The hall is clear, he announced flatly. He gestured to the supplies. Pack the food, all of it, he commanded. I have a meeting to attend with the DS Group representatives. Jiang Su watched him go, curiosity warring with fear. Jong Wu had just wiped out the entire Korean leadership. Now, two opposing worldviews were about to collide violently. DS will try to recruit him or kill him, Jong Su thought, and the quickest path to control taking hostages. Minister Kim, however, let out a dry laugh. Hostages, he muttered. I doubt a monster like Jong Wu has anyone left to lose. Elsewhere, Park Minggu inhaled the last drag of his cigarette. Just my luck, he grumbled. Facing the apocalypse without booze or smokes, that is a tragedy. He checked his map, orienting himself at Sando Station. The path was clear. He had to head north, toward Noryangjin. The east is a disaster zone, he muttered. But Noryangjin, there might still be supplies there, and hopefully a fresh pack of cigarettes. A system message flashed in his memory. The directive was clear. Find the savior and assist him. Or take his place and walk the path of destiny alone. Minggu scratched his head. Savior? He scoffed. Who plays hero when the world is already ending? Still, he wondered if this Jong Wu character held the answers. If he is the savior, maybe he can fix this mess. Suddenly, voices drifted from nearby. A group of thugs was arguing ahead. You kill it, one shouted. Even with the power of essence, fear paralyzed them. Their target a tiger. Minggu watched from the shadows, incredulous. Look at these idiots, he thought, trying to corner a tiger like it's a stray alley cat. They likely possessed a significant amount of essence. Minggu couldn't gauge their level. Not my fight, he decided, preparing to slip away. He felt a pang of pity for the beast, but survival came first. He turned to leave. Help me, a voice echoed directly inside his skull, freezing him in place. Mingu blinked, looking around wildly. What the? He couldn't understand where the voice was coming from. Then, his eyes locked with the beast's. It was the tiger. You are strong. It projected. You can save us. Snap, a twig broke, and the gang spun around. They had seen him. Stalking us. Huh, one thug yelled. Trying to jump us. Mingu sighed, scratching the back of his neck. Fate really hates me, he muttered. If I die, I die. He stepped forward, his expression bored. Listen, kid, Mingu said. My father told me stories about tigers. They are mountain spirits, angering one that is a death sentence. Back at the DS perimeter, the radio remained silent. No news, an agent reported nervously. If we aren't going in, we need to fall back now. The bunker was hit the moment we arrived, another argued. Jong Wu might be negotiating with the authority inside. The second agent scoffed. Negotiating, please. The company is just toying with the authorities. They are useless. Movement at the tunnel mouth caught their eye. It was him, Jong Wu. Before they could blink, he was upon them. Bam. The first agent went down. The second agent didn't even have time to scream, destroyed in an instant. Jong Wu stood over the bodies, calculating coldly. Essence acquired, he noted. His total surged to nearly 40,000. Terror filled the remaining guard's eyes. It's him, one shrieked. The blue list target, the one who leveled the Gangnam office. Jong Wu dusted off his hands. You call yourselves the best, he mocked. Nonsense. And you think you can retake Seoul with this level of weakness? There has to be someone stronger than this, Jong Wu muttered, disappointed. Meanwhile, Mingu stood amidst a pile of groaning bodies. I told you, he said, lighting a cigarette. You really shouldn't have messed with the tiger. He turned to the great beast. Why were you trembling? Mingu asked. For a mountain spirit, you looked pretty weak back there. As he absorbed the thug's essence, pain exploded in his skull. Mingu clutched his head, staggering. It felt like a horse had kicked him. Too much power, he groaned. Overload. The tiger watched him intently. You have evolved. The voice echoed in his mind. You are stronger now. Mingu looked up, surprised through the pain. You can see my essence levels, he asked. Lucky you. I'm just guessing half the time. He noticed the tiger licking its paw aggressively. Are you hurt? Mingu asked, stepping forward, but the beast suddenly rose, muscles coiling. A thunderous roar ripped from its throat. Mingu froze. In that moment, the truth became clear. He realized why the powerful spirit had refused to fight back. Behind the massive beast lay a small, motionless figure, a young girl, its tamer. The spirit wasn't weak, it was a guardian. Meanwhile, miles away, Jong Wu unleashed hell, obliterating the entire enemy group. The grim reality settled in. The leader dropped the bombshell. There would be no reinforcements. He realized with cold clarity that he was on his own. After harvesting every last essence, his counter hit 90,000. Jong Wu had doubled his score, yet the rankings mocked him. Somehow, he was still stuck in second place. The gap between him and the top ranker was an abyssal mystery. At any second, he could plummet to third place. If that happened, he would lose the authority to seal the gate forever. His train of thought was snapped by Jong Seong. The man reported that his collection efforts had exceeded all expectations. In fact, the haul was massive, but Jong Seong assured him it could all be loaded into the helicopter for transport. Jong Wu made a quick tactical call. Leave the food, they needed space for weapons, no flashbangs, just pure firepower, and every medical supply they could grab. Meanwhile, Sun Woon and Dong Woon stood guard, and their very presence terrified the civilians. The people had glimpsed Sun Woon's hunter status, and the aura of a predator sent them running. Yan Hoon eyed Sun Woon suspiciously. He remarked that the man did not look like a typical hunter. He just had to ask how such a transformation occurred. See, Wu offered a theory. The system had asked a question, what would you do with 24 hours left to live? Sun Woon's answer was simple. He would destroy his boss. His superior had been a tyrant, never showing a shred of kindness. But just as Sun Woon was about to deliver the final blow to his tormentor, He hesitated. He changed his mind at the last second. Jong Wu's voice crackled over the comms, calling for Sun Woon. He checked their status before barking the order. Pack everything up. It was time to move. He directed them east of the Blue House, where 2 choppers awaited extraction, but Yan Hoon interrupted by asking him to check the helicopter's control panel first. Yan Hoon needed eyes on the green display. He guided Jong Wu urgently to the instrument cluster. It resembled a speedometer, stripped of its needles. He needed the last 3 digits read aloud. As the numbers were relayed, the roar of rotors grew louder. Jong Seong squinted at the aircraft. Was that a DS corporate helicopter? And the pilot Jong Wu confirmed it. He was one of their own. Tenwin was already dreading the pilot's reaction. The landing zone was a graveyard of their destroyed colleagues. Surely, the sight would break him. Yet, as Yan Hoon stepped onto the blood-soaked ground, he remained professional. Jong Wu immediately checked on his condition. There was cargo to load, and Yan Hoon needed rest. While they worked, Sun Woon asked the burning question, what happened to the government officials? Jong Wu's answer was chilling. He had eliminated every single one of them. With that matter settled, he introduced the survivors he had spared. Jong Seong, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Park Tae-wee, the Minister of Agriculture. Tae-wee responded with nothing but a dismissive snort. Jong Seong watched in horror. Did Tae-wee have a death wish? Being rude to their savior was like digging his own grave. They needed Jong Wu to survive. He wanted to lecture the man on manners, but Jong Wu beat him to it. Flaring his essence aura, he delivered a cold ultimatum. One more stunt, and Tae-wee would be walking through the monster-infested city. The killing intent terrified Tae-wee into silence. Jong Wu turned his back on the coward. There was no time to waste. Their next target was Bidawan. Introductions were over. They could get acquainted in the air. Airborne at last, Jong Seong looked down in horror. The city was a ruin. Jong Wu noted grimly that if the government was blind before, they were completely hopeless now. It was no longer their world below. It looked as if an alien ecosystem had violently taken root on Earth. In his mind, he analyzed the twisted flora and fauna. This was a complete invasion of nature itself. Jong Wu recalled the scavengers. Seeing a monster gnawing on a farmer's corpse reminded him of a hyena. It proved one terrifying fact. The system existed outside the gates too. If there were scavengers, there were apex predators, lions, tigers, monsters of that caliber. When those beasts entered the human domain, true hell would begin. Jong Wu knew the invasion was inevitable, but for now, his mission was singular. Seal the gate with Godspeed and harvest every scrap of essence he could find. Suddenly, Jong Wu stood up. He announced his departure and threw open the helicopter door. Jong Seong, unaware of the hunter's true limits, watched in paralyzed shock. If anything tries to stop us, kill it, Jong Wu commanded. Without another word, he leaped into the open sky. Jong Seong couldn't process the insanity. They were mid-flight, but below them, Jong Wu was already a blur, dashing from rooftop to rooftop at lightning speed. Jong Seong's jaw dropped. The power of the first rescuer was absolute. He imagined a world where every nation possessed a weapon of this caliber. If such power existed, then these saviors were not just soldiers. They were humanity's final hope against extinction. But a dark thought crossed his mind. What would happen if the helicopter drifted into the ominous fog? Dong Hoon's warning was sharp. Stay away from the mist. One touch, and their sanity would shatter instantly. Jong Seong asked if they had faced this horror before. Dong Hoon nodded grimly. Everyone had survived the fog, but only because they stood in Jong Wu's shadow. When asked about the suicidal jump, Dong Hoon explained the logic. He moves faster on foot, and the helicopter was safer in the clouds without him attracting aggro. The answer didn't come for Jong Seong, but the conviction in her voice was undeniable. She trusted the hunter with her life. It was a trust forged in blood. Jong Wu cared for his subordinates in his own way. Suddenly, the helicopter lurched violently. Sun Woon gripped the rail. "It's starting," he yelled. "The gate is closing." A blinding blue light erupted from the ground. In an instant, the cityscape vanished. The buildings dissolved into nothingness, leaving only Jong Wu standing in a void. Seong Wu explained the phenomenon. When a gate seals, the false reality collapses. Everything disappears. leaving only the barren earth behind. Jong Seong stared at Sun Woon. How could he speak so calmly? Then he realized this man had walked through hell, just like Jong Wu. They were cut from the same cloth. Jong Seong realized their bond went deeper than just shared history. It was a partnership forged in the fires of survival. Jong Wu returned with the heavy command, announcing it was time to secure their future within the Ark. When asked about this mysterious power, Jong Wu revealed the truth. The Ark was an impenetrable sphere, a sanctuary where monsters could never tread. The rules were simple but brutal. Every closed gate unlocked 10 spots, but if the savior fell, the Ark would vanish instantly. The terrifying math finally clicked for Jong Seong. Closing 20 gates meant salvation for exactly 200 souls, and not one more. Jong Seong argued that, theoretically, the number of survivors could be pushed beyond that strict limit. Jong Wu cut in with the dark caveat that was only possible if the saviors didn't slaughter each other first. Only the top 5 ranked warriors could close gates and harvest essence. To save their own, they had to steal opportunity from others. Conflict was written into the very laws of this apocalypse, and Jong Seong knew that in this dog-eat-dog world, diplomacy was dead. The deadline loomed 41 days away. If these saviors were mere monsters, humanity's final chapter was already written. But power required purpose, and Jong Seong believed that to save their species, they needed a monster who still possessed a conscience. In the beginning, Jong Seong had abandoned Jong Wu just to keep breathing for another day. But now he saw the truth. There was no better executioner to bear the weight of their survival than this man. Jong Wu offered a grim warning. Entering the Ark would come with a sting of pain, though it would be fleeting. The mark branded on their hands was their golden ticket. Passengers of the second Ark would bear 2 distinct stripes. While the stripes marked their entry time, the system displayed a chilling anomaly. It listed 7 passengers, but there were only 6 of them standing there. Jong Wu's mind raced to Haishin, realizing the number suggested he was still alive. The administrator had been clear that death canceled a seat, so it was baffling how Haishin had survived this hellscape without a shelter. Yet a new problem arose. Even if the Ark was full, their helicopter couldn't carry that weight, and exposure meant certain death. Suddenly, a memory sparked in Jong Wu's mind, the ultimate privilege known as the Holy Land. He made a bold decision to reclaim the #1 rank and manifest a Holy Land for them all. Realizing Jong Wu had slipped from the top spot, the team questioned if this holy ground was truly necessary to save more lives. Tenwei agreed immediately that they couldn't run forever, while Xiong Yun pressed on, asking if the hunt for essence would continue. Jong Wu confirmed it. No one else could be trusted with the Holy Land privilege, so the survival of the human race rested on his shoulders. Just then, Dong Hyuni cut through the tension with a sharp interjection. She brought up a cold, hard truth reproduction. The group froze, staring at her in shock. She questioned how they planned to rebuild humanity without women, though Tenwei tried to dismiss the topic as premature. But Dong Hyun struck back with venom, mocking his male pride and its inability to bear children. She reminded them of the ancient legends. Noah didn't fill his ark with randoms. He took pairs for a reason. She laid out the genetic nightmare of inbreeding and the threat to their offspring, leaving them with 2 grim options. Either they found mates immediately, or they kidnapped other people's children. Saving skilled warriors was useless if they had no future generation. Tenwei couldn't handle the cold calculation of breeding strategies, and his rage began to boil over. Jong Seong stepped in quickly, apologizing and trying to douse the flames of conflict. Jong Hoon admitted she despised people generally, but she couldn't let Jong Wu overlook such a critical flaw in his plan. Yan Hyun shrugged it off. To him, raising a child was a duty, regardless of whose blood ran in its veins. Muon laughed, comparing it to tourism. You hate your neighbors at home, but spotting a fellow countryman abroad brings sudden joy. Facing the end of the world changed his perspective, and he would gladly raise a stranger's child if it meant survival. Tenwei nodded in agreement, but when asked for his stance, Jong Wu gave a chillingly indifferent reply. It didn't matter whose brat it was, he had never wasted a second thinking about life after the apocalypse. Until this very moment, his mind was singular survive. He certainly didn't harbor any deep love for the human race. After slaughtering hundreds with his own hands, pretending to be a humanitarian now would be a sick joke. That was precisely why he chose this team. He needed people who still had a scrap of humanity left in them. Jong Wu dismissed his own opinion, stating that the collective voice of the people should guide the nation, not a killer like him. Jong Seong steered the conversation back to the practical. They needed a concrete plan for the next generation. Dong-hoon laid down the ultimate choice. They had to decide right now whether to add couples to the arc or fill it with children. He proposes a secret ballot for the next generation's quota system, insisting on anonymity to prevent any bad blood from poisoning their future alliance. He clarifies the rules of engagement, stating that a minimum of 4 votes is required to secure a victory. When Jong Seong asks if he opposes the plan, Jong Wu simply tells him to leave his personal feelings out of the equation. Jong Wu observes the shift in dynamic, realizing that Jong Seong is already stepping up as the group's arbiter, a role that will make him a wise and necessary pillar for their community. Taking charge. Jong Seong announces the time and hands out the ballots, initiating the critical vote on whether to grant sanctuary to couples and children within the arc. Meanwhile, chaos ensues elsewhere as Mingu struggles to drag the heavy body of the tiger Tamara along with him. Mingu is fuming at the sheer stupidity of this situation, cursing himself for ever agreeing to help this stubborn beast in the first place. To make matters worse, the Tamara has been dead for over an hour. Mingu grimaces as the smell hits him, realizing the muscles have long since gone slack. In this sweltering heat, he knows the corpse will begin to rot and decompose in a matter of days. Desperate, Mingu plans to dump the body immediately, but he knows the grieving tiger won't understand logic and certainly won't appreciate the disposal of its master. Mingu looks for an escape route to execute his plan. Spotting a working air conditioner nearby, he realizes the humming machine means someone is hiding inside. He signals to the beast, and together, man and tiger step into the unknown room. Mingu sighs with relief, thinking he can finally catch his breath in the cool air, but a woman armed with scissors launches a silent, deadly ambush from the shadows. The tiger's instincts scream danger, and it lunges at the woman instantly. Mingu manages to block the attack with his shield to save her, but the beast's brute force shatters his defense into pieces. Mingu pleads with the tiger to stand down, reasoning that if its master were still alive, he would never want innocent blood spilled like this. Back at the voting session, Jong Seong tallies the count. 3 in favor, 2 against. Everything hangs on the final ballot. 1 no could destroy the hope for the next generation. The tension breaks as the last vote is revealed. It is in favor. Jong Seong declares the verdict final. Alongside the survival specialists, the arc will open its doors to married couples and children. Myuyun interjects, insisting on strict criteria for these slots. He proposes setting a hard cap, suggesting 20% of the arc's capacity be reserved for the next generation. Jong Seong nods, suggesting they put that specific number to a vote as well, deciding to settle every detail right here and now. As they haggle over the fine print, Jong Wu feels his patience wearing thin. The democratic process is too slow, and his internal compass points west, directly away from the territory controlled by DS. A conflict brews in his mind. He knows he must deal with the DS threat eventually. However, reclaiming the #1 spot in the rankings is the absolute priority for his survival. If he fails to secure that top rank, all their grand plans will mean nothing. Driven by ambition, Jong Wu asks the group to take a recess so they can keep moving. Jong Seong finalizes the terms. 30% of the slots will go to the new generation, prioritizing pregnant women, their husbands, children under 10, and medical specialists. Turning to Yeon-hoon, Jong Wu asks if he is still set on his personal request now that their business in Gono is finished. Yeon-hoon admits that even though they have gone their separate ways, this isn't about logic or future plans. He is driven by a singular desire to save her, no matter the cost. He confirms that the woman is located in Shinsu. Jong Wu gives the order to fly there immediately, since heading west aligns with his own path. Meanwhile, deep within the DS headquarters in Seoul, shadows are digging into Jong Wu's past. The chief demands to know if the target has any lingering attachments, specifically friends or family. The assistant reports a dead end. His mother died in a car crash years ago. He is estranged from his father, and Mingu appears completely indifferent to their existence. The chief needs a lever to break Jong Wu. With a cold glint in his eye, he orders his team to hunt down the father. The assistant grins, revealing that the father's GPS signal is active, making him an easy target to locate. This news delights the chief. He commands them to capture the target immediately, needing at least 1 hostage to force Jong Wu's hand. Upon arriving in Shinsu, Jong Wu looks down from the rooftop to see a nightmare below hundreds, perhaps thousands, of feral dogs swarming the streets. Myuyun assumes the helicopter noise drew them in, but Jong Wu disagrees. He gives the team 30 minutes. deciding to take on the horde himself while signaling Yan-hoon to go handle his business. Jong Wu leaps from the roof, surrounded by a sea of fangs. He unleashes his essence, slaughtering the beasts in a display of overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Yan-hoon bursts into the apartment. His ex-wife opens the door, standing side by side with her new husband. His eyes drop to her stomach. She is pregnant. Jong Seong, watching remotely, finds the timing suspicious since they broke up a year ago, confirming the child belongs to another man. Jong Wu mentally notes the irony, thinking that their noble quota for the next generation is starting off on a very complicated note. Yan-hoon swallows his pain and congratulates her. Her husband, Shan Huang, steps forward and shakes his hand with surprising warmth. Huang mentions he has heard many stories about him from his wife, Shan Hai. Yan-hoon returns the greeting, trying to mask the tension. Confused, Shan Hai asks why he's even here, warning him that the streets outside are overrun with monsters. But Yan-hoon snaps, shouting for them to listen because this is their only chance. He barges inside, declaring that he has brought the one man who can save them all. Huang tries to protest, telling him he cannot just invade their home and disregard their boundaries. Ignoring the plea to take off his shoes, Yan-hoon rips open the curtains. He points to the window, revealing Jong Wu outside a god of war amidst the carnage as their only salvation. At the same time, the beasts weren't just attacking, they were plotting. A hive mind of malice, craving nothing but Jong Wu's total destruction. Jong Wu sensed their killing intent instantly. These weren't mere animals, they held a grudge against humanity, moving with the lethal grace of apex predators. He realized the locals had no clue what kind of monsters were hiding in plain sight. There was no room for negotiation. With cold efficiency, Jong Wu unleashed his power, decimating the pack before they could make a move. Meanwhile, Shan Hai watched the chaos unfold, trembling. She turned to Yan-hoon, her voice shaking as she asked how they could possibly trust a monster like that. Young-ho cut in, desperate. He insisted that Jong Wu was their only ticket out of hell. Jong-shang checked the timer, panic setting in as he announced they had only 20 minutes left. The countdown snapped Yan-hoon's patience, enraged and terrified. He grabbed Shan Hai's arm, shouting an apology as he tried to drag her towards safety. "Let me go!" Shan Hai screamed. Ho Kang stepped in, eyes blazing. He ordered Yan-hoon to back off before slamming him against the wall with bone-crushing force. The impact was sickening. Yan-hoon slumped to the floor, blood immediately pooling around his head. Young Shan exploded in fury. She screamed that they were idiots, completely unaware that Yan-hoon had risked everything to get here. He was their only chance at survival. Ho Kang froze, stammering that it was an accident. He had only been trying to protect Shan Hai, but Jung Shan wasn't hearing it. She screamed at Ho Kang to pick up the unconscious man, warning that if he died, they were all doomed. She drove the point home. Yan-hoon was the VIP, if his heart stopped. Every single person on that roof, including the child, was a walking corpse. Elsewhere, Mingu watched the massive tiger settle down. The building was silent as a grave. He prayed the noise hadn't attracted attention from the horrors outside. He turned to the woman beside him, letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Thank God for the tamer without him. That beast would have torn them to shreds hours ago. Mingu shifted the topic, asking about the mysterious cult she had mentioned earlier, the ones hunting for doctors. A shadow crossed the woman's face. She whispered that they were based at the Social Welfare Center, and they weren't just looking for doctors. They took anyone useful, she explained, especially the young. They were harvesting people like resources. Tears welled in her eyes. Her own son, a brave police officer, had been slaughtered trying to defend the innocent from those fanatics. She looked at Mingu with desperate hope. If he was heading that way, she begged to join him. She knew the city's layout better than anyone. Mingu hesitated, reminding her of her own warnings about the danger. Was she really willing to walk into the fire with a stranger? Fear trembled in her gaze, but she insisted. Those scumbags wouldn't let anyone leave alive anyway. Looking at Mingu, she saw strength. Perhaps, just perhaps, he was strong enough to avenge her fallen son. The woman promised to keep an eye on the tamer. The tiger was wounded and distracted, making it a ticking time bomb. Mingu nodded. If they were going to survive this hell together, they needed to build trust. He introduced himself. The woman replied softly, "I am Zhang Hai Han." But suddenly, the air shifted. The tiger sniffed the tamer's leg, a low, rumbling growl vibrating in its chest. The beast's eyes widened. It realized the truth instantly. Its master was dead. He Han didn't flinch, Holding the tamer's body, she gently touched the tiger's paw. She whispered that the tamer meant the world to the beast, just as her son meant the world to her, a shared tragedy bridging the gap between species. At that moment, a notification chimed for Jong Wu. His essence count had hit 100,000. He was back on top, reclaiming first place in the rankings. Jong Wu calculated that the former leader must have held a similar amount of power, but he did the math. Even if he harvested every drop of essence on Earth, he would cap out at 110,000. The gap was too small. His competitors were breathing down his neck. To stay the apex predator, he needed a massive lead. His mind raced, strategizing the next move. How could he break the ceiling? The system pointer was locked to the west. From the Blue House, it pointed toward Hong Park, Hanam, or maybe the Olympic Stadium. Something massive was waiting there. There was no time for hesitation. He had to uncover the secret of the pointer. Jong Wu made his way to the roof, but instead of order, he found a pool of fresh blood. The survivors froze as the aura of death returned. Jong Wu stared them down, demanding to know where Yan Hoon was and who the hell the strangers were. The report was grim. Yan Hoon was unconscious. Shan Woon explained that Dong Hoon and Jong Seon were trying to stabilize him. Jong Woo's sharp eyes scanned the group. The child didn't belong to Yan Hoon. He asked cold questions. Did the pilot say anything before he blacked out? Hong stammered the reply. Yan Hoon had begged to bring these people along. Irritation flared in Jong Woo's chest. He was supposed to be farming essence, not babysitting. Now his pilot was in a coma because of some misplaced heroics. The logic was simple. No pilot, no helicopter, no gate. He wanted to cut the dead weight, but if he abandoned them now, after Yan Hoon risked his life for them, he would break the fragile social contract of the new generation. If he violated the rules he helped establish, he would prove the system was a failure. Worse, his authority would crumble. No one would follow a hypocrite. He swallowed his annoyance. He was stuck with them. Jong Wu made a decision. He announced he was heading out alone. Tenwei panicked, asking what they were supposed to do without their strongest fighter. Jong Wu pointed to the sky. Darkness was falling. The helicopter was safe on the roof. No one from the streets would spot it, and the residents inside were too terrified to come up. It was a calculated risk. This was the only way to secure his dominance and keep his privileges as the leader until morning. Tenwei watched him go, a mix of fear and awe in his eyes. He asked the question everyone was thinking, is he always this intense? Seong Yoon confirms it instantly. In his heart, he knows the truth. They are only breathing right now because of Jong Woo's sheer will. Jong Wu moves like a phantom. With every passing kilometer, the landscape blurs as he heads further west. But then, the needle snaps north. He is close. Jong Wu slows his pace, eyeing the stadium and Hongdae. Suddenly, the pointer jerks violently in the opposite direction. Realization strikes him. The needle didn't shift because he passed the target. It shifted because the target is moving. The system's words echo in his mind. The compass does not distinguish between a location and a living container of essences. A fixed place wouldn't move like that. A group of people wouldn't be this erratic. Jong Wu is hunting a single target. If this is a savior, they are likely trying to hide. The prey knows the hunter is coming. He needs to close the distance. Now, Jong Wu demands answers from the system. Who else can wield a pointer like this? The system's voice is cold. All potential candidates for planetary salvation possess this capability. Jong Wu presses on. What about ordinary awakened? The answer is chilling. To an extent, yes. That complicates things. Even if the target isn't a savior, they can sense Jong Wu's approach. He has arrived. The arrow locks onto a building, expecting a chase. Jong Wu tenses up, but the stranger isn't running. He just walked calmly into a barbecue restaurant. The scent of roasted meat hits him. Amidst the apocalypse, the aroma of kebabs is surreal. He steps toward the entrance. He needs to see this for himself. Who has the audacity to feast during a plague? Jong Wu prepares to bring the whole building down. He steps inside. A man sits there, casually eating steak, holding 3 essences. Suddenly, the stranger screams for help. A trap. An attack comes from behind, but Jong Wu's reflexes are godlike. He summons his shield just in time. The impact is devastating. Jong Wu is driven back, his feet skidding across the floor. Who is this monster hiding in plain sight? The onslaught ceases. A deep trench is carved into the ground behind Jong Wu. The dust settles, masking the attacker's location. From above, an essence spear plummets toward Jong Wu's skull. Shield up, Jong Wu blocks it easily, sensing the attack was weak, but it was a feint, a distraction. Blue energy spheres manifest between the enemy's fingers. He tosses them at Jong Wu's feet like grenades. Jong Wu realizes the grim truth. This opponent is technically superior. Brute force won't work, the enemy is breaking his focus. The figure dashes in, closing the gap. Finally, the face is revealed. He doesn't strike to kill, but halts right in front of Jong Wu. A predator. A red player with over 50,000 essences. He sneers, warning Jong Wu that he picked the wrong fight. Jong Wu stares in disbelief, a predator fighting him directly. And with only 50,000 essences, Jong Wu shudders. If their stats were equal, he would already be a corpse. Suddenly, the predator turns to flee. Jong Wu's eyes flash with greed. He can't let 50,000 essences and the number 1 rank escape. As Jong Wu calculates his pursuit, the predator pulls a fast one. He spins around, essence in hand. Got you again, he taunts, thinking he has trapped Jong Wu. Too slow. Jong Wu severs the man's hand in one fluid motion, blade to throat. He issues an ultimatum: answer or face instant destruction. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Yan Hoon lies battered, his head heavily bandaged. Jong Seon thanks the doctor, Dong Hoon, but she notes grimly that Yan Hoon staying conscious is nothing short of a miracle. Sun Woon watches silently. They are lucky to have such a skilled healer. Dong Hoon has earned his place on the ark 10 times over. Yan Hoon groans, asking for the captain. He'll be back, Song Hun assures him. A call came through the moment Yan Hoon opened his eyes. Speak of the devil. Jong Wu appears instantly, checking on his wounded comrade. I'll live, Yan Hoon grunts, but it hurts like hell. He apologizes for the trouble. Jong Wu just smiles, relieved his friend is safe. Now, to business. The couple, Jong Wu says. I can put them in the coffin if you still want them. They still qualify for the quota. He looks to Yan Hoon for approval. The wounded man clenches his fists, eyes determined. Do it. Jong Wu turns to the couple. Last chance. Once you board the ark, my word is law. Ho Kang nods without hesitation. They agree. The registration begins. They stare at the glowing marks on their hands. It means you are one of us. Jong Wu explains. If you see anyone else with this sigil, report it immediately. Jong Wu checks the system interface. 9 passengers listed. He counts 3 men, a woman, and the unborn child. Wait, the child hasn't been born yet, so it shouldn't count. Jong Wu frowns in thought. It seems the system prioritizes life, even before it takes its first breath. Jong Wu questioned the system, his voice grim. Do living beings require essence to board the ark? The mechanical reply was cold and absolute, yes. A chill ran down his spine. He couldn't understand the logic. How could he transfer essence to an unborn child? It wasn't a passenger yet, but if monsters attacked the mother, the baby would be defenseless. But then, a realization struck him like lightning. The child didn't need a seat on the ark because the monsters didn't hunt flesh, they hunted essence. An unborn soul had none. The beasts pouring through the gates were only interested in the energy distributed among the living. To them, a being without essence was invisible, like a ghost. This thirst for energy was the catalyst for the brutal war of survival on Earth. While the weak perished, predators learned to preserve their essence, stealing it from the fallen to grow stronger. Jong Wu was one of those predators. Yet, as he calculated the odds, he knew the truth. On a global scale, his current power was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. He needed more power, and he needed it immediately. Turning to the pilot, his voice was urgent. Yan Hong, how soon can you fly? I need you at full capacity, not pushing through pain. Dong Han hesitated, looking at the pilot. She's running on fumes. Normally, she is entitled to 3 days of rest. But Yang Hoon cut in, grit in his voice. I'm fine. We take off in 30 minutes. There was no time for weakness. He looked at the map. Are we heading east to the DS base? Jong Wu shook his head. No, we go southwest. Target destination Guang. They would make a pit stop at the southern prison for the night. As they prepared to leave, the Tamer's corpse was left behind in the silent church, a grim monument to their struggle. Mingu turned to Haihan, his eyes filled with concern. Do you really want to come with me? Heehan's expression was steel. I've seen worse. I'm fine. Mingu didn't press further. As a father, He understood the fire burning in her. Because of the scum at the community center, she would never hold her son again. That grief had hardened into resolve. She would follow Mingu into hell if necessary. Suddenly, a shadow moved. Tiger stepped forward. "I'm coming too," he growled. The conversation was cut short as the rhythmic thrum of helicopter blades sliced through the air. Mingu froze. He couldn't believe it. Who was insane enough to make that much noise? Were they confident in their power, or just suicidal enough to draw every monster in the area? Mingu squinted at the sky. It was a standard medical helicopter, completely unarmed. No guns, no heavy armor, just a flying target. Inside the chopper, Seong-won looked down at the desolate grounds. With all this racket, why hasn't anything attacked us yet? Jong Wu's eyes were dark. The guests checked out early, especially after the slaughter yesterday. This was a prison. After all, in this new world, only the strongest inmates would have survived the initial chaos. Jong Wu turned to Mu Yun. "You used to be a reporter. You know the layout here?" Mu Yun nodded nervously. "I've been here for stories a few times. I know the floor plan." "Good," Jong Wu commanded. "Take everyone to the upper levels. Find a defensible position." He cracked his knuckles. "I'll scout the perimeter." The Predator and Hodai had mentioned high-level essence masters in this region. If trouble comes, don't play hero, hide and wait for me. While the hunter went to work, Tenwei and Zhongshan sat down to plot the future of their civilization. They needed a stronghold. "It has to be a location with a gate," Tenwei insisted. "That is the only way Jong Wu can create a sacred land." Tenwei pointed to the map. "Yongpyong, there is a gate there, so establishing holy ground won't be an issue. Plus," Tenwei added, "the soil is fertile. It is the perfect place to start a farm and feed our people." Zhongshan shook his head. "The land is good, but the location is a nightmare. It is a cold region with brutal winters. Travel in those parts is nearly impossible." Tenwei scoffed. "Travel is hell everywhere right now." But Zhongshan countered, "That is short-sighted. Monsters have invaded Earth. We need to look 10 years down the line." "We need abandoned infrastructure," Zhongshan argued. "Seoul or the industrial zones? We need buildings that are already standing." He slammed a finger on the map. "Transportation is the priority. We must secure mobility, even if it costs us farmland." Zhongshan continued his analysis. "Seoul has the best infrastructure, but the risk is suicidal. It was a death trap. The ideal location," he explained, "is somewhere safe enough to defend, but close enough to scavenge resources as we expand." Zhongshan made his choice. "The best place is Namyangju." Tenwei frowned. "How is that better than Yangpyong for transport?" "It is strategic," Zhongshan replied confidently. "It is twice as close to Seoul. The railway in Kuri is nearby, allowing for rapid deployment if we need to move. And don't worry about food," he added. "There is plenty of land for farming there, too." Tenwei nodded slowly. "You make a solid point." Just then, the door opened. Jong Wu walked in. Seong-won checked the time. "You were gone a while." "Nothing nearby," Jong Wu said, wiping invisible dust from his clothes. "Had to widen the net." Zhongshan confirmed that the prison was indeed empty of threats. But Mu Yun stared at Jong Wu in horror. In that short trip, Jong Wu's essence had doubled. Just how much power does this monster need? It was terrifying to comprehend. Zhongshan saw the exhaustion in his leader's eyes. "You need rest, but we should decide on our first settlement location now." Jong Wu rubbed his temples. "Agreed, but give me the short version. I'm running on fumes." Zhongshan listed the candidates efficiently. Top choice Namyangju, second Eon, third Bususan. Jong Wu raised an eyebrow. "Bususan, is that for the fishing?" Zhongshan shook his head. "No, gates don't spawn in water." "At least, not that I've heard," Zhongshan clarified. "Busosan has a DS office. That means military-grade infrastructure is already in place." Jong Wu smirked tiredly. "You're pushing for a decision at this hour so we can move fast, aren't you?" "Exactly," Zhongshan admitted. "The helicopter is at capacity. The sooner we claim a home, the sooner we stop running and start building. We move out at dawn." Jong Wu's voice cuts through the silence. His eyes are fixed on the leaderboard. He refuses to let his number one rank slip away again. He issues strict orders. They will fly to Namyangju tomorrow. Security is paramount. He mandates that everyone must rotate guard duty in pairs. Everyone. That is, except himself and the expectant mother. The final watchman won't need a partner, he claims. Why? Because the very ground beneath them is about to scream them awake. As the sun rises, a glitching, pixelated hologram of Earth materializes in thin air. Tenwei stares in confusion, unable to process the anomaly. But Dong-hoon realizes the truth instantly. It is a direct transmission from the system, a message from Earth itself. Sun Wang's eyes widen as the realization hits. This is exactly what Jong Wu predicted. The planet is speaking. The clock strikes 8:00 hours. The voice of Earth resonates in their minds. Day 3 has commenced. A series of global updates flashes before their eyes. The announcement is grim. Global difficulty has spiked. Gate levels are rising, and the total available essence has dropped by another 5%. The countdown to total extinction, only 40 days remain. A notification pings. Regional leaders may select a privilege. Jong Wu's mind races, crunching the numbers. Day 1 saw a 6% drop in essence. In just 48 hours, 11% of the world's power has vanished, likely lost forever. The resource pool is drying up. As the regional leader, a choice stands before him. Jong Wu weighs his options in the face of despair. What privilege will ensure their survival? He makes a dangerous call. He selects the modifier to increase gate spawn rates by 30%. A risky move, but calculated. Jong Wu smirks. Holding the first place rank is the only safety net he has. He knows the runner-up would crush him given the chance, so he must stay ahead. He refuses to hand over the crown. He selects the Holy Land Advantage. This individual perk is his ace in the hole. Tomorrow, he will harvest a mountain of essence. He will become untouchable and bury the second-place competitor for good. The system confirms the vote. Across the globe, leaders have spoken. The verdict is unanimous total chaos with 30% more gates. Jong Wu nods grimly. It seems the rest of the world shares his thirst for power. Now, he waits to see the consequences of their greed. Suddenly, gasps ripple through the group. A strange energy washes over Jong Wu, a feeling he knows all too well. He looks at Sun-un, and there it is, a glowing title floating above his head, Agent. Sun-hoon demands answers. What does that mean? But even Jong Wu is baffled. He has never seen this class before and demands an explanation from the system. The system intervenes with a new directive. Sun Wu has been re-evaluated. He has evolved. He is now the designated agent, bound by fate to execute the will of the savior. Sun Wu stands frozen, awaiting the command of the chief savior. His destiny is no longer his own. The notifications flood Jong Wu's vision. He, too, receives the update. The link between savior and agent has been forged. The system details the contract. If Jong Wu accepts the agent, he gains access to the Ark's control systems. He can manage the crew like chess pieces, assigning or removing them at will. But the real power lies in essence borrowing. The agent can siphon power directly from the savior to fuel their own strength. It is a controlled tap. If the savior approves the request, the agent can wield a fraction of that godlike power for a limited time. Then, there is the transfer. The savior can abdicate his throne, passing his title and all his accumulated essence to his agent. Or, in the grim event of the savior's death, the agent inherits the will. Jong Wu scoffs. He fights until his bones break, only for the system to treat him like a disposable battery. Yet, cold logic prevails. To the planet, they are merely tools for survival. If one instrument breaks, another must take its place to ensure salvation. But one question nags at him. Why Sun Wu? Does the Earth truly see the potential for a savior within him? Jong Wu decides to trust the system's algorithm. He will bet on this choice. I approve, Jong Wu declares. He grants Sun Wu control over the Ark and the right to borrow essence. Sun Wu nods solemnly. Understood, and turns to the interface. Sun Wu studies the holographic numbers. The first figure is the capacity, the second is the duration. He does the math. His jaw drops. 280,000 essence points. He knew Jong Wu was a monster, but this is absolute, overwhelming power. Jongshan realizes the implication immediately. The agent isn't just a helper, he mutters. He is the manager of the Ark and the Holy Land. Jong Wu nods, his expression unreadable. That sounds about right. We have our agent, and we have our target. Jong Wu checks his gear. Time to move. Get to the helicopter. But as they lift off, Mu Yun's face pales. Incoming something is emerging from the gate. Jong Wu curses. It's the Day 3 update. These are new monsters. And they have wings. Play it safe. Put us down. Jong Wu barks at Yong Hong, but it is too late. Boom. The helicopter shudders violently as beasts slam into the energy shield. I'm flying blind. Yan Hoon screams, wrestling with the controls. I can't see the landing zone. We are 100 feet up. Jong Wu roars over the chaos. Emergency landing, bring us down. Hard. Yan Hoon grips the yoke, knuckles white, and forces the chopper down. They slam into the earth. Silence follows, but the darkness outside is unnatural. Muan peers out. It is pitch black. System's dead, Young Hun reports, voice trembling. The control panel is fried. It's the black fog. Just like Honggang. They are trapped. What do we do? Zhang Xiong whispers. Jong Wu's eyes gleam in the dark. We are not finished. Thanks to Sun Wu, we have a way out. He outlines the plan. Sun Wu will maintain the barrier alone. I will go out there and slaughter the whoredom. Donghan looks at them like they are crazy. Can he actually do that? Jong Wu turns to his agent. He has no choice. Now that he can wield essence, he must. Sun Wu, take 80,000 points. Jong Wu commands. That gives us 90 minutes. Power surges between them. The agent has awakened. Jong Wu grips his weapon. He has zero doubt they will survive this. Jong Wu watched the numbers drop, his anxiety spiking. A terrifying question gnawed at him. What happens to the essence if the agent dies before the timer runs out? The system's answer was cold and absolute. It would all be lost. Every drop of power Jong Wu had transferred might vanish into the void, never to return. If the agent was destroyed, the investment was gone forever. Meanwhile, Sun Woon writhed in agony, his body screaming under the pressure. 80,000 essence hovered above his head, a crushing weight of pure power. Jong Wu realized the mortal body had to adapt to this sudden influx of godlike energy, and fast. He barked orders at Sun Woon, telling him to expand the barrier. He shouted for him to stop worrying about protecting others and focus entirely on surviving this transformation himself. Sun Woon let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice tearing from his throat. Yet, even in his agony, he refused to drop the shield protecting the helicopter. Jong Wu checked his condition, asking if the pain had subsided. Sun Woon gasped out, just a little. Beside them, Shan Hai clutched her stomach, overwhelmed by the pressure. Muan asked desperately if anything could be done about the thunderous impact of the blows outside. Sun Woon grit his teeth, barely able to hold the barrier together as it was. In his mind, Sun Woon begged his leader to hurry. Answering the silent plea, Jong Wu unleashed a massive burst of essence and slammed the dimensional gate shut. The monster horde immediately began to scatter. Jong Wu realized they had been rushing straight for him right until the moment the connection was severed. He demanded answers from the system. Why did the beast suddenly flee? The truth was simple. The enemy's goal was to harvest as much essence as possible and drag it back to their dimension. The monsters despised cities without gates, without a rift. They were cut off from their homeworld and couldn't transport their stolen power. Instinct drove them to stay close to the open gates, tethered to their only way out. Only now did Jong Wu understand the theft occurring on a massive scale. The dropping numbers weren't just costs. The creatures were stealing the essence to take back with them. And the larger the gate, the more monsters could pour through to loot their world. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Do the gates grow over time? The gate in Namyangju hadn't appeared today. He asked the system if the price to close them increased as well. The system confirmed his worst fears. The longer a gate remains, the stronger it becomes. Jong Wu cursed under his breath. In the chaos of the first day, he had been so busy running around that he completely forgot about the gate in Hassan. By now, that location must be a living hell. He realized he had to prepare for the absolute worst. Turning to his team, Jong Wu revealed the gravity of their next move. The Holy Land skill could be used only once this was their first and last shot. He looked them in the eyes and ordered them to choose the location with extreme care. Zhang Xian pointed out the nearby mountains and the fertile land, noting it was perfect for farming and defense. To him, this was the ideal spot to establish their sanctuary. Tenwei agreed, seeing no issues with the terrain. The accessibility was decent enough, and the strategic value was high. He offered to handle the logistics himself. Zhang Xiang turned to their leader, asking for Jong Wu's final verdict on the location. But Jong Wu waved off the question with one of his own. Did they have an urban planning expert? As the population grew, housing would become their biggest crisis. They needed specialists to build a civilization, not just warriors. Jong Wu knew a professional planner was essential for their survival. Zhang Xiang agreed that they would need builders in the long run. With the decision made, Jong Wu began the ritual to create the Holy Land. A pillar of brilliant yellow light erupted, piercing the heavens. The survivors stared up in awe, unable to comprehend the majesty unfolding before them. Sun Woon realized instantly that the golden light was a massive, impenetrable barrier. Simultaneously, the global rescuer chat networks exploded with rumors of a Holy Land appearing. Jong Wu knew the secret was out. The beacon would draw everyone, rescuers, refugees, and the desperate, straight to this place. Awakened warriors and ordinary civilians alike would flock here in search of safety, and the burden of their survival would fall squarely on Sun Woon. The future of this entire sanctuary now rested in his hands. When asked if the barrier made them a target, Jong Wu explained its true power. It didn't just hide them, it physically repelled monsters. More importantly, outsiders would be stripped of their ability to use essence within these walls. Jong Wu announced his plan. He would depart the moment Dong Hun and Yan Hun were ready to move. He delegated the ultimate authority to Sun Woon. As the agent, he had to guard the Holy Land and decide who boarded this ark. Refugees would come, some awakened with power, others ordinary people, even children who didn't fit the system's cruel quotas for the new generation. Powerful groups with infrastructure might come offering alliances, but space in the ark was finite, and hard choices would have to be made. Jong Wu warned him to choose wisely. If a threat arose that he couldn't handle, he was to send a request for exactly 44 essence. That specific number would be the distress signal. If Jong Wu saw it, he would know they were in danger and return as fast as humanly possible. Dong Hun asked if he was worried about leaving them behind. Jong Wu's eyes went cold. He said he trusted them, but if he returned to find strangers in charge, he would slaughter everyone. Yan Hun asked where their path led next. Jong Wu didn't hesitate. They were heading to D.S. He planned to seal every dimensional rift along the way. But they had to move fast. This was only the beginning. The true war was still waiting for them on the horizon.